Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I'm wearing my beast shirt, but it's not for the negative side. All right, it's for our Spartan race that I did in 2019 in the mountains here in Lake Tahoe. It was super cold. At when I finished the race, it's like was it like 13? It's like a half marathon, but it was a little bit more than a half marathon, about 15 miles through the mountains and jumping into cold water. And some of it was frozen. You had to like break through the ice. Of course, that's my forte. I'm good at getting in cold water as a Navy SEAL. So I did really good with that race. Lots of obstacles. There was like 26 different obstacles running through the mountains back when. And 2 weeks before, I'd done a bodybuilding contest and won it. So I was like, what? Why do I push myself so hard? Because that's what I do, right? So you guys, I see you guys are hot in the chat there. Now with all of you guys in the chat, in my shield wall that's in there with your wrenches to like crack the heads of the trolls. Have you guys been noticing a little bit extra more than usual? Let me know in the chat for my shield walls, people. Hit that like. That's right. Hit the like and subscribe and get into LifeWave. That's right. So yes. So you guys have been noticing more than usual, huh? Georgia girl, thank you. So I can tell you that I have been noticing it as well, because occasionally I go into the chat, not all the time, but I have been going into the chat a little bit more than usual and making comments, and I see a lot of baddies in there, a lot of baddies, more than usual. Now, on top of that, there's been obviously a lot of suppression that's going on. My views are way down from what they normally are. Not as much on Rumble, but here on YouTube, absolutely. They've been doing a lot of very mysterious like suppression on my channel, saying you can't say that, you can't use that, lot more than usual. All right, so I've had to overcome a little bit of that. So now, you know that Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones they really came out hard, and some other top people, they really came out hard against President Trump, all of them, right? So I've been saying for a long time, there's a lot of people that are infiltrating in the truth community. I pointed some of them out over the years, and I just get so much blowback. I just don't care anymore. Well, I do care, but it seems like there's a lot of people that don't care. So I just gave it up because I got tremendous pushback on that, and I was like, okay, you guys are going to find out on your own then. So we had Alex Jones basically sign off from InfoWars. Candace Owens is going full retard, and a lot of the other Tucker Carlson, full retard. And I think they basically came in to infiltrate the MAGA and truther community, and basically at some point, of which we've just seen, to try and derail it. Did not work. It did not work. We're very focused, and we're very, God is on our side, right? So we're able to see through the evil side, right? The beast side, right? And again, I'm not wearing a beast shirt for the bad guy side. I'm wearing the beast shirt because I'm a beast, right? And the Spartan Beast was like an incredible event that I did. All right, so let's look at some of this. So Alex Jones, InfoWar shut down. So a little bit, there was a little bit more in here. Where is it at? So here it is. Open Elon Musk X, and you will find people building on Jones's legacy as a purveyor of brain poisoning lies. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, and countless smaller figures as they apply InfoWars conspiratorial lens to everything from the real assassination of Charlie Kirk, or Benjamin Netanyahu, paranoid, open, explicitly anti-Semitic, conspiracy theories, blah blah blah. So some of that, I need to make a shirt, conspiracy theorist, and then haha, I'm right, something along those lines. So conspiracy theory proven right. And I think that's very suspect. And it looks like you got a little bit of a streaming problem there. So if that continues, I'll switch over to another platform. We got some storming here, so that might be what's causing it. Or it could be because I'm revealing. And used to be they would really come after us while we're doing shows, and our streams would get interrupted. We haven't seen a lot of that. I've seen some of that in the past, and I've learned to switch over into other platforms at my disposal, and I don't say what those are, although you can see one of them in the background there. So thank you, Elon. So there's a lot of pushback going on right now. So we have talked about how in the past we would see emergency broadcasts, system, activated. We could be moving in that direction because these guys went, they were activated to go full retard mode because I think the deep state is in desperation mode. So they were their puppets for a long time, hiding under, the truther community and the MAGA community. And basically deep state said, go full retard. We control you, we puppet you, and we know you're going to be destroyed, but do it anyway, right? So you're at the disposal of Satan, Lucifer, which is the highest realm, I guess. As we've had, Silicon Satan, Craig Lund on, and he's basically informed us that the Satanists are just little puppets of Luciferians. Luciferians are the top of the food chain. All right, so we'll go with that because he seems to be well informed on that. So Luciferians, deep state Luciferians are in desperation mode. We could see, like I said, the EBS activated at some point in the near future. People talk about that for a long time. Our former friend, wherever he's at, in heaven or on, where's that one place where people go to escape, right? New Zealand. So we'll see in the future if he did or if he's, really, unfortunately, took himself out, right? So, the more I see about that, the more I'm like kind of leaning towards, because I don't feel him because I can usually feel when someone's here still or if they're gone, and I don't feel him out there. And that could be because there's a block, right? So I don't see him either here or not here, right? So sometimes when people have crossed the other side, I can communicate and feel them over there. So I don't feel him there. And that's kind of, this is one of those anomalies. So I'm not saying that he's gone, and I'm saying that he's here. All right. So that might be, a lot of you guys are like, well, you're not all that gifted then. I'm very gifted, but I think that this is on purpose, that there is this confusion because there's so many people that are onto this, and there's so much information and so many, potential timelines are out there. And I don't know. I can't, Viking heaven. That's right. Valhalla. So we don't know exactly if David's here or if he's gone. Whatever happened, it was a good play on him being, of the persuasion of leaving by his own means, right? Which just does not make sense to me, or to Kerry Cassidy or people, that have been involved in this realm for quite some time. But, there's been stranger things that happen. So he basically, David Wilcock, for God, going back he was talking about this 15, 20 years ago, it seems like, where he was talking about the EBS being activated. It never happened, obviously. Will it happen? I'm of the opinion that I think no, but it could. There's lots of different potentialities out there, lots of different timelines and so forth. Now, I see people that are talking about we're living in this kind of bubble of where things are being created and we don't really have that much control. I don't agree with that. I think we're living in something where we can create our reality. So some people think that it's not real. Then that's ridiculous to me, right? So of course we can create our own reality here, and I think the deeper and more spiritual connection that you have to the Creator God, the better you are at creating your reality and attracting people that are the same creator reality creationist. That I think that as you rise in consciousness, and there are people that have been in higher consciousness and have come down to this level, the angelic realm, that we have the ability to create on this level. And I feel that I've been on those levels and have come down into this reality and have done a lot of good things. And as you awaken to those potentialities, then you become even a greater creator. All right. So let's look at, some of these things out there that are kind of dark and create different realities. We can look at, for instance, the Paramount Pictures introduction, their 100th anniversary logo. Let's look at this. These are like fallen stars. Falling stars. How about that? Fallen angels. Fallen stars. Hollywood. City of Angels. Los Angeles. All right. So start to think a little bit bigger here. All right. So the fallen angels, Mount Hermon, right? Supposedly where the fallen angels came down in the biblical text. Now, the biblical text, they talk about that. And what they say is quite interesting. So Mount Hermon, let's look at what Mount Hermon looks like. Kind of similar to what we saw there. Now, they have changed that over the years, what the Paramount mountain looks like. Maybe at one time it was Mount Hermon, right? So now why would I want to focus on Mount Hermon of all places, that place where Syria, Lebanon, and Israel come together, all right, where there's been lots of biblical things over the years. Now, here's information. Mount Hermon is significant in religious texts as it is believed to be the location where the Watcher class of fallen angels, kind of like that Paramount, logo where all the stars fall down, right? Of fallen angels descend to earth, like Los Angeles, Hollywood, Holly being the witches. When they make their wands, they use it from Hollywood, right? As described in the apocryphal book of Enoch, the fallen angel descend to earth. They swore an oath on this mountain to take human wives, which led to their corruption of humanity. So cultural impact. The narrative has influenced various religious and mythological interpretations. They always throw mythology on stuff that they're trying to hide. It's just mythology. So interpretations regarding the nature of evil and divine judgment. The mountain is also associated with various ancient temples and inscriptions, indicating its importance in religious practices, right? So it is noted for an inscription that connects to the oaths taken by these angels located on its summit. There's a temple, Qusar Antar temple, that where there's these inscriptions. Now, I saw from different people over time that have given lectures, and they showed on Mount Hermon where there was what looked like a spacecraft that had crashed, right? It was like had just a groove down a mountain, and these fallen angels, right? So are they extraterrestrial that, that, or are they angels like we think of, with wings flying in the sky? So I'm just open-minded about it, but I think these fallen angels came to Earth in craft, right? So with Lucifer. All right. So that's, some of the stories that we've seen over time. So they were beings, they were tall, and they mated with women. Now I've had Juan on, and Juan has talked about this quite often, Juan O'Savin, and he's talked about how there was a city at the base of Mount Hermon where they formed a city, these fallen angels that crash landed here, is what I believe, and with Lucifer. And they started the city. They liked each other. Men liked each other, right? And we know that is one of the things that we've seen with these fallen angels. Like they kind of look like, in descriptions that they have, kind of look like the Statue of Liberty, right? And so anyway, because Statue of Liberty has very masculine cheeks, and its arm is like very strong, like mine, right? It's not feminine at all, and it has a little bit of a little booby, right? Like some hermaphrodite type thing or something. So anyway, these fallen angels liked each other, and they're like, hey, why not? Let's check out these women, right? So they started their own little sect, right? Some of these people that we are seeing now that are in positions where they should not be, actually in leadership positions, which they did not earn. They were placed in those positions by these fallen angel offspring, right? Over time. So I think we're going to find that out. We're finding that out. A lot of us understand this. There's lots of great talk about this already. And we're just going to continue this conversation until it's all revealed. And those of us that know this stuff, just basically crush it out there. All right. So we have, some of these fallen angel puppets, like we talked about, and they are being revealed. They have revealed themselves. Laura Loomer has been destroying Candace Owens. She has been doing such a great job. Good job, Laura. All right. So let's look at the latest of Laura Loomer. And so these people lie. And when they're caught in lies, it should be the end of them, but they continue because people are, attracted to them. I don't know, attracted or, subverted. Their consciousness is pulled in. They're very, they're outspoken people, and they have a lot of charisma, a lot of karma. Well, they do have karma coming, but they have a lot of charisma. So people are attracted to them, but they're being exposed. All right. So more and more of these people are being exposed. They can't lie anymore because their lies are being exposed. Emery Smith says David is safe. That's good. Emery Smith is a good guy. I liked Emery Smith. When I did the show with Gaia, I connected him with him. Pretty cool. He's a really good guy, I think. So good to hear. So, I mean, like I said, there's conflicting stuff. There's very good people out there that are revealing, but we'll have to see going forward. Like I said, I'm open-minded about it. I don't see him on either side. So that's crazy. So there's a block there. And that could be David's consciousness, because he's a pretty strong spiritual guy. And it could be the good guys are putting a block on that as well. So anyway, let's look at what's going on. So what I think the system is being crashed. The Luciferian deep state system is being crashed. One of the main places where it has to be crashed is Iran. So Iran now, a lot of people, you're seeing the Congress, of course, the Luciferian demonic demon rats, right? Demon rats, with some rhinos, Republican in name only thrown in, which is, at this point, I think the whole Congress and Senate needs to be cleaned. All right, just cleansed, and then those people that are of great merit, that usually, possibly don't have, a lot of money, so they're not influenced by that, that level of to get to the billionaire status these days. You pretty much are going to have to be involved with the deep state Luciferian crowd, right? So that's not good. Now, you can be involved with them. Like when I was in the CIA, I knew who the bad guys were, the Luciferians, the reptoids, right? So I could see them. I'm like, hey, I'm of the light. You guys have your agenda. I'm over here doing my thing. I'm gonna work around you. I'm gonna expose you at some point, which I'm doing now. And it doesn't matter to me, because we're finally moving into a level of consciousness where we're creating this world. We're creator beings that have been given the ability to create from our creator. So we're connecting with him, and we're creating a new reality on this earth, one that has been stopped out over and over and over again for millennia, and maybe even as far back as a million years. I don't know. But regardless, we're at the point where we're going to break free. We've been suppressed over and over again. And finally, after, all the problems we've overcome and learned from and evolved to the point where we can finally break free. We're at that point now, and we are going to break free. Of course, they're going to continue to try and stop us. And they've been successful, like I said, over and over again throughout time here on Earth and in other solar systems, other galaxies. All right. So this one, for the best part, is where we're going to break free. And we're one of the last, I think, bastions in our galaxy of where the deep state evil exists. So everybody's watching to see if we evolve, and we're evolving. We very, very high level beings of light are evolving. Some of us reptilian, all right? Some of us, Palladian. Some of us Arcturian. Some of us, from many different solar systems, are here at this time after evolving, coming down into this reality and evolving as a group and breaking free. One of the only places in our galaxy, in many galaxies, where this has happened, where multiple, forms, like I just mentioned, Palladians, Arcturians, and so forth, have come and have learned to work together. Usually, it's that the Palladians have broken free, the Arcturians are broken free, and so forth. But here it is where all of these different star beings have come, and we're all breaking free together. This is monumental. Everybody's watching. So with the advancement in consciousness, we're starting to see very easily through the lies and manipulations like the Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson's and Alex Jones's and all that stuff. So that's why they're breaking down, and we're breaking free from their manipulations. So occasionally, most of the time, they would give us really good information, and then they would come in and couch in some negative, which they really started going full retard mode against President Trump, because he and our military is breaking free, has broken free for the most part from the reptoids, right? Draco reptilians, who are a race of beings that, for the most part are negative, but they have a few positives in there. But that's the way it is in humanity too, because here on Earth we have, some negatives. That's for the most part, unfortunately, that's the Islamist, right? So we're breaking free. We're helping them break free, and those that don't want to willingly break free, they're going to be broken free, right, from us. Right? We're going to break them out away from us in kinetic form, right? So the kinetic form, or Trump is of God, and he's giving them the option. Now, you guys that know that my Archangel Michael experience, I'm the same way. I send love. I send a bubble of energy of love surround certain individuals. They have the option at that point to turn to the good, the light, not the darkness, and not the Luciferian side. And even though Lucifer is the angel of light, just like that statue that sits in the harbor of New York, Statue of Liberty, right? So we have learned to see through their BS, and we're breaking free from that on every single level, and exposing those that are part of that system, which is the people that are in control in Iran right now, the people that are in control in France, the people who are in control in Great Britain, the people that are in control in Germany, and on and on and on. So all of these people are being exposed. All of these people will be removed in one form or another. Just like when I would surround people, it's funny. One of you are like, Mike, I wouldn't, send a bubble of love to Newsom. He might come back at you with that love. I was like, that's funny. That won't work. So no, that's what happens when you send love to someone, is they become unable to connect with their Luciferian dark energy forces. And it basically, it'll either break them free or it will expose them. If they don't go to the light, then they'll be destroyed. Right. And unfortunately for most people that I've sent that love light to, almost all of them have been destroyed. Right. So that's what I've been doing to, obviously, and I hope a lot of you have been doing that because you've been listening to me for a while, have been sending that love energy to the Iranian regime. For the most part, a lot of those guys are gone, right? And we're going to see the rest of them go bye-bye too. Some of them will go to the light, but most of them, they're going away, guys. All right, so that's just the way it is. So those fallen angels, they don't get to exist here on Earth anymore going forward. They will be removed, and or they will come to the light, right? And I know of some that have actually come to the light, believe it or not, some of these fallen angels. So, and they've spoken to me. Of course, I'm very, very observant, right? So maybe they're trying to just pull me into a false narrative, but that has never worked. All right, so let's look at a little bit more what's going on out there. The coming collapse of the Iranian regime, the coming collapse of the Cuban regime. So all around the world now, the God military, the U.S. military, along with other militaries that are moving towards the light around the world, will start to take out these fallen angel control systems and so forth, right? All around the world, because they used the U.S. military for the longest time. They had infiltrated and controlled the U.S. military and Luciferians, and they were using the U.S. military for their evil purposes. So that is being flipped. Of course, the Luciferians want to, they're screaming and yelling that Trump is a bad man and he's trying to do evil things. Of course, whenever you see that, guys, you should know right away that anyone that's doing that is either unfortunately misinformed, has a demonic soul, demonic figure that's controlling, manipulating their consciousness in their mouths, right? So that's where you can start looking at them from now on, right? So if you're, behind President Trump, you're on the right side, guys. So let's look at what's going on.
DC is saying non-negotiable and impossible. Meanwhile, reports are coming out of their people. Again, basically anybody that blinks wrong in Iran, because the regime is so paranoid, is getting the axe or the noose.
So that's very sad, obviously. Now, they did that for a long time, for years here in America. J6ers. And then people that were very conservative and so forth, they went after their bank accounts. Of course, they did the same thing in Canada against the trucker convoy guys, people that are of God, of the light. They have gone after them in Canada. Same thing in Australia, same thing in New Zealand. There's massive pushback around the world on that, but they're starting to come back again and exert their power again. So it's the last ditch push by the Luciferians around the world. Last ditch, right? Now, will this be over this year? Think about that, guys. You think this is going to be over in 1 year? Some of these places like Australia and New Zealand and Canada and Europe still have a stranglehold over their country and their people. Right, so it's going to take time. Now in America, we're breaking free from it, and we're not going to allow it to come back again, right? And anytime it comes in, we're going to be like very soft, very gentle, like good angels are. We'll give them the option to do the right thing, and then we'll press them, and that's what we've been doing since Trump came back. So we've been very patient, very calm, very cool under all the pressure that we went through under the Biden administration. Another one of the last ditch efforts by the deep state Luciferians, right? So that got exposed, that got pushed back, that is being unwound. And as that's being unwound, the 2020, it's not over yet. All right. So we're going to see a lot of this stuff be exposed. The people that are involved in all these different things are being exposed, are going to stand justice. So all these things are happening. And the people that are going to be, involved in that, Pam Bondi, obviously not. Will the person that was her underling, her second, seems to have, in the beginning, seems to have done some good things, but now seems to be fizzling out. So there's people in the wings that are waiting to move in that position to take that ball and run it through the goal line and expose a lot of people and take a lot of these evil people down. So we'll see, going forward. So Trump gives people the opportunity, just like I do when I send love to someone. They're given the opportunity to do the right thing and turn to the light. And if they continue to do evil, then they get removed, guys, right? One fashion or another. So Max Afterburner, he's basically exposing a lot of this stuff too. He gives a great overview. He was a pilot, so he gives a lot of good insight of what the pilots are capable of. I like to listen to his stuff, and he's around the world. He's a very worldly guy, so great guy to follow.
Point. President Trump heard all of what the IRGC has been saying, it seems like, and he responded in a way that only he can. He told reporters flat out, frankly, maybe we're better off not making a deal at all. Do you want to know the truth? Because we can't let this thing go on. He then referenced the naval blockade directly, saying Iran has not paid a sufficient price yet for its behavior, and outlined two options on the table: an acceptable deal or escalated military action. And on those same lines, in a Truth Social post, this is exactly what President Trump said regarding Iran. He said, I will be soon reviewing the plan that has just been sent to us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable and that they have not paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
So what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Now, one of the reasons why Europe is not getting involved is because Europe has had their finger in the pot, and they were getting a kickback from the oil as Iran sold it. Europe was getting a kickback as the oil was being sold, and we're seeing that potentially Europe. It's been out in the press already. I say potentially, but it seems like it's already been exposed that Europe has been given classified information on the movement of American aircraft and troops and so forth, coming through Europe and so forth, guys. So that's one of the reasons why President Trump is saying, he's ready to just move out. Now, why would we get involved in this conflict to begin with? Now, ultimately, Europe would be the one that pays the price first. Europe and Israel. So we have a agreement with Israel, protect Israel, and Europe, NATO. But at this point, NATO is not helping us, and we're starting to see the reason why, because they've been getting kickbacks to the tune of over the last several decades. Of course, the City of London is involved in this. City of London put them in power, and the City of London has been getting a kickback for that for almost 50 years. Billions, trillions of dollars probably at this point. So we're and same thing with America. America, we never broke free from the British Empire guys. They have been manipulating us ever since. Property taxes, all that stuff, goes to Federal Reserve, goes to governor, just like the British Empire, governor, and so we've constantly been seeing, our money, our blood, sweat, and tears, basically going to the British Empire and doing the work of the British Empire with our military, right? Protecting Europe with our military. We are the ones that have funded NATO. Europeans give, like, if they give anything, they've like 5% of their wealth goes into helping, and we're given the lion's share and have been given the lion's share to NATO all these years. Now, Trump has said that we're no longer going to fund. It's not in the budget anymore, Ukraine. So they're all up in arms about that, because they're like, this is against Russia, and Russia's always been the evil thing, even though Russia basically broke free from the deep state control, which was the Soviet Union. They broke away from the Soviet Union, became the Republic of Russia again. So it is a continuing, war against evil, war against Luciferians. Like I said, they're the fallen angels that mated with the women that are now in positions of, unfortunately, power around the world, and we're breaking free from that. They're doing evil with this money that Iran was making. The same thing in Cuba, same thing in Venezuela, same thing in China. So they do evil just like we were doing in the United States, and now we're starting to break free. Trump is doing tariffs, has started reducing taxes. His first term, he reduced taxes. Those taxes stuck. Those taxes haven't been reversed, even during Biden's administration. Wow. Interesting. It seems like there's still some control there. And President Trump with Warsh, this new Federal Reserve guy that's coming in on, I think, the 11th of this month. And then he's put in position, but he's going to be confirmed by 11th, then in position, I think, the 15th. And then the acting the Fed chair is going to move over into one of the governors, which is one of the few times in history that the top dog of the Fed has stayed on to influence things, because he's going to vote against Warsh, because Warsh is going to start reducing rates. And Jerome Powell had his marching orders from the City of London and the Federal Reserve Bastardos, a fake bank system that we have here in the United States, which is going away. And we'll have a jubilee, which basically is going to bring money back to the people. Sooner the better, and sooner the better we take out this Federal Reserve and destroy it, and the taxation system and the property tax system, which is horrific. You can own your own property. You, as a senior, you should not be continuing to pay property taxes. And I'm a senior, right? So, and I plan to buy a home very soon, and I'm going to own it outright. And I don't want to pay property taxes. That's bullshit. I'm a senior. I'm paying for my property completely. And why do I have to pay property taxes? Well, for the schools, for the children. I raised my children, and they're grown-ups now. Why do I have to continue to do that? It's bullshit, guys. We're we're showing you guys that they're, stealing from us on a massive scale. These property taxes going up and up and up, and soon it's kicking people out of their homes on a massive scale. Foreclosures are exploding again. It's horrific what's going on here in the United States. All right, so all of that stuff gets cleaned up. All of the Hezbollah, all of the Hamas, and they were given money by the world. The United States, helped out the Hamas, the people in the West Bank. And where did that money go? Those people were still living in poverty. And meanwhile, Hamas is building tunnels and collecting massive amounts of armaments and controlling their people, brutalizing their people, just like the Iranian regime has been doing. They've been stealing the people's money. They have incredible oil revenue that comes in that country, and the people have been not benefiting from it. And the American people have not been benefiting from all of our work. We should not be paying taxes. We should be actually getting money, which is going to happen. So that is one of the things I think that this world is just complete slave Luciferian nonsense, and it's got to be corrected. So we have to back President Trump as we move forward.
Let's lay out exactly what's happened over the last 24 hours, because there's been a lot of moving pieces here, and I want to make sure we all have the full picture. First, the IRGC and regime leadership, who's ever actually in charge, which likely there's multiple factions basically arguing and fighting each other, and that would be the Ayatollah class, the mullahs, the IRGC that has the hard-line General Salami, I think is his name at this point. One of the leaders of the IRGC is basically trying to consolidate power, or multiple of them are fighting with factions that want control. And obviously the IRGC members that are near the Strait of Hormuz, or that's their area of responsibility.
These people have to be removed, right? They have to be completely removed. Their goal is world domination. World domination, guys. We cannot let that happen, right? Just like we can't let the Democrats, stay in power and abuse us like they've been doing for, generations now. They have to be removed.
They probably feel like they have the biggest say in these negotiations and in what happens to Iran, because they feel like they have the actual power. That's what they feel like, but the A10 Warthog has a little something to say about that, trying to decide who's in power. That's what's going on in Iran's leadership right now. In my opinion, it looks a lot more at this point like taking.
All right. So the mullahs and all those guys, they're all the same. Leftists, around the world, in Europe, here in the United States, what they want to do is have extreme and complete power. Fascist, systems that they basically choose who gets ahead, who doesn't, and people don't have any say anymore, and it's very frustrating. And thanks for those super chats, guys. 111, that's good. Angelic, very good. All right, so Trump says probably, when asked if he might pull U.S. troops out of Italy and Spain. So this is the movement. He's going to. The military has already said they're going to pull 5,000 troops out of Germany. All right, that's a process going to start. It's going to take anywhere from 6 to 12 months or something like that, or 9 months. So it's a process going to start, and that's 5,000 is dropping a bucket. Right. We have 37,000 troops there. We have huge bases there in Germany. I've been to some of them. It's pretty impressive, but we have to pull out. Why? Because they're targeted by the leftists. Those people that are there in Germany and so forth don't want our troops there anymore. All right. So I've seen this, over time, where we're no longer wanted or liked or whatever, and we just pull out. Right. So we should be doing that from NATO. We're not going to support NATO anymore. NATO's done. It's over. It's a demonic form. It's always been demonic, and we should be pulling out as quickly as possible, right? So he says he would consider pulling U.S. troops out of Italy and Spain a day after announcing that Washington was looking at reducing the number of military personnel in Germany. Trump has harshly criticized NATO allies for not sending their navies to help open the Strait of Hormuz, which they would mostly benefit from, at least their people would. But again, who's really benefiting already? And that's the fallen angel class. Right? We're not going to call them elite anymore. We're fallen angel class, all right? So the fallen angels basically are, benefiting every time Iran has moved over the last almost 50 years, oil through the Strait of Hormuz. They've been getting kickback. So that's why they are not going to help out. And some places refuse to even let the U.S. military use their bases in those countries. So that's a major reason why we're pulling out of there. An internal Pentagon email reported by Reuters last week outlined options for the United States to punish NATO allies it believes failed to support U.S. The words they use, failed to support U.S. operations. Like we're punishing them because they're bad to us, right? No, we're punishing them because they're freaking fallen angels, and we need to break free from that system, right? All right. U.S. to pull 5,000 troops from Germany, Pentagon says. And I'll share the screen on this one so you guys can see. The other one's got all kind of like weird Korean girl stuff. Like there's older woman with whatever. All right. U.S. will withdraw as many as 5,000 service members. All right. The reduction of troops comes after diplomatic tensions between the United States and Germany. And it's not clear what units will be impacted. So as of December 2025, approximately 36,000, so 5,000 is just a drop in a bucket, active duty troops were based there. Now, we're not going to help Ukraine anymore. And that's good for Russia. Now, Russia, got pushed out of Syria. So they were backing Assad, and that fell apart. So Russia basically is out of Syria, and Syria is now linked with the United States. How about that? And in Mali, there was a huge, they tried to overthrow the government, and there's Russian troops down there. The French, the Malians, after years and years of being manipulated and controlled by the French, wanted to kick the French out. The Russians backed them. They kicked out the evil French. And then these Muslims, radical Muslims, 12,000 radical Muslims tried to come into Mali, and they got their asses kicked. They made huge inroads at first, and then the Russians struck, right? And the Russians basically kicked some serious ass. Good job. So we're seeing around the world this pushback against the evil side guys. So the Russians are making some nice money now for selling their oil, and they're able to, now fund some of these other groups that have pushed out the evil side. And of course, the evil side tried to come back again, and the Russians kicked their ass. Good job, Russians. All right. The people of the government and the people of Mali are very happy about that, because when the Islamists come in, they're evil, just like we're seeing in Iran, just like we're seeing in Hamas and Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in the West Bank. These people are absolutely evil guys in Africa right now. So it needs to be really be pushed back. There's a lot of work, but it can be done very, very quickly, very easily. I really believe that we're gonna link with Russia, because it is free from the deep state, and the deep state hates them for that. Crush them and all that stuff. And Trump is like kind of played along. Trump has played along, says if I've been in office, there never would have been a war. Okay. All right. So, but there is a war, and they're crushing the deep state guys. The deep state is bleeding. In the deep state, I'll go into more detail and a further, because there's been a lot of stuff that has come up over the last several years. I predicted that the Russians would go in when everybody was like, the Russians always go to the border. They're never going to go in. And I was like, no, they will go in after the Olympics. And sure enough, the day after the Olympics, they went in. So, and I've been predicting that Russia would, all the fighting that's happened, I said which way it would go. And I said that Russia would come back and they would like just start to steamroll over the Ukrainian troops. And that's what they're doing. They're almost at the point where they're going to seize major cities. Sumy is a major city up near Kyiv, and which they've been using in that area to launch missiles into Russia at the capital, Moscow, and so forth. So they're basically coming in. They're steamrolling into Ukraine now because we're not funding it anymore. Now, are sending military equipment there. So Europe is still doing it. Europe is still funding it. And Europe is literally sending troops and have been sending troops, mercenaries, into Ukraine for years and years now. And Russia has been pointing it out, and no one seems to do anything about it. So we'll see what happens. Germany I think, might get spanked hard by Russia. Russia, we know that Russia basically came in and seized half of Germany. Maybe this time they'll come in and seize the whole country, right? Germany's bad guy land. And if they continue to be bad guy land, they're going to get taken down, right? And all of Europe will be. All right, Germany, also home to Ramstein Air Base, the headquarters of the Air Force in Europe. Ramstein is a major hub for U.S. military, serving as the central point for American cargo and troops heading to the Middle East. Meanwhile, Landstuhl is a medical center. So all the troops that were, hurt, severely maimed and so forth in the Iraq War and Afghanistan, they would go to Landstuhl and get worked on. And once they get patched up enough, then they would, send them back to the United States. But there's there's probably a lot of people that were saved in Landstuhl. So that's, there's still some good there in Europe. We'll still probably use some of those bases for a little bit, but for the most part, we need to get the hell out of there, right? Stop funding these fallen angels. All right. Now, this is what it looks like. Hegseth is basically calling it out.
With Iran.
I would note $30 billion for bureaucrats in Ukraine is more than the bill that we've talked about today for a existential and critically important war to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon.
So if Iran eventually did get a nuclear weapon, any European country that got out of line of the deep state, they would get nuked, right? Now, eventually we could be like, well, we're not going to get involved with that. Eventually they would have made a rocket that would reach the United States, right? So we have to go in there. We have to take this down. And like I said, the U.S. military now is the God angels, right? That are taking down the Luciferians around the world. Now, what he's saying is, a lot of this money got laundered. It went to these bureaucrats in Ukraine. And we've talked about it over the years that a lot of that money was actually coming back to the Democrat Party as well. And we already know that. He's not mentioning it there, but we've talked about that in the past. We've proven that in the past, and that's been stopped out too.
Worth noting.
Hegseth triggered controversy by claiming the US has spent $30 billion for bureaucrats in Ukraine, arguing that even greater stakes now lie in what he called an existential confrontation to stop Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Under sharp questioning from Senator Angus King, who accused Washington of abandoning Ukraine, Hegseth doubled down, demanding Europe step up, fund the war, and shoulder the burden, insisting the conflict is Europe's responsibility.
Senator, if you would hold that chart back up, I think that's a beautiful chart. I think that's exactly what we want. We want Europe stepping up and funding and shouldering the burden. They are rich countries worth 20 trillion versus economy of 2 trillion. Europe can step up, Europe can fund it, and they have through our Pearl Initiative and through our European Command. That's exactly what the American people want to see, is other countries stepping up and funding that. If it's that important to Europe, which I understand why it is, and the incursion of Russia and the bravery of the Ukrainians, then European countries should pay for it. And that's exactly what that chart says, and that's the administration policy.
The hearing escalated further when Senator Elizabeth Warren raised allegations of potential financial conflicts of interest tied to defense-linked investments. Hegseth dismissed the claims outright, calling them fabricated and politically motivated. The exchange.
Elizabeth Warren, fallen angel. All right, so it's on. You know, we're at war against the evil guys, and these people that step up. Just recognize them for who they are, the fallen angel offspring. They have to be removed, and they will be removed. So that's the problem that we're facing right now, and it's going to continue. Now, Nino Rodriguez had a really, really good show. Maybe at some point I get this Dr. William Schnobelen on my show. I've had Craig Lund. The satanic, Luciferian group that he says is the top people in like the intelligence, not intelligence, but in the satanic what? Chain of yeah. So neither Tracy and I can think of it right now. So basically, the people that are running like Illuminati. Anyway, he talks about them. And what is it? Anyway, I'll think of it in a minute. So anyway, let me play this a little bit. And the Cabal, Luciferians, yes, all those, right? But Oracle and Facebook, the Jesuits, Jesuits, of course. So anyway, let's Silicon Satan. That's right, Donald. So that's a book that he wrote. So Silicon Valley, the people that are running Silicon Valley have become very, very, up in the ladder, if you will, of the Luciferians. The political class are kind of like below them now. At one point, that Silicon Valley was just, Washington, Seattle, and San Francisco, but now it's moved around the world. And the tech bros, that's right, the tech bros, right? Absolutely. All right, so let's look at this this one video. It's going to go a little bit deep. I saw it. I'm like, holy smokes, these guys, because I've seen both of these guys, talking. Now, I followed Dr. William for quite some time, and his information, he just really came out here. So I think we need to bring him out and have him go a little bit deeper. It only got 80,000 views. I think Nino can get some pretty good views because he got a huge subscriber base. Almost got 1 million people now. So a little over 500,000. So let's listen to a little bit of this, and I'll comment a little bit here and there. But we're going to talk about so Dr. William, he started out as I think he was I think it was Jewish or Christian. I think it was started out Jewish, and then he went like total satanic. And then he went into the Mormon church, which he's going to talk about, which is even more satanic, as he's going to describe. I was like, what? And so Nino was the same way. He's like, what? So I was like, But I've heard some of his talks before, so it didn't really blow me away. I've heard this for quite some time. So hidden within a lot of these religions, as we know, is pure evil, right? And he's going to talk about some of that. But he's also going to talk about vampires. Now we can see some of these vampires. I think Hochul and Newsom and Witchmer, and there's several vampires and witches out there, guys.
Lucifer. And it transformed my life in a very negative way. And I was really in a very dark downward spiral, involved in animal sacrifices. A lot. I was basically, I was supposedly, okay, let me explain. I got to a certain point climbing up, or if you will, down the ladder of Satanism. And I was told that if I wanted to go further, I either would have to go the route of being a lycanthrope, in other words, a shapeshifter, werewolf, or whatever, on one hand, or I had to go the route of being a vampire on the other hand. And I decided to go with the vampire because...
But hold on, those are just mythology creatures, right? Or are they...
See how this works? Most people are like Nino. It's mythological. It's just the movies, right? No, these beings exist.
Especially the werewolves. They're like the assassins of Satanism. They're the ones that
I've seen trail cams with the dog man. Does that have any connection?
It may very well. I know it.
Now, the dogmen are used by the military. They've been used by the military for quite some time. Obviously, very secretive. They're out there. They're not werewolves. Werewolves are on a different level. Dogmen, they were. I don't know if they were, biologically designed, genetically designed, but they have been used in tunnel invasions quite a bit. I think a dogman or dogmen were used when we took al-Baghdadi down. Remember how President Trump was talking about how the dog went in to get al-Baghdadi? I think that was a dogman.
And that might be part of it. But these people, they try to keep very low on the radar, but they're real and they're very scary. And they could literally rip a person apart like tissue paper. They're as big as a grizzly bear. Yeah, that kind of looks like what they look like. They don't look like the old, Lon Chaney movies from the 1940s. I mean, they look like that.
So you're you're telling my audience, you're telling me these are absolutely real.
Oh yeah, they're as real as a heart attack. And
I've heard they're interdimensional. I've heard they're almost like the Sasquatch. They're able to blend into dimensions, come in and out of dimensions.
That may be true. Yeah. Again, it's not my area of expertise. I've just had a couple of them try to attack me over the years, and thankfully, Yeshua is much more powerful than they are, and they're terrified of him. But anyway, so I'm in this deep, dark place, and I sent a check off to the Church of Satan for my annual dues. And when I got the check back from the bank, in the check, the lady that had processed the check had written on it, "I'll be praying for you in Jesus' name." And of course, I just sneered at that. I thought that was stupid. Threw it in the file and forgot about it. Well, literally within a day.
All right. So I've been talking about this for years, ever since I had my Archangel Michael experience. I think it was like a couple of decades ago. Yeah, it's over a couple of decades ago now. When I was in Iraq, I think it was like 2003, 2004, around 2000, late 2003 is when I had that experience. So almost quarter century now. So from that point, eventually, as you guys know, I got to the point where, after having the Archangel Michael experience, where he, brought me back to this reality and sent me back and infused me with the love vibrational frequencies. And from that, I started sending love to these evil beings, whether they're fallen angel types like Hillary Clinton or lots of others. We never saw the real Biden in office as president because I worked him and Kamala. So, and it's not me. I just send love, the love of, Archangel Michael and the love of God. So that's what that person did. And that made him weak, as you're going to see. So that's what I do. I come in and completely destroy their demons now. I armor up with the armor of God, and I go in and completely destroy demons, send them back to departiculate them and send them back into the light. So this is what, some of us can do. This is not for the average person. It takes time, takes training, takes focus, and you have to have a connection to the angelic realm, the good guy side. All right. So this is a very interesting story. Let's continue.
My whole life fell apart. I lost all my occult power because, believe me, occult power is real. Magic is real, but it's powered by demons. It's not like these new age types will tell you, oh, it's this inner force like the Force, in Star Wars, and you can just channel and do stuff. I mean, it's from demons. And anyway, I lost it all. I lost my job. I felt sick as a dog. And the next day
So that's what happens. They lose their demonic connection, which gives them power. They become weak. They become vulnerable. And at some point, they can go to the light, which he eventually does.
I got a phone call from these two girls, teenage Satanist chicks down in Chicago, which is like about 90 miles from where I lived in Milwaukee. And they said, can we come up and see you? We hear you're this great satanic priest, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, they said they had a present for me. And since I just lost my job, I figured, well, maybe they're going to give me some money. So they came up to see me, and they came and they brought me these two Christian comic books from Chick Publications, I'm sure you've all heard of, Spellbound and Angel of Light. Now, can you imagine, two Satanists giving you Christian comics? And they said, you've got to read these things. They're so stupid. They're Neanderthal, and they'd written like obscene things in the margins and made the people look cross-eyed and all of that. Again, I just threw it in the drawer and forgot about it. Well, the next day, Mormon missionaries showed up. And I kind of skipped over the fact that back in 1973, I was down in Arkansas studying under the Grand Druid of North America. And he told us if we ever got into trouble, that we should join the Mormon Church, because the Mormon Church was founded by witches for witches, so that we could hide out in that church and appear to be nice, straight Christian, all-American Norman Rockwell type people. And so we joined the Mormon Church. And I became an elder. I really got into it. I mean, I gave up the dope, I gave up the cocaine, but because I had been told that the leadership of the Mormon Church were all white witches, I kept doing the white witchcraft thing. And I went to the temple in Salt Lake City, which is kind of like, the Cadillac of Mormon temples. And the thing is like a satanic Disneyland.
So you're telling me right now that Mormons, a lot of them, I guess it's like the Masons, the lower level, mid-level don't know what's going on at the highest level. But you're telling me at the highest level, Mormons are Satanists?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What?
And yeah, and I know it's hard to believe, but in the course of this, this Druid guy gave us some secret words to feed into the Mormon temple at Salt Lake. And we did that. And as a result of that, the whole temple was shut down except for us. We were allowed to go through, the endowment, they call it, the ritual. We were married for time and all eternity in the secret rooms with all of weird mirrors and everything. And then they had me go and meet with the president of the temple, who's this big shot, and he in turn arranged us to have a meeting with one of the 12 apostles. Now, this is at the very top hierarchy of the Mormon Church, right under the prophet. And I'll tell you the name of the guy. It was Elder James Faust. Believe it or not, his name was Faust. And if you know anything about occult history, you know that Faust is the name of a famous fictional sorcerer who sold his soul to the devil. But it just happened to be this guy's name by coincidence. In any event, we told him that we had had dreams and visions where there was like satanic type stuff going on in the temple, where there was like this naked young girl on an altar and people were chanting and all around her and all of this stuff. You know what this guy said? He said that I bear you my solemn testimony, which is a big deal for a Mormon to say that what you have said is true, that Lucifer is the god of the Mormon temple. And that if you, if you like play your cards right, if you move out here to Salt Lake, because at this time we were living in Milwaukee, he could find a place for us very high up in the Mormon hierarchy, serving, quote unquote, in the temple.
Wow.
So, fortunately, before that happened, a few things happened where we ended up having to leave Milwaukee, go to Dubuque, which is where I'm living now. And anyhow, along the way, I went to a prophecy seminar because I thought I could go there and steal some sheep. Because I thought, I'm in a church that has a living prophet. These dumb Christians are doing a prophecy seminar, and I can dazzle them with my knowledge of Scripture. So I went there, and it was the first time in my life that I ever encountered a Christian that really knew the Bible. And no matter what I did, he had an answer for it. And finally, I challenged him and I said, well, you know, where do you get the authority to baptize people so they can be saved? Because Mormons believe that either you've got the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, which, you know, claims to all the way back to Simon Peter, and they're up to the present day. But, you know, a lot of people believe that the Catholic Church went kerflooey. And so Joseph Smith, the Mormons believe, came along and restored the true church in 1830. So I asked him, where do you get the authority to do this stuff? You don't have this priesthood from Joseph Smith. You don't have the Catholic priesthood. So, and he said, just look at Acts 16:31, believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and you'll be saved. And at that moment, that was like the arrow, the scriptural arrow that went through my magic Mormon underwear, and bam, it hit my heart. I went home, I prayed and fasted for a few days, and finally the Holy Spirit brought those comic books to mind. And I got those comic books out from the bottom of the closet and, you know, knelt at the foot of the bed and prayed the prayer that's in the back, you know, the Jesus prayer, so to speak, to get saved, and I was born again. And that was in 1984.
Boom. So, as you're seeing, now for the most part, we're not going to have a lot of people do this, right? All right. This was like, he's talking about 1980s. Craig Lund, his transformations happened decades ago as well. So we're at the point now where we're not going to see too many more people transform. And maybe, but for the most part, I don't think we're going to see as many. Right. So whoever's you know, on the godly side, that's great, and whoever's still on Luciferian side, that's where you are. And I think that at some point, as we start to you know, change the vibration of our planet, that they no longer will be able to, and I see it now. It seems like there's so few people now than there used to be. Everywhere I go, there's less and less people, you know, are checking out because they're like, oh, I'm not of this vibration, I'm out. And you know, for lots of different stuff. So it's going to get a lot leaner here on Earth as far as like the humanity, because this is definitely a process that's happening on a massive scale. Now, can people turn? Absolutely. And the process, I believe, is still happening. It's happening on a faster and faster scale. Will it be on great numbers? Like I said, I don't think so. But let's look at this. This is very intriguing. And if we start to see stuff like this happen, it's very encouraging. But we're going to see this stuff start to happen. So actor Spencer Pratt star, you know, like on the Hollywood Boulevard, all those stars, fallen angels, stars, all right? Hollywood, of course, you know, the witch's wand, So Pratt has some MAGA creds and support from a small but influential group of celebrities, including Dana Carvey, David Spade, Joe Rogan, and Adam Carolla. So it's moving in that direction. Each election cycle brings a wave of celebrities endorsing the Democrat du jour, the Democrat of the day, Clinton, Harris, Mamdani. November 3rd, LA mayoral election could be an outlier. So are we going to see Spencer Pratt actually take his fame and transform it into the mayor of LA? Wow. So these, former, Hollywood types, fallen angel stars, whatever, could they turn this around? It is possible, guys, and I hope they do, but we will see. LA is very, very corrupt. All right, to be sure, many liberal-minded voters have already rallied behind incumbent Democrat Mayor Karen Bass, despite all around low marks for handling of the 2025 Los Angeles wildfires, or her progressive challenger, City Council member Nithian Raman. So a lot of corruption. It's been exposed, but still people don't care, it seems like. Bass leads in essentially every poll. And Raman is promised to reverse the dramatic Hollywood job losses happening on the incumbent mayor's watch. So Hollywood is really getting hammered by this corrupt government in not only Los Angeles, but all throughout California. Everybody's suffering in California. So says still, Pratt is in second place in 2 of 3 recent polls, including one a few weeks ago. So ideally, you don't want to be in the front all the way through. You want to come from behind. That's ideal. So if Pratt can come behind strong, he could win this thing. And that would turn around the evil of LA potentially, unless he's another infiltrator, just more of the same, but just with a different face, right? Including one a few weeks ago by UCLA Luskin School of Public Affairs, with Bass ahead by 14 points, and an Emerson College poll in early March in which Pratt trailed by just 8 points. So a nonpartisan primary will be held on June 2nd, and any of the candidates could win the mayoral race outright by receiving more than 50% of the vote. So who knows? Maybe he'll win it if he gets more than 50% of the vote on June 2nd. Could happen. All right. The sour news that continues to flow from the City of Angels could make Pratt's candidacy more than a reality show lark. So it says he's got a lot of people from the Hills alum that think he would be a good fit. So it says apolitical comics, David Spade and Dana Carvey bash modern LA and march from the comfort of their Fly on the Wall podcast. The Saturday Night Live alums boast decades of Hollywood experience, and they couldn't keep their concerns to themselves, Spade said. And that old Hollywood needs to die, all right, needs to be replaced by the good angels. Reflecting on the production lots he once worked on that are now filing for bankruptcy. Thanks, Karen Bass. Thanks, Newsom, he said, referring respectively to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom, Vampire Boy, also a Democrat. The amount of productions is dying. And so they have to do something so more production comes back. And that starts with negotiating with the union and also subsidizing industry tax breaks, all right, to compete with Romania. So they can take a whole crew and film in Romania and save money. That money should be staying in California, but because of the California taxes and all of the stuff that they, make life miserable for everybody who wants to do something good, then people are just, the industry is just fleeing LA. It's cheaper to bring 100 American people to Ireland than to walk across the lot at Fox, past the sound stages, and do it there. So Rob Lowe said, referring to his game show, The Floor, it's just tax, economics of it all. So it's criminal that California and LA have let it happen. It's criminal. Everybody should be fired. Yes, taxes got to go bye-bye, right? Khloe Kardashian, hardly a partisan voice in the culture. She recoiled after learning citywide budget cuts hurt the fire department's resources at the worst possible time. Timing, yes, they did it on purpose. Mayor Bass, you are a joke, Kardashian said via her Instagram feed. So it seems like the celebrities are ganging up on them. Fellow podcast giant Joe Rogan, who called LA home for several years and left for Texas, also endorsed Pratt. Listen, man, I'm voting for you. Well, I can't vote for you, but I'm rooting for you. I mean, if I lived in LA still, no question whatsoever, I would vote for you. Fellow reality stars, Kristen Cavallari, Brody Jenner, The Hills, and Jesse Draper, The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, Secret Lives. Are you really telling us secret lives of those Mormon wives? Also have Pratt's back in demonic secret lives. Comic Nikki Glaser, a fixture on the Hollywood circuit, isn't weighing in on the mayor's race because she left the City of Angels for a less splashy destination and turned California around. So that would be perfect. So here's a guy, Pratt, who no background. I don't know, maybe has a little bit of money from all that his acting career. And looks like he's getting backed by, all the people that normally back the Democrats no matter what. So now they're turning against him, and he's running as a Republican too. So very interesting. We'll see if that transforms. We'll see if Lewis Herms, who's coming from the bottom, no backing, never been in a political office, and not a rich man by any stretch of the imagination. If he gets to that position, that would be phenomenal. So we need people like that to start taking these political positions, guys. All right. So that's the way we went against the Luciferian fallen angels. All right. All right, guys. Lots of love and stay in the love vibration, because that's how we defeat them. Say great prayers and send them to these baddies. All right. Make sure you protect yourself. All right. Lots of love. I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah. And so if that was the case, they weren't using, they didn't create that then. And then the earth is a lot bigger than what's been reported.
Yeah, they put that one out too. So, if you, like me, have sailed the world not sailed, well, we call it sail, but in a submarine, we have a sail, but it's not.
You're traversing the world.
Yes. I've, been way, way, way down to the Antarctic and way up to the Arctic. 1 degree of latitude or longitude in any direction is 1 nautical mile, which is 6,000 feet. And if you're going at a certain speed, you can record knowing how much, current you have with you or against you, you can calculate how far you've gone. That's really obvious. So, but as far as going to Antarctica, there's 1,000+ people that go there a year as tourists. You can rent cruises, buy a sailboat if you want, sail around Antarctica, and they'll take you off on a little dinghy boat and go up on the place where there's no glaciers coming down, and you can literally hike up onto Antarctica. You could even hike if you want. People have backpacked, way in, and they're even having big planes that go to the pole in the Antarctic as well. And there are no fly zones there, but those are because of what's there, such as the entrance to the Earth, inside the Earth, and other bases and things and artifacts that they don't want people to know about yet. But
pyramids,
but if you do the basic, what Ptolemy did, I did it with some kids in a science class I was in with walkie-talkies because there was no cell phones in the 70s and 60s. We, with a ruler, a yardstick, a protractor, so you can get your angles perfect 90 to the earth and go it, across the city as far as you can get, and then time it out and mark and get it perpendicular to the earth and measure the shadow. It's different. And you can calculate the size and the circumference of the earth. And so it's really, really obvious that, it is pretty much what they've been saying all this time along. And, there are many cruises people can take and go around the Arctic. So now, as far as going to the moon, of course, we went there, but not like, as I said, the way they showed. That was Stanley Kubrick's movie. But they're not going to
Why did they do that?
Because
I know, and we talked about it. I want you to tell and we'll discuss it because that's what people need to know because that's how it gets. That's how it becomes a conspiracy theory, right?
Yes. Well, the reason is several-fold. The first reason is if you get there, you don't get there, you have a catastrophic event, the people would be extremely upset. So you don't want to put that kind of money in that era without tangible results. So you have a movie. Plus, they didn't know what they're going to hit. And so what's going to happen when they get there, which is with the craft, not what they showed you, but with a craft, they went there. And there were Alpha Draco ships lined up on the crater wall. So, that wouldn't have boded well on national TV. That wouldn't be a good look, So they had that. And of course, the NAZIs had a base, like I said earlier, like in the movie Iron Sky. And now that's lunar base A, B. There's A, B, C, and then there's base on the back of the moon. There's a detention facility that's right on the edge of the back of the moon. During a 18-year transit of the moon back and forth, it shows 54% of its surface. So it periodically gets a view of the Earth. That's for the very high-profile people they want to keep alive in the deep state for information. And so with the technology, a person you don't need to torture people for information anymore. The nanotech that they can literally download somebody's mind. So go into the mind, find out whatever they're thinking, download all their information, their knowledge, everything else. The technology again is beyond belief. So the waterboarding and all that stuff it's no longer needed, and you can't hide any information. The deep state can't hide anything. So they make deals to keep their legacy, to protect family or the brotherhood or something. And the real high ones up that we don't even know the names are kept on the backside of the moon and some other places out on asteroids and things in our solar system. And so that is already been being done since Trump's first term.
So wasn't that base the initially was the German base and all of that that was on the backside of the moon? Wasn't that a part of the Antarctic Treaty about the transferring and the power of that, as well as the Mars bases that we have? Yeah,
it was the secret part of the treaty, of the Antarctic Treaty, with the base 211, fourth and fifth Reich types. So they got certain things. They have certain within every major organization, major company. They would have certain people installed that were fascists, as well as in our Congress or Senate, and periodically have a president like the Bushes, the Scherfs. So so we're a fascist country up until Trump got in. And that's why you see fasci on the floor of the Congress on each side, and back of the Liberty Dime. Several states have fasci on their insignia for their state seal. And so that's showing the control. Plus they, you know, a lot of the missions that the space program had, like Voyager, was to see the growth by the deep state of the fourth and fifth Reich types. How much had they gotten out there? And they were freaked out of their mind. I mean, they had asteroids and moons and everything was there all over the place. They're like, oh my word. So they made another deal. And so now, you know, with the deal the NACI's made with the Alpha Draco of having to have a prime Draco on every one of their Dark Fleet ships, they didn't like that at all. They're very proud people. And so they actually have broken free from that, as has a whole huge contingent of the Alpha Draco have broken as a fifth column. And so the Alliance of Free Worlds that is helping mankind on Earth, and the build out on the backside of the moon is now beyond belief. And, you know, they help set up the quantum system and all of that, and all of this technologies and everything that's coming. You know, it's going to be mind boggling as we go up that bell curve, that, you know, geometric curve into disclosure, and big pharma and all this gets destroyed by the technology that comes out. That's why they didn't want that out, because you're talking about technology. The more you can sell stuff to it, you keep it sick, you poison it, you do everything, you just keep it alive barely. And
yeah, keep throwing band-aids at it just so they keep the money flowing, keep it just functioning and keeping it going down that path, you know?
Yeah. And so once this system comes out, you know, the med bed systems and all this other stuff, and the quality of life goes through the ceiling. And then they have, you know, like Elon Musk with the robots and all of that, people will only work if they want to. The wealth will be so vast. I mean, everybody, if you look at your straw man, you're worth billions by the time you're in your 50s. There go, you know, who would work? How would anything get done? Well, robots will do most of it, and they'll look human. And then you also will have people doing things that certain things only people could and should be doing, which is raising children. You might want to have your food grown by a human being, because there's an interaction at an energetic level, at the quantum level, between a person that is loving the plants and talking to the plants and working with the plants and cares about the plants, as opposed to just mechanized harvesting and growth. And so the plant is way more vibrant and powerful. And so all of these things are coming very, very soon and rapidly. You know, people think it's, you know, a lot of people think this is going to take, you know, decades. I don't think so.
Nope.
Because it's just like anything. Once you start improving, it's very small at first, the growth. It's like, you know, as martial arts, for example, as I was learning, the first few 4 or 5 years, I'm not really that amazing. I'm okay, but I'm probably not really good on the street in a real situation. Just enough to keep myself alive, maybe. You know, but by the time you get to 10, 12 years in, if you're in a real training style, not like a dojo, but your abilities start growing so fast, you don't need an instructor anymore. The art itself starts teaching you. And so that's, you know, where we're headed. We're headed in a situation where we'll be learning so fast and things will be changing so fast that it'll just go astronomical. It'll go vertical, the changes. So the next generation that's already, you know, in their single digit years now, the world they will be getting, we can't even conceive of it. We'll be on planets all over the galaxy, let alone probably other galaxies with, you know, make Star Trek look pale. I mean, what you're seeing in Star Trek, that's pathetic technology. You have technology where, yeah, you can travel like that by Mach 5 or Warp 5, I mean, and that's slow. You could instantly be there. But, you know, sometimes you know, when you go on a road trip, it's not just, you know, jump at a portal and be the other place.
It's about the journey sometimes.
Yeah, it's about the journey and the trip and what you find in between. So
yeah.
That's,
because,
you know.
Because that's what people don't know. We have actual gates from Earth to the moon, direct, to Mars, direct, to Saturn, direct, different places, direct.
Yes.
This Eden, Earth was always a major gate hub, and our sun was another major portal gate, correct?
Yes. And then there's what they call, which are actually portals, what they call jump gates.
Yes.
So near most of your major airports, you have a Hilton hotel or something that the deep state had a jump gate in. And you can jump to various places from that gate with the
Like
portal.
in a hotel room.
Yeah.
Specific rooms.
Well, it's the elevator would go down. You'd hit a certain key code sequence in the elevator buttons, and it would go down, and you come out into an area where you could go into a jump gate. And depending on, you know, the timing and everything, you could get to the moon or Mars or Saturn or Ganymede or, you know, all these different places. And so that technology is old.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was being built for, I think the first rendition of a jump gate was I think he called it the Trinitron. It's out at Indian Wells in near where they have the every year they have a big huge conference. The largest freestanding piece of granite is out there, and this guy built a jump gate, and they came and gutted it and took all the technology from him, the deep state. But now, you know, the Alliance has that, and humans have had that for a long time, and they have blink technology with the craft and everything. So, I mean,
so let's do this, Gene, because I said this very specifically, not, you know, several months ago. And this is before the Iran deal actually started going on, is that, you know, we have the technology. So, you know, like what you were talking about earlier about the super soldiers and the technology you have, that you could be, they have these little boxes, they're not even an inch. They're like a quarter of an inch squared, right? Little box. It's got these little quantum diamonds that are inside of them. And they spin so fast that they're like at the speed of light inside. They create a field around. And if you've got this on your person, you cannot be shot. You could shoot a bullet of 50 caliber at you and it ain't hitting you. And it's like they have this kinds of technology that's out there that you as an individual could even have, that's interlaced into the super soldiers outfit, their gear. And it's like, that's why when they were talking about Venezuela and stuff, they were shooting at them and stuff and nothing could hit them. Nothing could do nothing to them. And, you know, it's like, not only that, but it's like, okay, we've got all this technology. We've got all this stuff that we could actually shut down the power, shut down everything within a country, and then turn it back on. Because we did it multiple times several years ago, you remember. And the deal is that why are we messing around with that kind of conventional technology? Because this is what it is, messing around with Iran when we could have knocked this shit out in a couple hours. Because I think that we could do that, and we've done a lot of it, but we had to blow some shit up and we had to do things the old school way.
Yeah, the old school way for, you know, just because you can't, you know, same, you know, people say, why are we using rockets to go places if we have this?
Yep.
Because you can't put that out in front of the populace at this time until we have disclosure and all these things.
You know, when they went and found that pilot, they talked about stuff that nobody, even they could identify a single individual's heartbeat anywhere on the planet.
Yep. That's a nano diamonds with graphene.
Graphite. Diamonds. That's what I'm talking about. Is like, and they got technology that will blow your freaking mind, people, but they're not using it. They're trying to make it as conventional as possible, but still being in 100% control. Would you agree?
Well, they are actually using it in Iran, some of it. So they have like a whole bunch of special forces that jumped out of a aircraft at night, no shoot.
I know. That's what that technology does. That's what. So they're called the Ghost Soldiers.
Yeah, and they plummet to the ground just before they get the ground. It deaccelerates them. They land gently on their feet. Then it starts powering up behind them and propels them there till they're running like 90 miles an hour. Then they can see through the ground down to where the tunnel is. It opens up, it phase shifts them. So they run down into the ground, into the tunnel. No particle weapons, no nothing. So
this actual special forces guy, he's like a really awesome dude. He was like, he saw these guys around, but he didn't know who they were and all that stuff. And then they went on this mission. They were up in the plane, and then all of a sudden they just jumped out the back of it. He's like, oh my God, what the hell? It freaked him out. And he's like, and then he was like, they jumped, they had their gear on and stuff, but they didn't have no parachute, no nothing. All of a sudden they just jumped out of the freaking plane at a halo jump, right? And it's like, it freaked him out. And then like 5 days later, he said he saw them all and they were all fine. And he was just like, what?
Yep.
Oh, it blew his mind, because this dude's been in the special forces he's like a really badass. I ain't gonna say who it is. But he was an awesome fucking sniper and stuff. And he said it blew his mind. And that's exactly what they were referred to as the Ghost Soldiers, because nobody knew who they were or what affiliation, because they never wear patches.
Yes. So, that's where we're headed. Warfare is going to become impossible. When the whole world gets this, little bit by little bit. It's what Tesla had dreamed and actually facilitated. He actually jumped timelines and came back as crazy as this sounds. You'll read Ingersoll Lockwood and that stuff, about little Baron Trump and all that stuff. But he came back as Snowden, and he came back as, what's the other one? Remember right now, but he made it possible so that we would have this technology and all of this now. And so it's just, like I said, a time when people, a lot of what people are seeing, it's just, they still believe it. I mean, just what? Like this last assassination attempt, this guy runs through the security, and this only one person gets their gun out, one lady, the police, it gets 5 shots off. I'm like, nobody tackles this guy. Nobody puts themselves in their way. I mean, there would have, if that was real, there would have been a hail of bullets, and somebody would have tackled the guy down.
You don't believe that this was a 100% setup. You are not.
And then, of course, they're talking about, well, that's the reason for the ballroom. That's the whole point of it. And then what's under the ballroom? Well, now we already have Senator, who saying that, saying this is military stuff. Jumpgate, along with a whole lot of technology that'll make it impossible for that stuff to happen in the White House at all. And it's just. And of course, Trump, was sitting there and he's just looking around like, yeah, okay, there he is. Okay, here it comes. Okay. And of course,
I was actually watching it when it happened live, and I heard it. And I was telling Kelly, I was like, did that just happen? Did that just happen? And everybody's sitting around like no big deal here. And then all of a sudden you start seeing everybody freaking out. But he's just still standing there. He's just still sitting there like, what? Nothing's going on. It's like,
come on, the guy, security pulls J.D. Vance's chair back. It doesn't get between him and the shooter, pushes him down or nothing. I'm like, this guy should be fired if that were real.
How does that benefit President Trump and his, I guess, his reputation as a leader who is trying to, turn things over for the good, when there's an operation that all of, like you said, I told you on Blue Sky what's going on, how they're all calling him a liar, a faker, and all this.
It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't that perception matter?
Because
go ahead, Gene. You're
going for the masses of people that are not awake and knowing. So, it's obvious if you look at the way those people were read in. Because, the police lady that's shooting, and she knows what's in her weapon. And, I would do drills on the submarine that, I would go into the captain. I'm going to run this. I'm going to do this. He goes, okay. And even the officer of the deck, nobody knew, just me and him. That's it. Nobody else knew it was a drill. And so you see what people really do that aren't read in. So, when you have high skilled people, special forces trained, high level 20, 15, 10, 20 years, more, they will control the situation so nobody gets hurt in their, and all of that. But in, most of that, the people that are reacting, you can tell the ones that are really reacting because they're in shock. They're in what's called black zone. When somebody they're not going to get hurt because they don't know what to do. They're just freaked out. They're in black zone. They kind of stunned at first. And then you can control that because you train to do that. They train for decades to do that. Many, many, many years. They train every possible scenario, every possible thing. And, it's to make it look like a certain, yes, we need the ballroom. Yes, this is why. This is same with Butler, Pennsylvania. That was deep state hijacked by the White Hats. And so there were 3 shooters, and the guy that actually hit Trump's ear was on the water tower, I believe. Or no, maybe it was the gym further away. There was 3 shooters, the water tower. And so that was totally controlled too. And yet, some things do go awry sometimes, but then also it made Trump, that probably made him president, to be honest with you. And you look at the picture that's being thrown up that looks like somebody smeared something. It's the picture of Butler, Pennsylvania, for this, and all of this that happened now. So it's comms and all kinds of things are going on. And, sometimes you have to have things that are so live, if you didn't get in the way of it, or you can't completely stop it, like Operation Warp Speed. You can't stop what the deep state's going to do. So what you do is you overtake it, and you control it, and you control it so that it's not in their hands, but still, but you're not going to have
that technology of the little diamond box, the nano diamonds that are in the little box. That was what Trump had on that day. So they could have shot 10 shots at him and it wasn't going to hit him.
Yeah. Well, only.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Gene.
No, go ahead, Skelly.
Oh, I was just going to say, so that brings up another question that a lot of people ask is, was that even Trump? Because, we know he has doppelgangers, right? They know they're not going to put him at risk, but possibly with that technology, which I had never heard of, Captain, until you told me about it the other day. Possibly with that technology, it's not as unsafe as people think. So
that's right.
Do you believe that was him at Butler or the other night?
No.
We haven't seen Trump in public since 2018.
And so the reason that it's not him is because he is safe, but the image of him still has to be protected, Kelly.
Yes, yes. I explained that too. Like it didn't matter if it was him or not. If that image,
the image of him
assassinated, would all hell will break out.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so everything's about timing and control. So like Netanyahu was killed. He's dead. But they can't show that yet because it's not in time in the movie. You have to have this play out in a certain way for people. So this is the same way. So with the technology they have, the mask they have now is just a cream, like a gel. You can smear it on yourself, and it has nanodiamonds and graphene and other stuff in it, and it receives a 3D holographic, whatever you want to look like. I mean, you could look like Captain Kyle and sound like Captain Kyle.
Just by then turns in the frequency of it, it can change.
Yep. You could even look like a door. It's just like, the technology's that advanced now. So Trump has been, the deep state. because they have people that can take somebody out at 8 miles. If they, with what he's doing to them, tearing down the financial system, taking over. I mean, that's why they have the King Charles going to charm Trump, try to charm him. Please don't get rid of us and don't get rid of me and all this stuff. But there's a lot of symbology, like we were talking earlier about the beekeeper, that he's done. He's taken out already. It's already been done. And so it's only, a matter of time until it's part of the movie to see that actually happen. Just like with the Queen, she was gone a long time before she got to the palace and couldn't get in the gate. That wasn't her. That was central casting. And so you get all these, actors that have been trained for years and years, but then you also have people that are wearing that gel, and it also keeps them so, like Captain Kyle saying with the nanodiamonds and that, so they can't be hurt, because you've got to protect the image for the people. Because if they do see him obviously get his, like Kennedy, where he gets his, head, explodes, they're going to go not believe that they saved him. And so he would be gone. But he's been in Cheyenne Mountain with maybe 2 exceptions, because with what he's doing to the deep state, they would be so needing to get rid of him, they would blow the building up. They would hit it with a missile or put explosives or something, use technology, some poison, something, and they would just destroy everybody there. And so this is the way in which you don't have that kind of thing happen. And so the White Hats are controlling all of this, let alone the fact that they have things like, Looking Glass and that, and remote viewers that can see the future and all kinds of stuff.
People get the idea of everything scripted and fake. I'm not sure how to answer people who really have been suffering, or the lives that have been lost, or parents that have lost their sons and daughters in war.
Well, that's easy, because the deep state has infiltrated every organization on Earth. If you have an organization that has 50, 60 people and it's important to the world, they'll have infiltrated it. And so you don't know who's infiltrated. You might be somebody you would think you could trust beyond belief, and they would be deep state Satanists. And so you can't script that out. And certain things are, like the jab, that was going to happen. And they had a plan of one. So you have that option, or you have the option to roll it out faster than they can get all the jabs they have. They have to put saline solution, all kinds of stuff, and you lose 1 billion people instead of 8 billion people.
And I understand that. It's the lesser of 2 evils. I understand that.
And that goes the same thing with any of these things, like the wars, like what's happening in Ukraine, or what's happening in Iran, or what happened, in Venezuela. Yes, some of the Cubans guarding it is how the war is, and some of this stuff will affect good people, the stuff
so how do people decipher what is fake and what's not, especially with so much AI these days?
Oh, yeah.
It's really hard, I think, for people to discern what is fake and what's not, especially when you constantly hear it's a movie, sit back, enjoy the show, everything's fake, everything's scripted. That gets confusing for especially the people we're trying to reach. Like, we've got somebody did a really great diagram last night on their show, where there was this little portion at the bottom where, it's a bunch of OG anons sitting around laughing about, masks and fake people and things like that, and boots. And we know all that, right? But then you've got that second row, which is a little bit larger, of the anons that are decoding things and trying to figure things out that way. And then you've got this huge portion at the top that we're trying to reach. And when that smaller portion at the bottom is continually telling them everything is fake, how are we going to be reaching that big portion at the top Does that make sense?
How do we reach them? You don't. You give them truth, and the events actually wake them up. It's
Yep.
the events.
Yep. The series of events and what happens as it happens. It's why Trump, oh, the Epstein files, we're talking about that. That's a psyop. That's, you got to make the people demand it. And you got to make that, because if he hands it out, then they go, it's it's fake, it's not real. But if he says it and then the people demand it, especially the black hats demand it, and the Satanists demand it, and the Demists demand it, and they get it out, and then Elon goes, oh, he's saying that because he's in it. Yeah, because Epstein hated him. He's because he got kicked out of Mar-a-Lago, had him arrested, all kinds of things. So that's the same way with you've got Nick Shirley, this young man who's going around showing all of this corruption in Minnesota and now California, and next will be Texas. The FBI has all that, but they can't come out and say that. You've got to have a young person who's revealing it as a people.
They made him.
Yeah, he's a person. He's a person. The target audience can focus and say that's real. See, it's just a regular guy. It's not the government handing us the same garbage, made up garbage. It's not a movie. It's this. No, this is just a regular guy. He's a very nice looking young man. He's doing all this stuff. And that's how this will continue to go out. You're going to have people that look like regular, everyday people. That you're going to have events, you're going to have situations, you're going to have things come out bit by bit by bit, where regular everyday people will come out and say it. And so they can identify with that. And then eventually it'll come out to where the media itself will come out and say, okay, all of it, because that's the only thing they're going to believe. They're not
which they are starting to do with this Nick Shirley. And immediately I looked him up on X, and now he's supposed to be 23 years old, right?
Yeah.
So he joins in January of Trump's first term. He joins X. So now how young is he then? And so I figured that he had to be, part of that op, and that's good.
They're providing the money, the resources,
Yep.
and the direction for him to do and the protection.
Yeah.
For him to do what he's doing.
Because you don't go down to a cartel and walk in there with all these and not get shot to pieces.
Yeah.
The cartels were told, you shoot him and we will eradicate you all.
Yeah.
You let him go in, you let him do this, you let it, But, the average person out there, they'll believe that, as insane as that sounds, that, he walked right in there and they just, because he had something on him and, he didn't, but there was something, holding over their head. Yeah. So
over all of them.
Over all of them. Right. And just like what they understand, we won't just eradicate you. We'll eradicate your families, your children, your property. Yeah. Everything will be destroyed. Everyone will be destroyed. So you go along and you play with this. And so it's the same thing, and
so how do you think, Kelly, when we talk about this, that this works into Trump's world tour, and then you talk about the internet and everything else, and then I told you about what happened when Q started posting. That was the same time as the incident in Las Vegas, and the target in Las Vegas was Ben Solomon. But what did Ben Solomon do after that? He dedicated himself completely to the movement, but he also took over all of the social media. So do they have control over everything? Absolutely, they have control of everything. But they have to force the narrative into the public space in a controlled manner with a backstop of exactly what their plans were to destroy us.
So when you say they have control of everything, the other day you said to an extent. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, so you've got outliers. Outliers means individuals that you don't necessarily have control over, that are not the overall, like say the company narrative, things of that nature, where anyone can post anything. But is that completely controlled or not? To a certain degree, because anything that's put out there can be stopped and then reversed immediately.
Yeah,
They're
like I
allowing
do
it to
think
happen.
they're starting to take down a lot of these paid influencers. I kind of see that like on X, they're starting to lose their accounts or lose their monetization.
So that's all a part of the situation. Like I said, there's going to be a divide. This all has to happen. Why? Because there's the way things are connected. But when Trump continuously calls out central casting, how many times has he done it in the last month?
Right.
Yeah.
It's not. So it's really not about, and this is the hardest part of this. It's not, this is why I don't care about monetization, this or anything else, because none of this matters for me to be profiting off of this thing of what's going on. It's about staying true to the word and helping people when they wake up to a certain degree and lead them when the events actually happen, so that they can have some clarity in it, because all of the noise and nonsense that are out there and all the people that are out there for clickbait and making money and they're patriots, whatever, I don't care. But the deal is that the events is what's going to bitch slap people to wake them up. How many times have I said it's got to get to the precipice to where enough is enough? And what did you just hear in Trump and what was just there? Getting to enough is enough.
Yeah. So, Gene, what do you think that precipice is going to be? Gene?
Yeah, I'm contemplating it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know if you heard me. Take your time.
Yeah. For the target audience, it's varied, because you got people on degrees of intelligence and degrees of mind control, and how you got to hit a critical mass when it becomes, the 100th monkey essentially, and people wake up. But there will be people there will never be enough. They will always say no, 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 no. They just won't believe it. When we were talking about flat Earth, for example, you could take them out in space and show the Earth. You're mind controlling me. It is a hologram, or this is you're hypnotizing me, or, there's people you can't wake up. They'll wake up when they die and leave their body. I guarantee you that. When you see what's out there or in there, then they will wake up. But it will, for the average person, it's going to have to, the Epstein files is one of the most powerful tools possible. And then as it's starting to, it has to happen organically, trickle out about what is really in the jab, with, for example, Dr. Mahalsias showing the blinking lights and all of that. And now Kerry Kingston and other people are saying it had this tech and it can actually, hack into your brain and all this other stuff. And they go, that doesn't, But when they actually start to experience some of that, and that is the deep state actually kind of helping in the way they don't realize. And I know it's grueling, and it's, to have that happening, and for those that are targeted and everybody that is shed on, and so everybody has some of that happening to them to some degree or more. And so, as that comes out and trickles and more information comes out, then people will get upset. And once they said, enough is enough, I've had it, do something, make it happen now. And so it's going to be the mostly from the young people, from like the 9, 14, 20s, like that are looking at the Epstein stuff as they get up into out in the world and doing things, that's gonna make, and they're going to actually influence the parents and the other generations older than them. And so, because the older generations are too mind controlled, when you're talking 30, 40s and 50s, most of those people, you're not going to wake them up until they get woke up by other people that show them that they trust and they love. And so to say, when is that going to happen? Again, I can't give dates or what will be the tipping point. It's too complicated. The movie is so complicated. I'm firmly believe the plan is by God, because it's so complicated. If you look at Colonel Bossie on Stevens Corner, and he showed all the lines of force and different things, and outlaid a basic plan, it just for one area, it was beyond complicated. It was to the point where only God could have that complication under. Yes,
Gene, I was talking to Kelly the other day, and this is what a lot of people don't know, is that all of these countries are wargaming right now, and not just in a conference room, but actually out preparing for a standoff.
For a what?
Standoff. Europe is actually doing actual drills and stuff for an invasion, and even our military is basically saying potentially that they're preparing for a war, but not the war we're actually in.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the thing that's going to cause people to wake up. You're right. That's it. I forgot about that. Near where you get
prepared right now by the European nation, by NATO countries, and they're actually wargaming it on the streets right now with military equipment.
Yeah. Once that happens, then when that gets diffused, then people will go, wow, we can't do this.
This is how close we were.
Yeah, we were that close. So yeah, that's when that event occurs. When that event occurs, I don't know, but it's
backstopped.
So would we consider that to be fake or real? Because a lot of times, and guys, I'm just trying to tell you from the perspective of all the comments in our chat channel, and I see them in other posts too, because I always try to get a read and a vibe on the people to kind of judge for myself, how far along are we here, right? And I know Captain doesn't want to read comments at all or get into all that, but I kind of so that's what I'm trying to ask you from that perspective. How will people know what's real, or is that all going to be called fake, or they're not going to believe it's happening? You know what I mean? Like, how do they know what's real and what's not?
Yeah, it's real up until the point they stop it. The deep state is going to go and try to do it. And they just like warp speed, certain things have to happen. You can't stop it, but you can stop it from going to its conclusion.
And then, so when I say that it's real, but it's backstopped, that means that it can't get to that place.
Yes.
But it is going to be confrontational. That's what brings it to reality to people. If not, then you're not going to. Why did you think I said that when we go to Iran, we've got to blow shit up and things have to be destroyed that way? For that very reason, because we could actually go in there and shut it down and do the things just like they did in Venezuela. But
and again, this goes into, you can't control absolutely everything. So you will have Islamic terrorists, if you don't do that, coming to this country and doing all kinds of stuff and all over the world. So you can't control at this point every single thing that's happening on Earth with every single person, and that can cause death and fatality. So you have to have it real in their home country. You got to take the mullahs out for real. You got to take the Ayatollah out for real. and that event took place, and they took out the black rock under there, and it took a shock wave, took out his dome. But you got to make it so that people see it and they go, oh yeah, okay. And the mullah's got to, the deep state has got to have happen to them what they've been doing to the world for a long, long time. It says you want to convert as many of them as possible, and you want to force the ones to play right that you can, because when you flip somebody to your side, you're up 2. But if you eliminate them, you're up 1. So when you convert, you flip hat somebody, even if it's through force and coercion and whatever to save their legacy or whatever it is, you're up 2. You've gained 2 because you got somebody on, and you can't rebuild the entire world. So you look at Zuckerberg going through the White House. He looked pretty freaking miserable. He's like, oh, I got to play this role, and I hate this, and it's and he's not shape-shifting or anything. He's just, this is terrible. But you can't rebuild all the internet and all the industries and all of this. You got to use what they built and change it over. And that goes with people too, even if they're dark hats. You got to change who you can, and give them a chance to come around, but absolutely completely monitor them at the same time. And then you've got to use the system to some degree. You can't, the financial system, you got to rebuild that, but you can't rebuild every single thing on earth. So you've got to use a lot of what's there. Like, you can't rewrite all the programming for the internet and all of this stuff. And, that's insane. And so you will have to convert the world as it goes. The same thing with, 0-point energy and fossil fuels, and which way do you go and what, well, you're going to use oil still to make plastics and these things until you're printing out and you're getting higher technology stuff that isn't so detrimental to health with the microplastics and all that. So, there's a conversion that has to happen organically for people to see that and witness that, but also because there's certain things there's limits to what can and can't be done. And so that's where we are now, is they're gamed all this out. It's all gamed out, and they're going to go step by step, and it's going to go out, logarithmically in a geometric curve. It's going to take off and go faster and faster and faster. And, but at the same time, you can't do certain things in before their time. You can't come out with the med beds all over, and you would destroy the economies of the world, and you'd have anarchy and civil wars and all kinds of things. It's got to come out in certain stages at certain points. The same thing with, the Epstein files, a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and then everything has to slowly progress to where people get used to that speed, then you increase the speed, and you keep going faster and faster and faster.
And Kelly, your role in dealing with those individuals over time will change, easier and easier, and more separated, if you understand that, what I mean by that.
Do I understand that? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
No.
Okay. It will be easier for those that wake up. Because why? Because things are happening and they're exponentially growing quicker and quicker. And those that won't believe never will believe. And they're being separated to a further and further place away from your reality.
Okay. Yes, now I understand.
It's like you go, the separation becomes so far that you never interact with them ever again. Put the genie back in the bottle, because guess what? Everything happens simultaneously. That's why it's so important to live in the now and understand what the now means. Is why? Because the past, the present, and the future are all simultaneously happening right now.
Yeah. So, just like with his situation, there'll be people that get to that point and they just said, I can't do this, and I want to go back to like the Amish. I want to go become Amish. Yeah. And that'll be available. There'll be people that don't want to go, and they can go out and live the life that they had. And there'll be people living in cities that are holographic, tangible, holographic cities. And, it just depends. I don't want to live that way. I would love to live out in the country, and have a little place and that stuff, but it all depends on the person. Everybody's unique and different, and there'll be people that just can't do it. And then there'll be people that will engage and go take it many stages beyond where we are. So that's where we are. That's where we're headed.
Yeah. So I hope that helps some people out there. And I hope that we answered a lot of your questions, Kelly. Thank you so much, Gene. Let's do it again soon. And
sounds good.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. I hope we helped you. And I hope we shed some light on those things that are basically trying to be covered up and manipulated out there in the public eye. And trust me, things are not as they appear. I guarantee that. Love you guys. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
God bless.
Judy note, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., born November 20th, 1942 in Scranton, Pennsylvania, ceased to exist on January 17, 2020, following his trial and execution at Guantanamo Bay in accordance with military tribunal procedures. The execution was carried out under executive orders activated by President Trump during the silent phase of the war against the treasonous infrastructure embedded across the U.S. government. Biden crimes included high treason, subversion of the Constitution, collusion with foreign powers, and crimes against humanity. Boom, the greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Yes. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now supposed to know but don't have a clue. Clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military lines throwing more popcorn at us. It gets so confusing. Friday, May 1st, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. died on January 17, 2020, following his trial and execution at Guantanamo Bay. In accordance with military tribunal procedures, for political reasons, he has been played by clones, doubles, and actors ever since. We saw the ear shapes changing, the chin morphing, the eye color inconsistencies, the jittering AI glitches during live broadcasts, the CGI hands phasing through microphones. Why would they go to such extremes? Because they had no real plan after he passed away. The deep state stole the election, but they couldn't sell a fully senile man to the world. They needed a puppet to sign orders, a clone to pose for optics, a hologram to deliver pre-written lines, a body double to appear alive for photos, a digital mask to keep up the illusion of governance. Trump drops classified proof. Deep state used actors, clones, and holograms to fake a presidency. Boom, Donald Trump's advisor, Alina Habba, discovered the fake Oval Office where Joe Biden allegedly pretended to be president. A must-see. Friday, May 1st, Obama exposed as major adrenochrome trafficker by official government documents. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Friday, May 1st, newly released FBI files have reignited explosive allegations of bribery, money laundering, and pay-to-play schemes tied to the Clinton Foundation. EBS blackout, martial law lockdowns. On Sunday, May 24th, 2026, the emergency broadcast system will begin. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. On our phones, the 7 trumpet sounds will be heard, and we will receive the 7 presidential messages. Martial law and mass arrest will be declared. Friday, May 1st, every cell phone on the planet will be hit with 7 trumpet sounds, transmitted from the Starlink satellites bypassing the elite-controlled media channels. The Alliance has spent years preparing for the announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. EBS, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Friday, May 1st, 2026, the financial overhaul began with Level 4B notification, sparking RV releases and wealth redistribution. Banks received new codes from May 8th, 2026. NESARA brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. The NESARA Jassara announcement is set for May 11th with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th. Ezra Cohen on Friday, May 1st, as of Sunday, February 1st, 2026, the darkness descended with the light breaking through. The quantum financial system was locked in and irreversible. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. There were 209 nations that possessed gold-backed currency. The fiat slavery system was dead. The U.S. Inc. Corporation was officially bankrupt and dissolved. The constitutional republic was fully restored with Trump-era justice in motion. The raids on Thursday, April 30th, 2026 evening were biblical. Deep state assets were seized with trillions in stolen wealth redirected to humanity via global trust funds. Debt jubilee was executed. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans were erased under NESARA protocols. Prosperity packages were preloaded for Tier 4B humanitarians. On Friday, May 1st, the EBS primary signal was live. The Starlink satellite system had total dominance over communications with the Cabal backdoors eliminated. The 10 days of darkness window was opening with a communications blackout to install secure systems. Non-stop truth broadcast to follow. Election fraud proof, child trafficking, exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Medbed centers expanding rapidly with priority healing for veterans. God has spoken. The storm is here to cleanse. Faith is your armor. The people have won. Prepare your spirit and supplies. Trust the divine plan. The greatest awakening in history is unfolding. Restored Republic. Friday, May 1st, breaking. Emergency broadcast system activation imminent. U.S. braces for military takeover. Jassara unleashed. NESARA's revolutionary impact. Reshaping the nation. The MAGA King on Telegram. The United States is on the brink of historic global transformation. This profound shift goes beyond politics and finance to reshape society and governance at its core. The Supreme Court ruling on 2020 election fraud could dissolve the Biden administration and Congress, leading to martial law and new elections to restore constitutional integrity and deliver justice against the deep state. Political changes coincide with a financial revolution. RV liquidity release heralds the global currency reset under Jassara and NESARA, overhauling world monetary systems for asset-backed prosperity. The quantum financial system replaces corrupt banks with secure networks protecting public health. Worldwide cyber attacks targeting U.S. Inc. and Israel signal escalating tensions as part of the transition chaos. Pentagon corruption is being cleansed amid power struggles. The Treasury Secretary's presence in Reno advances the final phase of the financial reset. The Epstein Island visitor list exposes elite depravity and control networks. Events in Japan add to global uncertainty. EBS activation around May 19, 2026 may bring a brief communication blackout in this strategic plan. Bitcoin's fall and the Federal Reserve's collapse mark the old system's end. The chosen ones prepare to use their blessings for humanity's benefit. Banks receive new codes from May 8, 2026. NESARA brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. NESARA Jassara announcement is set for May 11th with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th. International partners including BRICS shift from the petrodollar to sovereign currencies. Geopolitical realignments and National Guard readiness indicate major changes. Quantum communications enhance security. This movement builds an equitable future impacting all lives for generations.
Treason. Buried FBI files on Clinton Foundation reveal of bribery allegations. Grassley pushes, long questioned. 2024 case back into the spotlight. Juan O'Savin JFK Jr.? On Telegram. Newly released FBI files have reignited explosive allegations of bribery, money laundering, and pay-to-play schemes tied to the Clinton Foundation. Senator Chuck Grassley is pushing the long-questioned 2024 investigation back into the national spotlight, forcing a renewed focus on potential high-level corruption that many believe was shielded from full scrutiny. These previously buried documents are now in public view, shedding light on an FBI investigation into financial misconduct, conflicts of interest, and how the case was managed. This resurgence raises important debates about what information was available, and whether the probe was fully advanced or held back. The materials indicate the FBI examined various fronts, including allegations of questionable financial transactions and foreign contributions. They also covered potential pay-to-play dynamics and concerns regarding money laundering. These points were central to an investigation that drew attention, but led to no charges initially. Set against the backdrop of 2024, a time of intense political sensitivity, the Clinton Foundation came under significant examination. Federal agencies navigated challenging cases, and the approaches taken then are still questioned today for possible institutional caution. By releasing the files now in 2026, Senator Grassley seeks to reignite public discussion, assess the conduct of federal investigations, and promote transparency in significant matters. His step emphasizes that the case continues to be seen as unresolved by key observers. Several essential questions have returned to the forefront. Were all financial paths fully explored? Did the process reflect unbiased standard practices? Might political considerations have affected the investigation's rigor? This goes beyond a single case or organization. It concerns the transparency of federal institutions, consistent law application, and trust in investigative processes. Such moments test whether accountability holds equally for all, especially the powerful. The documents do not close the book on this story. They reopen it in the court of public opinion. What follows could mean more reviews, inquiries, or vigorous debate. One certainty remains. The questions are back, and they are not going away.
Friday, May 1st, were copies made of the Wiener laptop, and is this why 9+ cops ended up dead? The government would fall and lives would change overnight if the information on the laptop was ever released. Who has the tapes, and would it be a good thing to release the tapes to finally get some accountability? Chief Stephen Silks allegedly threatened the FBI to indict Hillary Clinton and other elite individuals mentioned in the emails and videos, and if they didn't, they would go to the press and drop the evidence. Not too long after, cops started 10 total, some within days of each other, over a very short total period of time. The commissioner's exact words were, "What the hell is going on here?" Breaking bombshell, Trump IRA plan could make millions rich. $1,000 federal match and no congressional approval. Video. Breaking the experience of a retired U.S. Army veteran in a secret base. Boom, Donald Trump's advisor, Alina Habba, discovered the fake Oval Office where Joe Biden allegedly pretended to be president. Must-see video. The Biden illusion, Trump drops classified proof, Deep State used actors, clones, and holograms to fake. Trump drops classified proof. Deep State used actors, clones, and holograms to fake a presidency. Bombshell reveal. RFK Jr. exposes the government agency behind America's geoengineering nightmare. We think it's DARPA. Military secrets leaked. AMG News. Boom, the greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Friday, May 1st, breaking the silence. Epstein's list exposes global elites, CIA, MI6, Hollywood, and the Pentagon's dark web of trafficking and extortion. J.D. Vance on Telegram. The recent release of the Epstein list goes beyond listing names. This major data dump includes thousands of pages from court reports, police files, and witness testimonies. Coverage mentions about 800 pages, but the full extent shows deeper ties. Epstein's activities were part of a vast global network of extortion. Intelligence agencies, including the CIA, MI6, and military forces, are allegedly involved. This points to a controlled military coup over the U.S. government and elections. Epstein revelations are just the start, with whistleblowers emerging soon. As summer 2026 arrives, the Epstein saga will escalate. Roles of the CIA, Pentagon, and Israeli intelligence will gain focus. Q military intelligence brought this to light for millions of Anons and world patriots. Pentagon and CIA worry about further releases. The case ties to government, Hollywood, and entertainment. Banks like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Blackstone, and BlackRock may face scandals linked to Pentagon, CIA, and Rockefellers. Trump's judicial criticisms expose deep state control. Mexico will see upheaval exposing CIA cartel controlled backed by UN and Davos BlackRock funds managing global trafficking. These events begin a larger disclosure story. A military alliance targets deep, dark secrets of the Vatican, Rothschilds, EU, United Nations, Israel, and United States. Whistleblowers from CIA, Pentagon, and military intelligence prepare major testimonies. Vivek Ramaswamy advances military-backed efforts for Donald Trump, positioned by Kash Patel. Moves against DeSantis involves Nikki Haley pushes. An Epstein money laundering scandal threatens DeSantis and boosts Trump. Deep State backs Haley with The Rock and Michelle Obama as alternatives. Global intelligence holds Biden laptop data and CIA Epstein evidence ready for release.
Break-in. Emergency broadcast system EBS activation imminent. U.S. braces for military takeover. Gassara unleashed. Nasrallah's revolutionary impact reshaping the nation. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The United States is on the brink of a historic global transformation. This profound shift goes beyond politics and finance to reshape society and governance at its core. The Supreme Court ruling on 2020 election fraud could dissolve the Biden administration and Congress, leading to martial law and new elections to restore constitutional integrity and deliver justice against the deep state. Political changes coincide with a financial revolution. RV liquidity release heralds the global currency reset under Gassara and Nasrallah, overhauling world monetary systems for asset-backed prosperity. The quantum financial system replaces corrupt banks with secure networks protecting public wealth. Worldwide cyber attacks targeting U.S. Inc. and Israel signal escalating tensions as part of the transition chaos. Pentagon corruption is being cleansed amid power struggles. The Treasury Secretary's presence in Reno advances the final phase of the financial reset. The Epstein Island visitor list exposes elite depravity and control networks. Events in Japan add to global uncertainty. EBS activation around May 19, 2026, may bring a brief communication blackout in this strategic plan. Bitcoin's fall and the Federal Reserve collapse mark the old system's end. The chosen ones prepare to use their blessings for humanity's benefit. The financial overhaul begins with Level 4B notifications sparking RV releases and wealth redistribution. Banks receive new codes from May 8, 2026. Nasrallah brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. The Nasrallah-Gassara announcement is set for May 11th, with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th. International partners including BRICS shift from the petrodollar to sovereign currencies. Geopolitical realignments and National Guard readiness indicate major changes. Quantum communications enhance security. This movement builds an equitable future impacting all lives for generations.
Friday, May 1st, Podesta Clinton emails expose how Soros, a group of over 100 private donors and shadow foundations, bankroll far left agendas in their election takeover playbook. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Redistricting states has always been top priority and of paramount concern to fulfilling the left's agenda of turning America into a one-party state. It all starts with two low-profile but massive progressive foundations that have poured hundreds of millions into the same ecosystem. George Soros and the Clintons operate in the Sandler Foundation. Born from a $2.4 billion bank sale in 2006, the couple dumped $1.3 billion into the Spend Down Foundation to build progressive infrastructure. Seed-funded and heavily bankrolled the Center for American Progress, CAP, co-founded by John Podesta. Major early money behind ProPublica, investigative media that shapes narratives, the ACLU, Human Rights Watch, and consumer voting justice groups. Herb Sandler was a top donor to Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign and Priorities USA Super PAC. Millions funneled directly. Podesta himself was a paid $7,000 per month consultant to the Sandler Foundation, while running Clinton's operation. The Stephen M. Silberstein Foundation, tech fortune, library software empire, turned into a $70 million plus grant machine, pumps millions annually into the exact same groups: CAP, Media Matters, ProPublica, ACLU, Tides Foundation, Brennan Center, and more. Silberstein is a card-carrying member of the Democracy Alliance, the secretive Soros-led network of mega donors that coordinates left-wing funding strategy. These are not random charities. They are strategic investors in a machine fueling color revolutions and rigging elections. Controlling the dialogue, massive funding for ProPublica and Media Matters to set the media narrative, attack conservatives, and protect the left's brand. Voter registration and turnout, billions channeled through grantees that run expansive registration drives. Same-day voting pushes and get-out-the-vote operations targeting urban and minority areas. Redistricting power grab. Direct grants to the National Redistricting Foundation and related outfits. The goal? Draw maps after every census to maximize Democratic seats in the House and fight any Republican attempts at fair maps. Stacking Congress. Parallel pushes for D.C. and Puerto Rico's statehood, adding 4+ safe Democratic Senate seats and multiple House seats. Funded in the same progressive network, killing the Electoral College. Both the Sandler and Silberstein Foundations have directly funded National Popular Vote, Inc., the group engineering the Interstate Compact to bypass the Electoral College and install a pure popular vote that would let California plus New York decide every presidential election. Yes, if we didn't have the Electoral College, that's what would happen. It would be mob rules. So they would pack those 2 states with, illegals, whatever, which is what they've been doing. And then, control the voting and the numbers of seats that, gets counted. George Soros' Open Society Foundation sit at the center of this web, pouring billions into the identical organizations: CAP, ACLU, Brennan Center, Voting Rights NGOs, Media Matters, etc. The Clintons provide the political muscle and donor list, Podesta is the connective tissue, CAP founder, Clinton campaign chairman, Sandler consultant. The Democracy Alliance is the coordinating hub where Soros, Sandler's, Silberstein, and dozens more align their checks. The end game is explicit. Flood the system with new voters and new rules, control the maps, dominate the media story, then structurally rewrite the Constitution's guardrails. More blue seats in Congress, Senate-proof majorities, and the final elimination of the Electoral College, so the popular vote machine never loses again. So these families, these mafia, cabal, banking families, they're behind all this money. And, you're one of those families in the system. You are, probably given your assignment to donate to these societies, create these foundations, and then funnel money down into these activist groups so that they can control the elections.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. And Iran, we've been playing around with them. I don't know why. We should have just gone in and smacked the hell out of them. So I don't know the bigger picture. None of us do. But they could very easily have the bomb by now, right? So they had enriched uranium at 60%. They told the peace negotiating team that, hey, we have enough uranium that we could make 11 bombs. All right. So they should have come home from that, and we should have next day hammered the hell out of them, right? And nonstop until they're completely gone. So I don't know what's going on with this. I don't know if they're building up, if they have, they're economically trying to strangle them to the point where they give up. But this is pretty dicey. What's going on with the Iran? They're a very, very dangerous snake. I've been around the Middle East for decades. I know that they're basically trying to get us in a position where we're going to like, okay, we give up. You guys can, tax everybody going through the strait, which is complete BS. That happens nowhere in the world unless there's an actual canal, which somebody had to pay for, somebody has to maintain. So yeah, you got to pay to go through one of those canals, Suez Canal, Panama Canal. But like Straits of Hormuz, no, it's never been done before. And this is just a ploy to get the world, to be subservient to Iran and the deep state, because the deep state put Iran in power. The deep state being City of London. So we have to go in there and we have to take care of this business, guys. Longer we procrastinate and play games and posture and all that stuff, it makes this even more dangerous long term, because they're building up their missiles, they're building up their drones. Everything's a drone war now, and I don't know how close we are to understanding that. I was saying this almost 15, 20 years ago, that the jets and all that kind of stuff, yeah, we still need them, as we're seeing, but really it's going to be about drones. So I'm the kind of guy that can see into the future. I look at a lot of stuff that gives me the insights that I need. And I was predicting this long ago. I was like, these hotshot pilots, at some point they're going to be obsolete. We're pretty close to that right now, right? So what we're seeing in Ukraine-Russia war, it's a drone war, right? In the past, you could sneak around. If you're nice and quiet, you could sneak up on the enemy and set up ambushes and take them out, or no more, because these drones, they have technology on them now. They can obviously see in the night, and also thermal. So yeah, you might sneak by them and they don't see you with the night vision goggles that they have on these drones, but thermal. They have thermal on those drones now, and they'll see your footprints, right? Or they'll see you hiding. You're hiding under a bunch of tree in a forest somewhere, and they can see you. So, and then they just kamikaze individuals now, right? So they come in and blow up groups of people, soldiers, and they can kamikaze, and they can. In Israel, they're having a heck of a time against Hezbollah now, because Hezbollah, thanks to Iran, they have a lot of drones, and they're hammering the tanks. And that's one of the things that Russia had a problem with. And of course, the Ukrainians as well. We sent them a lot of M1 tanks. I think probably all of them are gone by now. And all of the, Stryker vehicles and all that stuff, the armored vehicles, gone. All of them are gone for drones, guys. They were like graveyards, kind of like what happened in the war that we had against Saddam Hussein, where he invaded Kuwait, and we basically came in and drove his army out of the desert in 48 hours, and they were sent running back to Iraq. And there was a highway of death. Every vehicle that they could get, they were jumping in vehicles in Kuwait, Mercedes, and whatever they could steal, and they were driving up the highway of death. And the A-10s, the Warthogs, were coming in and just Gatling every one of them that tried to escape. So the drones are like that now. They can come in. There's drone wars against other drones now, because drones will hover over the battlefield watching. And now they have drones that can come in and find those drones and attack the drones. So there's drone wars in the air now. There's drone wars against everybody on the ground, vehicles on the ground, all of that. So, and like I was talking about the up in Israel against Hezbollah in Beirut in Lebanon, they've only gained a couple of kilometers over the last month. All right, they should have taken over all of Lebanon by this point, but they're having a heck of a time because of the drones. And so that's the crazy thing that's going on right now. So Iran has massive numbers, hundreds of thousands of drones. And since we've been, procrastinating, going in and hammering the hell out of them, I'm just going to say procrastinating. Like I said, if I was in charge, I would have gone in right away. We bombed the hell out of them, softened the target up. We should have just gone right in. So maybe they have brought in a lot of forces since that time, Navy SEALs, Green Beret, and I'll talk a little bit about that because I have some background on that. The mining that's gone in, Hormuz Strait. I worked on mines as well. You're Navy SEAL, that's EOD stuff, but Navy SEALs were the ones, the EOD was like, we can't do this. And Navy SEALs are like, well, let us try. And we tried and we did it. Right. So we found the mine shapes and basically went back and blew them all up. We missed one. So we had 95% success rate, but the one that we missed was one that actually buried itself under the sand. So it was no way we could find it. And we didn't have the technology at that time to find that kind of stuff. But that's what happens with mine shapes now. They'll burrow into the sand at the bottom, hide themselves. And when something comes over the top, they release a mine shape and it goes up and blows up whatever's going over top of it. So, the technology now is pretty highly advanced. There's drones that can be let loose to basically map out the bottom and find mine shapes. They were talking about drones doing that before I left the SEAL teams. That was back in the early 2000s, 2002 is when I left. So I'd heard that they were already using drones to map out, but they were wired drones. Now they have completely autonomous drones that will go in and map out the bottom, find shapes, and potentially kamikaze those shapes. So with the drone, I don't know where their technology is now, but that's definitely something that's a possibility. But you have the military industrial complex they like to make money, and they make a lot of money, $100 million per jet in some cases, or $1 billion per jet if it's a bomber. So they want to keep, that stranglehold on doing that. But drones are really where it's at now. So if we're not really, ready to manufacture drones on a massive scale, are doing drones over there, maybe they went high tech on the drones. I hope so. But if not going to be so good. Right now, like I said, I'm going to be talking about all of the different aspects. Like if you remember when we did the war against Saddam Hussein, we bombed the hell out of him for a couple months. And then we went on with a ground war. And the ground war was over in 48 hours. Now, that's obviously not going to happen in Iran. It's a very, very big country. And we only had to, handle a certain desert area. And those guys that were in those desert foxholes and so forth, those bunkers and whatever they had going on out there, they were subjected to a lot of technology, right? Technology that basically they were beaming all kinds of frequency weapons at them. They were tearing them down mentally and psychologically. So when they finally rolled through, those guys were like giving up as fast as the army came through. So that was one of the things that happened there. So now in Iran, they have guerrilla teams, guerrilla warfare that's been going on there for quite some time. You got the CIA in there. You have Mossad in there, and I promise you, in big numbers. And they have teams they put together, guerrilla, special operators and so forth. They have a small army, and they're attacking. And I'll show you a little clip, but they're attacking already and have been for quite some time. So the people are just waiting for the word to spring out and start to take their enemies that have been controlling them for 47 years. They're waiting for that opportunity. So it could move very quickly, but we need to start that process. And maybe there's some things that are on the ground that are delaying that. I don't know what that might be. They could be setting up, avenues of, where guys come in. Now, Green Beret are expert, and they did a really good job in Afghanistan coming in with Special Forces, Air Force communicators. They rode on horses, the 12 soldiers. You've probably seen the films and so forth, books. But they have incredible capabilities, the Green Berets, and they demonstrated that, like I said, in Afghanistan. Only 12 guys, and they just were hammering the hell out of the Taliban and driving them all across Afghanistan. I think Samar Sharif or something like that. Sharif, I have a little slide on that, but I'll get to that in a minute. But they were phenomenal. And the same thing happened in the north. They came in from Turkey, Special Forces guys, and same thing, Special Forces radio operators, Air Force radio operators, and they called it fire. And they drove, and with the Kurds, they were in the north of Iran, or Iraq, which were no friend of. And so they drove out, all the armies in northern Iraq. So that is probably what's going to happen in lots of different areas within Iran. You have Special Forces teams. They'll probably come in through different areas. I've talked about some of them already. They're probably coming from Kurdistan, which is bordering Iraq. Maybe they'll come in from Iraq itself, and from different areas, because a lot of the Shia that were our problem, and when U.S. troops and myself were in Iraq in 2003 and 2004, when I was there during those 2 years, they started a civil war against each other and then against us. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy. It's like, what? So everybody's against us now. So it was quite a shit show there in Iraq for a while, but we finally overcame them. Now, I remember working for the CIA as a security guy, and I talked to the chief of station there in Iraq during that time frame. We had a very nice conversation. I was a part of his detail quite often, head of his detail. So we would talk quite often because of my background. And he had literally been in Iraq on the ground for almost a decade, and working, setting up the guerrilla warfare that started to happen, in conjunction with the invasion that we did. Right, the Marines, of course, came in from the south and really ripped through Iraq, and then from the north, we just blew everything up through pinpoint accurate jets bringing in munitions and so forth. So, and that was sighted in by guys on the ground, Special Forces guys. So, we'll probably see the same thing. I was talking to that CIA chief of station, and he was telling me we had the plan. He was very, very frustrated. He said we had the perfect plan. We started utilizing it in the beginning, and then the Bush administration and his generals, he said it like that, which I took to be, as I look back on it, the deep state generals, basically came in and didn't throughout the plan that would have worked. And I was like, he told me the plan. I'm like, that's common sense. That's completely common sense. Blow up all of the bunkers that Saddam Hussein had throughout the country, and isolate, different groups from each other, because they started to fight each other, and that's what they anticipated would happen. Go after the guerrilla warfare, because they knew that was happening. You might remember my story in The Intuitive Warrior, where I talked about how my first target as a remote influencer was Zarqawi, who was the lead of the guerrilla warfare that started after Saddam Hussein was found in a hole in the ground. The moment I touched ground, and we had prayed that that would happen in a sweat lodge, Indian Native American sweat lodge ceremony that we had. So, spirituality, I've talked about this, good spirituality. I've been sending a lot of love to Iraq. I don't know, maybe that's why things haven't gotten going, but I'm a warrior too. And you have to, at some point, you have to bring to these evil people. The same thing's going to happen in the United States, right? We've let in, these evil people, Muslims, into the United States. And, in Texas, they have rooted in very good, thanks to the governor. All right. And also in Michigan, they've rooted in very good. And of course, in Minnesota. So there's lots of this, Muslim, jihadi types that have infiltrated, and it's going to be, we're going to clean it up overseas, but we're going to have to clean it up here too, guys. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's not going to be pretty. Witchmer, yeah, exactly, up in Michigan, right? So and Witchmer had an 8647 little thing on her desk when she was talking one time. So I think they should pick her up as well. But I don't know what's going on. I think they need a new attorney general, one that's going to get aggressive and really take it to these people. But it remains to be seen what's going to happen. So we're definitely under Ireland, also under Islamic invasion at present. Yes, Derek, that is tragic. That's all across Europe is under Islamic invasion. There are replacements because they will do extreme evil, right? They don't believe in Christians. They don't believe in any other religion but Islam. There can be no other religion but Islam. Of course, there's great Muslims out there, but for the most part, unfortunately, not so much. All right, so let's jump in to some of this information. Iran could produce enough weapon-grade uranium for its nuclear weapon in about 1 week. So at 60% enriched uranium, which is what they have, and they've even said that they have enough for 11 bombs. So Iran has capacity to produce enough weapon-grade uranium from its stockpile of 60%. And this is what President Trump has been saying. You have to give us all of that. But they could, in 1 week, produce a nuclear weapon. So first nuclear weapon, approximately 1 week to produce enough weapon-grade uranium. Multiple weapons, 1 month. How long? So enough for up to 6 nuclear weapons. And in 5 months, up to 12. And they said they have enough for 11. So if they had the time, they could have enough they could have 12. So at this point, they probably have, I would say, 3, 4. I predicted quite a long time ago that they would bomb Israel with a nuke. Will that happen? I don't know. A lot of people think that that's the good ETs won't allow that to happen. Okay. Then there's people that say we've never used a nuke. There's no nukes. I beg to differ because I trained with those nukes, a backpack nuke, to basically jump in B-54 Saddam against the Russians if we were called to do that. So a lot of us that were trained in that, was not a lot of us, were like the 1%ers of the special forces guys. We all thought that, there was a one-way mission. And I talked to other guys. I talked to Army, Green Beret guys. I've talked to other SEALs, and it's like, yeah, that's a one-way mission. Glad we never had to do that. And I was like, yeah, I thought so too. So, yeah. So you're basically going to set that bomb, and supposedly you have up to 4 hours to get away. Maybe. All right. Or you set it and it goes boom. All right. So sometimes that happens, right? Because they were older. And I hope they don't have any more, because they had to be maintained, and there's a lot of stuff to keep them maintained. They would have to upgrade the technology. They would have had to at this point, if they still have them. Who knows? Probably still got them out there somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, the nukes are real, guys. They've been used before. So Iran claimed to have enough uranium for 11 nuclear bombs, U.S. envoy Witkoff says. All right. So I did the search for this. I never remember this, out on the regular news. Maybe some of you guys picked it up. I'm pretty locked on, but this one kind of slid by. So I was like, I feel they've got something going. I think they're close, because I know they have 60%. 60% uranium can be made into a bomb fairly quickly. So I put in a search for it, and sure enough, there was an article out there on that. Maybe it was the only one they released. I don't know. So here it is. And Iranian officials told their U.S. counterparts during crunch talks last month that the Islamic Republic possessed enough enriched uranium fuel to build 11 nuclear bombs. President Trump's special envoy claimed Monday night. So what's the date on this puppy? March 3rd. So it's been a while. So that's a month. So remember how long, if they got a month, they got like, 6 bombs. Yeah. 1 bomb in a week, and then in a month, which is where we're at right now, 6, right? That's a lot. And if they were to put those on a missile and shoot it out into where all the ships are, probably take out a lot of those ships out there. So both the Iranians, because they've been claiming they're going to do that. So we're going to send a missile out and we're going to take out the ships. And if they nuke them, yeah, they're probably going to get close enough with a nuke to take out some of those ships, carriers and so forth. And I've seen a lot of people that have that are psychics that have said they've seen a nuclear, not a nuclear, but they've seen a missile take out a nuclear, or well, they are nuclear powered aircraft carrier. So there's been several pretty good psychics that have said that. So I haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it's not a possibility, because other people have seen it. Maybe it's on a timeline that I didn't believe was going to happen, because we're definitely in a timeline situation throughout the world right now. So which timeline is going to be the one?
Lemongrass.
Lemongrass, thank you.
Lemongrass.
Delicious and good for you. Both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly, with no shame, that they control 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. Steve Witkoff told Fox News host Sean Hannity, and they're aware that they could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. All right. So there they are, Witkoff and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And that's Oman's foreign minister, Badr al-Basadi. So it is, I think, a little bit past time that we went into. A lot of people said we're never going to put boots on the ground. They're never going to support putting boots on the ground. Better think differently. All right. It's time to think differently. All right. It's past time to think differently, actually. I've been saying this for a while, that we're going to have to put boots on the ground, because I've dealt with these monsters for a long time. And the only way that we're not going to see them use a nuclear weapon is if we completely eliminate them. Now, the Iranian people are ready, willing, and able to help us in this process, right? So I think that that is basically what we're seeing right now. A little bit of a standoff until everything gets into place, so it can move very quickly. All right. So what's the latest with President Trump? He says the Iran war likely to restart. Or that's not necessarily Trump, but the senior Tehran official warns after Trump says U.S. might be better off without deal. All right. So this was today. This is a article for today. A renewed conflict between Iran and the United States is likely, says Mohammed Jafar al-Assadi, a high-level officer in Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who's basically running the country now. Iran wants the U.S. to test its strength, said Atani, an IRGC commander. Right? Bring it. All right. So we need to bring it, unfortunately. Senator Lindsey Graham, an Iran hawk and a prominent Trump ally, is calling on the president to finish the job with more strikes and if Tehran continues to be provocative. We have the capability to increase ship flow through the Strait of Hormuz, Graham told the Financial Times in an interview conducted Thursday and published today. Right? The U.S. should do whatever combination of events is necessary to start the flow through the strait, which handles 20% of the world's oil shipping. Now, the world right now is collapsing, right? But the U.S., unless you're California. California's collapsing too, because they took on the same principles and ideals of Europe. So we're going to see this thing happen, and its when remains to be seen. Now, like I'm saying, the world is on the brink of collapsing. And I'm talking about collapsing with riots in the streets and so forth, very, very possibly within the next few weeks. California copied Europe's insane energy playbook, and now residents are really paying the price. All right, so even as U.S. gasoline prices rise again amid ongoing Strait of Hormuz tensions, American drivers are still paying less than half, unless you're in California, what many Europeans and Asians endure at the pump. The reason is simple. America chose lower taxes and genuine energy security. Europe and California, pie in the sky, liberal stupidity, and California deliberately chose the opposite, and are now reaping the painful, predictable consequences. Governments routinely pile on $3 to $4 per gallon in excise duties, VAT, and green levies, because they want to make green, the prominent, and they've been doing this for a long time. So where's all your green energy? Clown towns, pie in the sky, liberal, stupid bullshit, right? In Germany, prices recently hit the equivalent of $8.75 a gallon, with taxes comprising over half the total. Most U.S. states charge roughly 20 cents, unless you're in California. This isn't an accident of geography or culture. Americans built a sprawling, car-dependent economy after World War II and have repeatedly rejected European-style punishment at the pump, unless you're in California. So nowhere is this failure, which is basically the energy security that most of Americans embrace and enjoy, except for California. And California is going to hurt the rest of the country. Now, remember how California did the COVID lockdown too. California, Sunshine State. At one time, it used to be more healthy people in California than anywhere else. I don't know if that's still the case. Probably not, because they locked everybody down. I left California because they locked everybody down way too long. It was expected, the deep state's going to play their game. But California took it to the exceptionally stupid level, right? And I can only handle stupid for so long, right? So I was out and went to Florida, where it was open, right? In-state production has been strangled in California, which has imported Germany's disastrous model wholesale and turned itself into America's premier energy basket case, dumbass case, right? With an 81-cent state gas tax. Now, I know there's Republicans that are in the Congress there in California, across the water from where I'm at. All right, I'm in Nevada, no state tax. All right, so over there, where stupid lies, and I'm not saying the people of California are stupid. I think a lot of the really smart people have already left California. But and those of you that stay, you have families there, I understand, and you've been there for your whole life. So good luck. All right, you're gonna need it. I've been saying that for years. Get out of California. So California, they have the California blend. They have trade penalties, cap and trade penalties, boutique California blend, like I said, fuel mandates, and which costs more. Layers of environmental rules explicitly designed to punish gasoline and driving. So they tried to turn everybody electric, and like I said, GOP was about to say GOP is trying to push. Of course, there's only I think 1/3 of California, or maybe even less, maybe a quarter, maybe 1/5. I don't know. Right? It's a low number of Republicans in California now, because they've gerrymandered the whole state into oblivion. Everywhere they could, grab, Democrat seats and so forth, they've done it. They cheated, of course. The last election, at the end of the day, there were like several Republicans that had been elected, and during the night they got the mail-in ballots and they lost their elections. They're like, oh well, maybe next time we'll win. Yeah, you're never going to win in that state, all right? So they have complete clamp and control. It's a fascist state. They're destroying businesses and only letting their chosen businesses run the thing, and their chosen businesses are complete stupid, right? Just like California leadership. All right, so we're going to see California collapse, of course. In-state production has been strangled. California was at one time one of the highest producing gas producing, oil producing, refineries producing states in the union. And through the practices like Europe, they have stranglehold of that. So where are those electric cars? Well, those electric cars have to get electricity from somewhere. And those a lot of the electric producing plants have to have fuel, right? To create electricity. How about that? So craziness, extreme in California. They have, tons and tons of windmills and solar power, but I guess it doesn't help, does it? So the Green New Energy deal is a failure in California. Gavin Newsom and his bureaucrats want voters to believe it's all President Trump's fault. Of course, that's the way Democrats do it. They screw everything up, and they, point the finger at everybody else for being the problem. And that's their modus operandi. And it's not working, because I think a lot of people are turning against Democrats, and Democrats are leaving the Democrats. Right? So we're going to continue to see some problems. Now, on top of all this craziness, we have earth changes. So if I talk about the earth changes, I've been predicting that this year the earth changes will be more extreme than last year, and next year will be even bigger. Right? So we're going through a phase, and this phase is basically human consciousness changes and the earth changes along with it. Right? So let's look at what Stephon Burns has got to say about this. Yesterday, he put out a video, and he's like, I got a really bad feeling about this. Right? So, and sure enough, today we had a massive volcanic activity. So he's looking at all the space weather and, energy coming from the sun and so forth. And I got a really bad feeling about what's coming. So today, eruption of Mayon volcano.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. We have just had a huge volcanic eruption from Mayon volcano in the Philippines today, May 2nd, 2026. And this is the latest in a string of eruptions that have been getting bigger and bigger over the last few months. Mayon volcano is a stratovolcano. It has the potential for really big eruptions. And while this just occurred in the past 8, 9, 10 hours or so, we don't have all the information. There is some preliminary information suggesting that part of the south slope of this volcano has basically broken off and slipped, and there was a large pyroclastic flow that went out about 4 kilometers or 2.5 miles. So there's ash raining down. Yeah, there's ash raining down across many of the villages in the local.
Did he do that on purpose, or did he really cough? I don't know. Ash raining down, boy. Yeah, it'll make you cough. Now, I was in Oregon when Mount St. Helens was not for the big one. I was there afterwards. I was a hard hat diver at the time, just about ready to go to SEAL training. And my ship was a sub-rescue ship. So it was kind of it was one time an ocean-going tug, and they converted it. So we would go up the river to Portland, and we dock, and people would come and visit, and it was really fun. Portland used to be extremely beautiful. It was voted the most beautiful city in America, I think at least 1 or 2 times. And I was there during that time frame. It was spectacularly beautiful, right? Even back then, though, they had bums, and I was like, wow, I've never seen bums. And they were lying like on the Capitol lawn. I was like, wow, this is weird. Of course, now Oregon, Portland is a complete and absolute shithole. And we're talking a little bit about that. Thank you, Democrats. All right. So, these eruptions, my ship was there. And so we're, showing off our dive gear and talking about it, and people were coming aboard. It was ship week. And that was the first time I saw microbrews. So Portland was the first place, I think, in the nation that started microbrews, and they were fantastic. Much better than Schlitz and Milwaukee beers and so forth, stuff that I've been drinking, as a young man and as a teenager, pretending I was 18. I looked 18, but, I wasn't. So, and then when I turned 18, I was like crazy for my birthday. And then I shipped out to go into the military. Of course, fortunately, I went to down to Orlando, where they used to have a boot camp down there. Now all the boot camps used to have one in San Diego, and Orlando, and then Chicago. Right, so all the boot camps people go to Chicago now, and so I had a great time down there. I got to stay down there for an extra week, go through a different school, and wow, I was a crazy boy. Then I came home, spent a little time at home. Then I flew out to, where was it? Back up to Washington, D.C. for dive school. And then I went out to California, where I would find out that you had to be 21 in California. California spoils everything, right? So, of course, you can fight and die for your country, but you can't have a beer, right, in California at the time. But now it's 21 across the country. Boy, it was fun at 18. But if you go down to Mexico, you can drink down there, guys. And I'm sure a lot of youngsters go down there still and do that. I would not advise it, because cartels are crazy down there, but you never know. All right, so I experienced when I was there in Oregon, big roundabout way to coming back there, but the Mount St. Helens, after it blew off side of its mountain, it still was spewing ash one night. And I remember we're in the bar, we came out, everybody's like, the volcano's going off again. So we went out, and it was like ash everywhere. It was all over the cars. And I remember for a long time, I had a little baby jar, about that big, about that round, little baby jars, and food baby jar. And I had it filled with that ash, and I had it for years. When one move, somehow I got lost. But yeah, it was quite an experience to see that coming down. So a lot of us are going to see that, I think, in the future. around the world. We're going to see volcanic activity really kick off.
Area around Mayon volcano. We can see the location here by going to Google Earth, and here are the Philippines, of course. Very active location because of the Ring of Fire. We see this strong subduction trench there. They get big cyclones, they get big earthquakes, they get big volcanic eruptions. The whole island chain you can see is twisted and churned up. But if we type in Mayon volcano here, we see the location. And so this is a big volcano. I mean, you actually see some of the topography there with Google Earth. And also right there, we see that this is a large stratovolcano. And to give you another view as well, here's a shield volcano. This is like Hawaii. There's quite a few shield volcanoes on the planet. Very low viscosity magma. So it basically just kind of oozes out very easily. It can flow for vast distances. A stratovolcano is quite different. It's very sticky. And so it forms these big cones effectively. And the pressure can build up.
So Mount Pinatubo, which is also in the Philippines, another stratovolcano, blew big time. And there was like, we were on the fence of whether we're going to pull out of, the Philippines, our bases. We had Clark Air Force Base and Subic Bay, where we had a lot of ships. And there was kind of like some vacillation where we were going to pull out of there. Well, when Mount Pinatubo blew up, it spewed so much ash and covered the bases and covered, the waterways and so forth, that the military is like, okay, we're out. So 20,000 military personnel that were at those bases and their families left the Philippines, right? So we're also talking about leaving NATO bases. And so I don't know, maybe we just need some good volcanoes to go off in Italy and, I don't know, maybe Germany or whatever. There are any big volcanoes in Germany? They're talking about pulling 5,000 troops out of Germany because the Germans want to take over NATO, and they always have been the Nazis of NATO, and they're like, we'll protect all of Europe. And so I don't know. I guess they'll maybe get what they wanted back in World War II. They'll just take over from the United States. The United States was like, okay, we're gonna come in here and make sure Germany doesn't, do their thing again. And then it was like, okay, Russia, we don't want Russia to come in here. And now NATO's still trying to, push back on Russia. Russia is not a threat, but they want it to be a threat so that they can, when everything fails, they take you to war. And that's what they're trying to do right now. It's 444 in my time right now. So that's basically locks it in. I'm right. The Angels are like, yeah, you're tell them, Mike. All right, here we go.
And build to the point where the entire thing with a big eruption can just completely explode. And you can go from a mountain to a caldera pretty quick. More common than that would be you get like a flank eruption and you may lose part of the volcano. That's what happened at Mount St. Helens in 1980. These sort of eruptions do happen. This one with a pyroclastic flow. And we can see the ash fall from this. Here's some images that are available on X, also known as.
See how those cars are? That's the way it was when we came out of the bar at the end of the night. And all the cars were covered with ash like that from Mount St. Helens erupting again.
Twitter, and we see just ash coming down all across the place. It started erupting in the afternoon, and now it's nighttime there, and we see just it's quite bad. So this is not common. It does happen, but it's not common for there to be an eruption of this severity. And it hasn't like completely gone, you could say. It's not like the entire volcano is gone now, but it has people wondering, okay, is something bigger than this coming? Because this has been quite significant. We can see, for example, with this video here, this is from the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology. Kind of dim, hard to see. It is sped up. But you see this pyroclastic flow, tons of ash, just in general, difficult to see with this video. But you see this pyroclastic flow going out. And even though this is sped up, keep in mind, this is only showing like maximum 2 minutes here. So this just shows you the extreme speed that these super hot walls of ash and superheated air can have. they have a certain density to them and therefore kind of like a gravity to them. So it's almost like water flowing down a slope, but it's not. It's superheated ash. And of course, this is what hit Pompeii after the eruption of Vesuvius, 79 AD, just welded people into statues effectively. So this is very serious stuff. And Mayon volcano is a volcano, I would say, that's comparable to Vesuvius. Having been to Vesuvius, haven't been to Mayon volcano, but looking at them, they're actually, this may be.
Yeah, I've been to Pompeii. It's pretty crazy. They're still digging out Pompeii, you know, and I think they just made it a tomb for a long time. And then somebody decided we can get some of those treasures in there. And so they've been digging, the mafia and all kind of groups have been digging in there for a while. And so eventually somebody got smart and it's like, we can make this into a tourist trap. No, it's not a tourist trap. It's very, very interesting place. But, you know, a lot of the treasures and stuff and so forth that they find, they put in the museum, they disappear out of the museum, of course, after a while. Those Italians, boy, their mafias are strong there. So, and, you know, what's interesting is I thought that their prime minister, Giorgia Meloni, I thought that she was pretty good. And I remember I had Leo Zagami on, and Leo Zagami, you know, he has all the family connections all over the world and so forth. He's like, no, she's shit. And I was like, oh, well, she's proven herself to be shit. And I think she basically got a lot of pushback from Europe. They were like ready to kick Italy out of Europe, the European Union, which probably would have been a good thing, but she caved. And now she's letting in 800 migrants because that's who's supposed to be taking over Europe. And so she's falling for it. Too bad. All right, Vesuvius volcano and Mayon volcano. Look at the difference. 1,281 meters tall and 2,463 meters tall. Now, if this volcano, Mayon volcano, really, you know, blew up, it would cause the Earth to become very cool, right? Which would really piss off Al Gore because he's into global warming. And although I just saw a new, and Greta, you know, she's not going to like that either. But I predicted that this was going to happen, not the volcano thing, but I predicted that we would start to see some very cold winters, and they're coming. I really believe that. And I've been saying that for years. So we'll see. All right. So Al Gore is talking about a new ice age now. So he got off the global warming bandwagon, and now he's on the bandwagon of potential ice age. So welcome aboard, Al Gore. And so you've been a little bit late to the party, but we'll let you come in and talk your bullshit, right? So just follow. These guys are going to, like, you know, vacillate back and forth because it basically confuses everybody and makes us all vulnerable. And that's what they want. They love that. And so let's listen to a little bit more of this.
Volcano. The big thing is that we are seeing increasing eruptions here. So here we have our Morova data, which allows us to track the activity of volcanoes from basically satellite observations. And this is really excellent because it gives us a sense of the time scales and whether it's just active once every year or just intermittent or it's kind of continuously being active. Well, look at our Morova data. We don't see basically anything until the turn of the year, 2026. I mean, this is showing February 2nd right there. So that's probably the turn of the year. And all of a sudden, we start getting lots of high activity, even some very high activity. This probably has not yet updated for what just occurred. But in general, we do see, says the last update there is 1250 UTC. But this is the biggest eruption that's occurred at Mayon, as far as I know, in quite some time. So we see that Mayon volcano has suddenly decided to wake up just in the past 5-6 months, and these eruptions are getting bigger and bigger, and therefore something really big perhaps is coming soon for the Philippines. And if it's big enough, that could impact the entire world. Like, let's say Mayon volcano just decides to go away, or you get like a really big, just like a really big eruption, VEI 6. I mean, we're now looking at global volcanic winter. So I don't think that's very likely in the grand scheme. The overall percentage chance of that's quite low, but it is important to keep that in mind as it relates to volcanic activity on Earth, because that is.
All right. So, yep, volcanic activity, as you guys can see, is picking up. So maybe the predictions are going to come true. We'll see. All right. So in the meantime, there's, like I've been saying, there's increasing earthquake activity as well. New large aftershocks near Fallon, Nevada, and 5.2, 4.3. Lots of earthquakes are going off around Area 51. And does that have anything to do with, revealing extraterrestrial stuff that President Trump keeps promising us? I don't know. But, this room that I'm in right now, it was shaking. Just like a couple weeks ago, we had some pretty good earthquakes in this one spring something in Nevada, which is like Stagecoach is the area, and we had some really, really strong shaking that shook this house, and I'd seen that in the future at some point that this house is going to be shaking, and I was getting ready to run out the door. I yelled for Tracy, and she's very athletic, so she came running from upstairs. Poof, and she's like, I was like, God, you're already. So we were getting ready to run out the door, and it started to stop. So that was good. All right. So things are going to increase, as we move forward. It's going to be, the earth is going to be shaken. And who's that one singer? If the houses are shaking, don't come knocking. All right. So, but in this case, maybe you better be running out. And Carole King said, I feel the earth move from under my feet. Yep. So, a lot of people have been predicting this for a long time. Carole King. So here's a little piece. Let's listen to a little shot of this.
How's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Friday. Hope everyone's ready for the weekend. It is May 1st, 2026, 11:17 a.m. California time. Latest activity here on the earthquake 3D globe shows a 1.6 across Alaska. Notice some larger activity out there across the West Coast early this morning. We got Nevada kicking back up here with 5.0 earthquake activity outside of Fallon, Nevada. A 5.0 struck here early this morning when everyone was sleeping, I'm sure.
There it is, Silver Springs. So out near Silver Springs. So, and their Stagecoach. So these are like over a period of time, they keep adding up. So further down, there's more earthquake activity, like I talked about, around Area 51. And so what's coming, right? What's coming? So I think there's going to be some good shaking coming. All right, so let's move over to the Middle East again, and let's look at what's going on. We got Monkey Works looking at the skies and giving us some insight what he sees. Let's look into Monkey Works' crystal ball and see what he's talking about here.
That's what I wanted to show you. All right, now this is what I believe is a Middle East reset, and so we're going to get into the deets around that, because when you start to look, I think there's 4 elements that are happening with those flights that are scurrying across the EU. And one of them, first and foremost, there is a NATO and EU alignment. We're trying to hold it together. Europe is under a direct economic pressure because of the Iranian war, right? They've got jet fuel costs, airspace disruption, Middle East flight cancellations, fuel supply concerns, and are now starting to hit European aviation super hard. Like I said, 3 weeks until the wheels come off. Reuters reported that airlines are urging the EU for emergency measures because the Iran war impacts. That includes airspace closures and jet fuel worries. The AP also reported that Lufthansa is cutting 20,000 flights starting from October 2026 because, or sorry, not starting, but through October 2026 because of fuel cost pressure linked to the Iranian war.
All right, so they only have 3 weeks of fuel left for their airlines, and so that's not looking so good for Europe, right? So I've been saying you better get out of Europe. You better get out of Europe, right? So I make these warnings, and unfortunately, I always am right. So if you get some money, you better get out while you can, because it's going to shut down, and no one's going to hear you scream, right? So once this thing, there's no more flights out of Europe, it's going to be like the Nazi times, right? Because we're seeing the same fascist type stuff, that I mentioned that's happening in California, it's happening in New Zealand, it's happening all across Europe. It's almost like they had a game plan for another lockdown, and Trump intervened again. Remember how Trump came in with Operation Warp Speed? Kind of disrupted them. I believe that's what's happening in the Middle East right now. He stepped in and disrupted their plans. All right. So Monkey Works has been talking about how there's a lot of troops that are leaving the U.S., flying to Europe, and then down into the Middle East, a lot. And that's been going on for weeks. So I think there's been a buildup. And maybe that's why there's been a delay in going in and hammering Iran. Because Iran has under mountains, they have lots of mountains in Iran, and under those mountains are like missile factories, and it's where they put together their nukes and all kind of crazy stuff. We hit one of them, and I guess they had like a little air vent or something, and bombs went down the air vent and blew everything up. But they probably salvaged a lot of that stuff, and like they told us, we got a nuke material for 11 nukes. So let's negotiate. You open the Strait of Hormuz, get out of our way. We're going to start to make everybody pay to go through the Strait of Hormuz, right? So they're still using that threat, and we're going to have to go for it, guys, and go in there and take care of business. I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for Europe to reach a breaking point so they get involved. Maybe they're trying to use economic warfare as well, because they're losing a lot of money. They can't pay their soldiers. They can't pay their police, corrupt police, and all that kind of stuff. So meanwhile, they had 3 carriers there. One of them is leaving. USS Gerald Ford, or at least that's what they're saying. Who knows? Maybe tonight they'll hit them. I don't know. I'm surprised they haven't hit them yet, but so I'm not going to make any predictions. And I have some strong feelings, when it was going to happen, or when I thought it was going to happen, but it's better not to say. All right, USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier strike group is set to depart the Middle East after an extended deployment, leaving 2 other carrier strike groups, the USS George H.W. Bush and the USS Abraham Lincoln. And so this move is part of a strategic adjustment as the U.S. Navy faces challenges in maintaining multiple carrier deployments simultaneously. So I think the USS Gerald Ford is the one that got, caught on fire in the berthing area, and they had to go fix it up in, I forget where they went, up in the Mediterranean, but they went up there and got it fixed. They're already way over their normal deployment. Normally they're 6 months, and then they go back home, and I think they're at 8 months now. So finally going to send those boys home to get a little R&R. And then who knows, maybe with all these bases that are shutting down in NATO, they can take those guys, train them to work on those ships, and send them out quick. So yeah. So I think boot camp for the Navy, it's like 8 weeks or whatever, 12 weeks, whatever it was. And, half that's really where you learn stuff. So 6 weeks, they could train some people up and stick them on those ships and send them out. If the U.S. and Iran aren't able to soon come to a deal to end the war or extend the ceasefire that expires next week. All right. So this was April 15th. So this has been going on and on and on and on. Now we're into May. So next week becomes another week, and then here we are at a few more days and another week. Now he said, I think on the 1st, or maybe it was the day before, or the 30th, that if he was joking around, of course. He said if Iran did not agree to, what he wants them to do, give up the nukes and open the Strait of Hormuz, then he was going to drop human beings. Who was that human being, that fat human being that's a New Jersey guy that used to be governor? So that big fat governor, just drop him and it'll blow up and just take out all of Iran. Yeah. So that's probably what we're going to get. All right, Chris Christie, that's right. Thank you, Spiritual Journey. So Chris Christie, he's a big boy, and drop from high altitude, he could really blow up. And I think that's what Trump was kind of kidding around about. So he and Chris Christie have been at odds for a while. So anyways, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told reporters at the White House briefing Wednesday that the U.S. plans to ramp up economic pain. I predict pain on Iran, and said the new moves will be the financial equivalent of a bombing campaign, right? So we don't need to bomb them. We just restrict their economics. That's not going to work. It's not going to work with these. They'll just steal from everybody and keep themselves going. They'll keep the last of the food. It's the way these people work. So, I mean, it sounds good, but, maybe, the people that aren't getting paid are going to turn against them. I don't know. We'll see. Now, in the meantime, like I said, there's Iran's Immortal Guard. Sounds like something from the past. All right. Maybe during the Persian Empire days. The Immortals, I believe, are the ones that predicted the king. So they were the best of the best. And so we're seeing the Immortal Guard is basically conducting guerrilla warfare in Iran now.
A breaking news short for you guys. We had a bit of a situation, massive explosion right here in Zanjan. 14 IRGC forces members, operatives, were eliminated in this mysterious explosion. Now, the state media in Iran tried to downplay this by saying that we had a group of essentially specialists and construction workers and cleaners who went to Zanjan, and they discovered some unexploded bombs from the Americans and the Israeli rockets. And they were trying to remove these unexploded bombs for some reason, even though that's highly unlikely. And there was an accident. Now, the problem with this whole scenario is that obviously it's a bit of a lie, because that's not how it works. We had 14 IRGC operatives who were killed. There were 2 others who were also IRGC who have been injured. Nobody was identified as a construction worker or a cleaner or a specialist in that sense to remove any unexploded bombs. Why did you have so many IRGC operatives, actual militants, at the scene? Now, we still don't know exactly how this so-called incident occurred, but it smells like sabotage. We've had a lot of mysterious sabotage, gas leaks, explosions, and this was one of the biggest ones. 14 of them gone, 2 more injured, and...
All right, so the way you handle blowing up bombs is you place a bomb next to it, and only one guy goes and does that. And now they have robots that do that these days as well. So that's the way that's normally, taken care of. So 14 of these guys be taken out and 2 wounded. Sounds to me like a little sabotage against some of their forces. Now, Israel is still striking them. This is not being reported widespread, but Israel is still taking out some of their top people. And in fact, one of the people that Israel has taken out in a strike was the head of the IRGC that would go after the people, and has been, assassinating locals that got out of line and arresting them and so forth. So he has been eliminated. Very interesting, right? So my thought process about, some of these Iranians, being guerrilla warfare fighters like the Immortal Guard, like he's talking about right there, doing sabotage work and getting information probably from CIA and Mossad on the ground, which are getting information from, their sources, of course. So we're seeing, I think, a lot of these people, are ready to go off on the IRGC, and they got some support that came from Iraq, right? So they're little militia groups that were in Iraq. Of course, the U.S. struck a bunch of them and blew a bunch of them up in Iraq. They did airstrikes against them. So they ran to Iran where it was safe, and they're going against, and they're going after, people that don't have guns and stuff forth. So the big tough guys, right? I tell you guys, I've gone against the Muslims quite a bit. Not so tough. They talk tough, but not good fighters, right? They can strap some bombs to themselves and walk into like innocent crowds and blow themselves up, and they seem like they're badass fighter. That's not badass fighter, right? All right, so because I can tell you that SEALs and Delta, 6 guys, Delta and regular forces took out a lot of bad Muslims in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, right? Lots of them, lots and lots. So special forces, this is where they will be very, very effective if we go into Iran, which I believe we will, but when remains to be seen. Sooner the better. So it's up to the commander-in-chief and his team basically when that happens. And they're probably doing a lot of, want to do a lot of surgical stuff. They've been doing it with the air power, but they eventually have to put boots on the ground, right? You got lots of Devil Dog Marines that can, crank through the, like I said, it was like in less than a month, we basically completely control all of Iraq, right? And it can be that way for Iran, maybe another month at the most, right? Looking at the entire territory. But again, if you let the special forces in there to work with the locals, which I think the Green Berets are outstanding and have special skills at, like they did in Afghanistan with the 12 horsemen, that can be very, very effective. So let's look at that. Let's look at those 12 guys, those 12 incredibly brave Green Berets that went in and basically turned the war around. The role horses played in 12 Green Berets' historic mission. On the night of October 10th, 2001, a MH-47G Chinook made the treacherous flight from Uzbekistan over the Hindu Kush mountains, which are very tall and snow-laden for a good part of the year. Howling winds and weather ranging from sandstorms to snow-battered the heavy helicopter before it landed in the tiny village of Dihi, Afghanistan. On board were 12 Green Berets with 5th Special Forces Group Operational Detachment Alpha 595, right? So just weeks earlier, America had been attacked, 9/11. So these guys responded so friggin' quick. That was amazing. The country was reeling from the shock and devastations of 9/11. The mission for ODA 595, team up with local Afghan warlords and resistance fighters to defeat the Taliban. Same thing will happen in Iran, guys. It was a dangerous insertion. The unknowns far outweighed the known, but of course, that's what Special Forces guys are trained to do, adapt and overcome, and these guys did it, and pretty amazing. At sunrise the next morning, about 60 Afghan men arrived mounted on horses, accompanied by outriders and scouts. They were led by General Abdul Rashid Dostum, an Uzbek warlord. So basically, these guys, and here's a picture taken in the morning of October 21st, 2001. This is the group, and they got their horses, and they basically, great story about them saddling up. Wow. So let me tell you what their saddles were. The saddle I rode in was the pelvis bone of a cow flipped upside down, covered with carpet, and held onto the horse with a braided rope. Now I've got pillows, and I'll show you those pillows. I put my computer on these pillows, and they're basically horse sacks, right? So this is from Afghanistan, right? So I got a bunch of those pillows, so they're pretty cool, very rugged. And Tracy had them made into pillows, so they were basically saddle bags. And Tracy very ingeniously had this one woman make them into saddlebags or pillows. We've had them for almost 20 years, and they're like brand new. Pretty amazing. Very rugged. So they make good carpets over there. Very, very good carpets. And in Afghanistan, I was in a city, Herat, where Alexander the Great conquered that city and still had a fort there. Genghis Khan had built a bridge there, which was still there, and lots of other things from other cultures. They called it the city of 100 fathers, because they had Greeks, they had Brits, they had Americans, they had, you name it, Romans. They had a Roman bathhouse they were refurbishing. So pretty, very amazing. But it was a Silk Road. And, they would smuggle carpets across from Iran. So I got some amazing carpets back in the day, and for very cheap, because the Iranians couldn't ship them out anymore. So I was able to get Iranian carpets there in Afghanistan back in the day. Right. So very, very fun. 2005, 2006, I think it was there, somewhere around the time frame. So these guys basically made Afghanistan safe for me. So thank you, guys. Green Beret brothers. All right. So they basically called in airstrikes, just these 12 guys, and they had a couple ODA guys that came in, Air Force, not ODA guys, but Air Force special, here it is. 2 special operations airmen from the Air Force joined the ODA 595. And so they broke into teams of 3-4 men and went out off in their horses with their Afghan warlords, and they defeated the Taliban. They drove the Taliban across Afghanistan. It's pretty amazing. It's probably one of the most amazing things ever in history as far as warfare, and they don't get enough recognition. But this would be, I believe, the same thing that we would see, happening. It was Mazar-e-Sharif. So this was the river. I've been to Mazar-e-Sharif, very, very scenic area, right? No, and so they basically took that area. They blasted the Taliban out of there, and they took over. Right? It's very, very interesting. So they made a movie out of it, 12 strong, but it's only 50% accurate, as the guys say. Now, one thing, so I've talked to some of these guys over the years. They created Horse Soldier Bourbon, and they do really well with this. It hit the market back in January 2018. I think they even gave Navy SEAL guy special access to their group too at one time. I don't know if it still is, but this Navy SEAL guy that was helping them promote that. They actually have a monument in New York City at the 9/11 memorial site. So I brought this up because I think this is what this type of warfare is what special forces are outstanding in, and that could very easily be implemented. And you might not know about it in Iran, right? So the SEAL teams, they're already involved in operations in Strait of Hormuz. They're helping to enforce the naval blockade, which is doing a good job of cutting off the money, the funding of this evil empire in Iran. So they're assisting, maintaining the blockade. Maybe they do some, ship interdiction, fast rope on. You've seen those fast roping, excuse me, which was perfected in SEAL Team 6. Yes. And we did a good job of that. And then we passed it down to everybody. Securing maritime traffic. They conduct operations to ensure safe passage for vessels not linked to Iranian assets. And they could be involved with counter mine warfare. All right. Like I talked about, I was involved in way back. All right. So the EOD thought that it was not something that they could do, that swimmers could do, and they're like, we can't do this. It's an impossible task. And so give it to SEALs. And unfortunately, sorry, all you SEALs out there that still have to do this. I was one of those guys that you give me the impossible task, and I'm gonna accomplish it. Right. So, of course, I had a team that we worked together well, and we did some amazing things. So we're like I said, we were able to find all the mine shapes, and now that's one of the missions, I guess, that SEALs are potentially tasked with there in Strait of Hormuz. So Trump rejects Iran's Strait of Hormuz proposal amid standoff. So this is the third one. This happened, I think, yesterday. This article was released an hour ago, so just before I came on. So the U.S. naval blockade has stranded 31 Iranian tankers carrying 53 million barrels of oil, excuse me, and cost Tehran an estimated $4.8 billion in lost revenue. So oil and good prices have surged globally, and it's becoming quite a problem in a lot of areas to the people. All right, so this really needs to happen. All right, so we're seeing the largest energy crisis in the history of the modern world. Let's talk about it.
Asia are facing the, quote, largest energy crisis in history, with over 50 countries now implementing emergency measures as the oil runs out. But not in America, where we drilled, baby drilled, in the face of a red tape wood chipper by environmentalists who failed to force us to eat the pixie farts. 2 months into the Iran war, the Wall Street Journal reports 50 countries have now implemented emergency measures. Some are rationing fuel, some are giving cash handouts so their citizens don't riot. Some are closing universities, closing factories. Europe is down 75% of its jet fuel, canceling flights in the all-important tourism season. Australia is down to 30 days of jet fuel before it is cut off like a giant Robinson Crusoe with kangaroos. Ireland's government barely survived nationwide gas protests. Pakistan mandated a 4-day work week and closed all universities to avoid riots. Sri Lanka has declared every Wednesday a national holiday. Congratulations. In India, you cannot cremate with gas. You got to use firewood or break up the furniture to see dear Uncle Sanji to the next world. Egypt ordered an effective nationwide curfew at 9 p.m. Shops and restaurants have to close. They'll turn off the street lights, leaving you to the packs of stray dogs that are Egypt's national animal. In Bangladesh, there have been multiple cases of gas station workers. Note, this is all with a global release of 400 million barrels of strategic oil reserve, replacing about half.
All right, so we're already seeing some problems. Bangladesh, if there's no fuel, how dare you not have fuel? You will die. People are starting to crack, and we're going to start to see that around the world the longer this goes on. Now, the United States is the only country that's basically going against this evil. Well, some of the Gulf oil countries are against Iran as well, but for the most part, Europe is NATO has abandoned, and that's Australia as well, has abandoned helping the United States. Now, 9/11, all those countries came and helped the United States, but this time, not so much. Right, so they don't believe in the war, but do they believe in high gas prices and their populations rioting? We're going to find out.
Of the lost supply from Iran. In other words, whatever we're seeing now, it goes Mad Max when the reserves run out. Now, the key for oil isn't the war, it's the Strait of Hormuz. Bill Clinton recreationally bombed Iraq through the 90s and oil did not care. The Hormuz headlines flip by the hour, but oil futures markets are projecting disrupted supply into 2027 or even 2028, meaning it'll keep getting worse in Europe and Asia as they run out. Meanwhile, in America, we've actually got more oil than we need between what we drill and what we import from neighbors like Canada, Mexico, Colombia, and now Venezuela. In fact, we've got so much oil, armadas of European and Asian tankers are coming to America to sip at our plenty, turning America into what one analyst called, quote, the emergency gas station of the world. So as next brought to you by the Bitcoin Way, even without shortages, gas prices are still high in America because of that armada of foreign buyers. But the silver lining is America's got thousands of oil wells sitting idle, waiting for higher prices.
In California. So, and other states, of course. But I think at some point, Trump, I think President Trump has already mandated that the offshore drilling will begin again. I don't know if that has actually happened. Of course, from the point where, they drill, baby, drill, to the point where that oil comes up and is actually goes to a refinery, which California is closing all the refineries. Maybe President Trump needs to step in on that one too. I've said that. Hello, right? So, I mean, do people have to suffer before we actually move? Californians, what say you? All right. So maybe if you ask for help, maybe you'll get help. I don't know. This is in New Zealand. So this recent headline from New Zealand should itself send chills down your spine. Government reveals details of fuel crisis rationing and who will be prioritized. The citizen, of course, is at the bottom. So escalating powers are dressed as prudent planning. It began with 2 weeks to flatten the curve. The fuel plan begins with monitor and inform. Phases 3 and 4, rationing, purchasing limits, directed distribution, are legally and politically pre-legitimized by their inclusion into a published plan. So they have a plan to screw the people again. All right, where it's actually worse. The priority bands are socially explosive. Band A through E create a formal hierarchy of citizens. Very undemocratic, of course, but hey, who's asking questions? It's a crisis, damn it. Emergency services and defense get uncapped supply. General retail consumers are last. This is defensible in an emergency, but it also means that in a sustained disruption, ordinary people rationing, school runs, and commutes are subsidizing the uninterrupted operation of government and defense. All right. So fuel companies retain ownership. Now, at one point, I think like Australia and New Zealand had almost, independence, energy independence. And of course, they became very green like California and Europe. They sucked it and they sucked it down. And of course, now they're not looking so good. So this is the priority bands that I mentioned before. All right. So fascism is on the rise. Band B, large logistics operators, supermarket supply chains, mom and pop, bye-bye, international aviation. These are not small businesses. These are large corporations with existing government relationships. Very fascist. Keep in mind, and has lost money every year since. No surprise. It is basically a fascist-controlled company now. Band C, public transport, essential infrastructure, again, largely state-owned or state-contracted entities. Band D, all other commercial. Now, what they get away with in New Zealand and Australia, they're going to bring to the rest of the world because that is basically where they test it. Right? Watch Australia and watch New Zealand. Whatever they get away with down there, down under, they're going to get away with here because they use those guinea pigs down there, and the guinea pigs up here will react the same, right? So Band D, all other commercial and business fuel uses. This is where the small business owner, because the state wants their controlled big corporations to exist, right? Fascism. Look at fascism. All right. The tradesman, the independent courier, the rural contractor sits. They are fourth in line behind the state and its preferred corporate fascist partners. Band E, general retail, the ordinary citizen, last and least, right? The guinea pigs will like the slop that they get, and if they don't like it, they'll put them in a concentration camp, right? And that's what they did. They did that in Australia. I remember that. I don't know about New Zealand, but so democratic hostility to oil industry causes California state to lose 3 more refineries. All right. So this was back in September 28th, 2025. And we're going to look at this because they predicted the gas prices that California is seeing now. All right. So expect $7 a gas in 2026. And by God, wow, it's happened. How did they know? Los Angeles, California, September 23rd, 2025. California's oil refining industry is in sharp decline, with 2 major refineries slated to close by mid-2026. And that it is happening. The closures of Phillips 66's Wilmington refinery and Valero's Benicia facility signal a broader trend driven by declining gasoline demand. Really? All right. Phillips 66 refinery in Wilmington, which processes, because other states like that gas too, 139,000 barrels per day, began idling operations in early September, is set to fully shut down by the end of 2025. Any of the company's crude oil refining in California. Meanwhile, Valero's 145,000 barrels per day Benicia refinery in the San Francisco Bay Area is scheduled to cease operations by April 2026, and I guess they did. So, Californians, hope everyone has an electric car, right? Because you're going to need it. And if you don't, then you're paying ridiculously high prices. Wonder how much it costs to fill up for electricity. I wonder if that's going to go up. Yamaha just left California after 47 years, and more are following. So another one was Blue Diamond Almond Company, which had been in California for 115 years, is wrapping up. So again, fascism on the rise, right? Fascism. Californians, how did you let this happen? All right, so here we are with other problems. So I track SoCal foreclosures every month. Here's what's new. All right, so this is Christian Walsh. So let's see.
How many homeowners are missing payments right now? In LA County alone, notices of default are up 175% year over year. That is not a typo. Now, before all the crash bros come out and start screaming, see, 2008 is back, slow down. Because there's a layer to this story the headlines are not telling you. And one of the most respected foreclosure analysts in the country, Rick Sharga, he laid it out live on my podcast, Real Estate Disclosure, last night.
If you're looking for where we might see foreclosure activity, it's going to be states with a high concentration of FHA loans. And if you drew a smile across the bottom part of the country from Phoenix and Las Vegas along the south through.
All right. During the Biden administration, foreclosures were shut down. You could not do foreclosure. And that was a recipe for disaster. So President Trump, I think within the last several months, maybe a year, he basically said, I've been through this myself as a real estate guy. You got to let this stuff play out, and you got to let the shit, get washed out. You can't keep this shit inflated, which is what's happening. So most people can't afford a house now. It's like 80% of people, I think I saw somewhere, cannot afford a house. And that's going to change. All right. That's going to change a lot. Right. They're going to get very affordable going into the future.
That's where you have the highest concentration of FHA loans. You're also seeing the highest concentration of delinquent student loans. If you layered on top of that, which states had the highest increases in insurance premiums and property taxes? It's the same.
All right. So they're coming in and they're ramping up the property taxes. You guys have heard me talk about this, the bond fraud and so forth. We're going to have that get together in LA, not LA, but Las Vegas coming up next month. So I have the link down in the description box. So if you can join us, I would join us. I think that we're close to being sold out. And there's other options in there. You won't be able to stay at the Ahern because it's sold out. But just down the road within walking distance is Sahara, and they're having special room rates for the people that are coming to the Ahern for that event, for the fraud event. And they're also going to be exposing not only the financial fraud with these, these states and counties and so forth that are cranking up the property tax, and the same people that basically come in and do the estimates that cause the property taxes go up, the insurance goes up too, right? So, and it's putting a lot of people out of their homes. So this foreclosure rate is going to surpass 2008, 2009, guys.
States. If you also layer on top of that, which states have had price declines year over year in home prices, it's the same states. So if you're an FHA borrower who took out a loan 2 years ago with a 3.5% down payment, and you're in Austin where home prices have gone down 10% in 2 years, you're now underwater effectively.
So here's the question.
All right. So you guys know that I was jumping up and down on about this for years. Get out of real estate. Don't buy right now. And I know a lot of people fell for it, and they're probably not listening to my show anyway, but unfortunately you guys probably know these people. I remember people were like, I got out of mine. I'm renting. So that's what I'm doing. I'm waiting. Silver's going to go boom, boom. And and silver's going to continue to go boom, boom for years, guys. So don't sell all of your silver. You want a dollar cost average the best you can into buying silver still with Dr. Kirk Elliott, ideally. And then at some point, I predicted, if you guys remember, if we look at the same outcome that happened, in one of the last back in 2000 or 1980s, the Hunt brothers, when they did the silver, tried to control the silver market, silver to gold ratio was 14. Now, I don't see the gold price staying what it is right now. I think it's going to go at least to 7,000 this year. So if you look at the gold to silver ratio of 14, that equals 500. And that's what I predicted silver would be by the end of the year. Mid-year, 250, end of the year, 500. So I've been right on this year after year. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm right. So you need to be in silver. If you're not in silver, it's because you're still procrastinating, vacillating, right? Even my daughter, she approached me today. She's like, Dad, I got an IRA investment. I want to invest in silver and gold. Do you know anybody? Obviously I've been watching my shows. So I sent her my last show with Dr. Kirk. That was a great show. We're both predicting it's blast off time again, guys. So we'll see a new high. What's going to cause that? We'll see. Who knows? Maybe it goes sideways. Maybe it goes down again. But at some point, it goes big, right? So a lot bigger than it's been ever. It's already bigger than it's been ever, because the last high for the last few times was 50. So we've already seen 100, almost 120, 121 maybe. It's pulled back. It's been around 70, floating around 70. It looks like it's getting ready. I think it's like 78. It goes through 80. Then it goes through 90, and it's really going to take off. So I think we're going to see 80 coming up. Maybe next week, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Very hard to predict this stuff because if the war kicks off, all bets are off, right? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. So more stupidity in the throughout our cities. Democrats are destroying fascist type their cities and their states.
One of Washington's iconic companies, headquartered in Seattle, now plans to open a major corporate office in Nashville. Today, Starbucks.
That's right. Seattle, where Starbucks was started, is going to leave Seattle because it's so stupid and corrupt. Now look over here. Millionaire exodus. Socialist mayors dismiss wealthy. We've seen that with Kathy Hochul. She dismissed wealthy individuals like, you don't like it, then get out. And then months later, she started begging them, we need you to, because we have all these benefits that we have to pay out and give money away to legal. She didn't say it, of course, but that's what she wants the millionaires to stay there for. It's typical of liberals, guys. They have this like stupid idea of the way the world's going to be just because they think it's going to be good to do that. And then they find out, right? They F around and they find out. So this is what we're seeing around the world. Oregon officials push vacancy tax. We're going to talk about that, but look at this Seattle bullshit.
They will add thousands of jobs and invest millions in Tennessee. The big move brings bigger questions about what it means economically for Washington.
5 months. That's all the time it took for Seattle's new mayor to go from standing on a picket line, telling her entire city to stop buying Starbucks coffee, to releasing a statement.
So another Marxist, just like Mamdani, people voted her in, and she's destroying that state and that city, helping destroy the state and destroying that city at rocket liftoff speed.
Begging that same company to stay. 2,000 jobs and $100 million are now headed to Tennessee, and the people of Seattle are the ones left holding the bill.
This is a state that has become the envy of many states.
As Tennessee's governor, Bill Lee, rolls out the red carpet for Starbucks.
And we are extremely grateful for you, Brian, for your team.
A sharp contrast to what Mayor Wilson said at a Starbucks workers rally in November, encouraging people to boycott the company.
I am not buying Starbucks, and you should not either.
Now there are mounting questions on what.
Yay, stupid. Yay, stupid. Let's be stupid. Yay. What, they left? They took all the money? Why? Why? What do we do? What happened? Oh, you liberal idiots. You're destroying your, and we'll come back and rebuild it. Don't worry. All right. We'll come back and rebuild it. But you can't stay. When we come in, you go bye-bye, right? We're going to put you on some place somewhere else, right? But thousands are living in cars in Portland. So remember how I talked about Portland? It is like all of the left coast. It is collapsing.
There are more homeless people in the Portland area than ever before. That's according to Multnomah County. The county's latest numbers show that though Portland may be seeing visibly less homelessness, the people who are experiencing it still remain in higher numbers. Fox 12's Michaela Armstrong has the details.
In his State of the City address last week, Portland Mayor Keith Wilson said unsheltered homelessness is on the decline. But Multnomah County numbers paint a different picture.
There was once so much suffering. Now there is a new hope.
See, if they can't create the bullshit lies that they talk about, they just create it out of just thin air. oh, there's so many less people. Then you go out on the streets and there's so many more people that are living in the streets. These people are idiots.
I can see it.
As Mayor Keith Wilson sees Portland's homeless crisis trending down, Portlanders say they're seeing a different reality.
These are real people: dental hygienists, factory workers, veterans, elderly women, sleeping in their cars, vans, and RVs on the streets of Portland, Oregon. And the number keeps rising despite the city spending $250 million trying to stop it. Portland poured over $250 million into sweeps and shelter programs since 2021. And today, more people live outside than when that spending began. Let's start with the scale, because most people have no idea how large this problem has grown. Portland's own city fact sheet puts the number of lived-in vehicles inside city limits at between 800 and 900 on any given day. And the city acknowledges that other estimates run even higher. Motorhomes, old vans, beat-up sedans, trailers, whatever a person owns becomes their only shelter. And these are not people who drifted into Portland from somewhere else looking for an easy ride. The 2025 point-in-time count, conducted January 22nd by Portland State University's Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative, found that 73% of homeless respondents had lived in the Tri-County area before losing their housing, and 83% came from Oregon or Clark County, Washington.
Yep, those property taxes and insurance rates keep going up, forcing people out of their homes into the streets.
Crisis was born here. The overall numbers from that same January 2025 count are hard to absorb. 10,526 homeless individuals in Multnomah County alone, which represents a 67% increase from 2023, when the count stood at 6,297. 2 years, nearly doubled. By October 2025, the county's rolling by name tracking list had reached approximately 17,000 individuals, with around 7,800 of them unsheltered on any given night. And the county's own spokesperson put it this way: for every...
All right, so they need riders, which they seem to need them in Portland. Where do you think they find them? All right. Yes, they go to the homeless camps, and they pull these people out of the homeless camps and they send them into riot. And so that's one of the things that we have going on now. What's happening is a Southern Poverty Law Center, which funded a lot of that rioting, is under pressure, right? So they're not going to be able to fund a lot of these rioters anymore. So the homeless population is going to go hungry, and they're going to start rioting for real, right? Because there's nothing to eat for them, right? And all of the restaurants and all of the look at the stores and so forth are closing. For well over a year, I've been posting. There's a guy that goes up and down the coast, and he shows all the stores that are closing. And now they're going to start to charge people for not having anyone in their stores or their malls or their office buildings, a vacancy tax. So how dare you, not have somebody in that store? And they're the reason why, because of all the taxation, because all the things they're implementing, and they're running people out of their states, and there's no one left to go shopping. And those that are don't have the money to shop anymore because they're being taxed, and it's a vicious cycle, right? And now they're struggling to find anyone with any money to pay for this. So the government, they don't pay the fines or whatever. They're going to seize the property, just like they do with people that can't afford to pay the taxes and the insurance and so forth, and the higher electricity rates, all of these things that are happening all across the country. Higher electricity rates because they're doing the AI, plants and that use a lot of water and electricity and so forth. So electricity rates are going up.
Portland just voted to fine landlords for having empty buildings. Not the criminals who emptied them, the landlords. After years of watching Walmart.
So the real criminals that emptied them are the politicians.
Nike, REI, Nordstrom Rack, and CVS walk out the door one by one. Portland City Council is now studying a fee that would punish the property owners left behind for not finding tenants in a city where tenants do not want to come.
And now to downtown Portland, where another business is leaving the Pioneer Courthouse Square area. The CVS Pharmacy, I should say, will soon be shuttering its location on Southwest Broadway.
It looks like all four corners. Nothing there, nothing there, and nothing there. All gone. We have a tent on the left-hand side. Part of the reason why things are boarded up over here. That's how they wish reality was on that picture. But this is reality.
Population loss in Multnomah County, regional job losses, despite the national labor market growing. People, quote, voting with their feet.
Today, we are going to walk through exactly how Portland got here, what the numbers actually show, and why this story is about a lot more than one struggling city on the West Coast. Start with a number that tells the whole story in one breath. Back in 2017, Portland ranked 3rd out of 78 major American cities for real estate investment attractiveness. According to the annual ULI and PricewaterhouseCoopers Emerging Trends in Real Estate report, which draws on surveys from over 2,000 real estate executives every year and carries real weight in the industry. By 2025, that same report placed Portland 80th out of 81 cities, with only Hartford, Connecticut, sitting below it.
Leaving the Portland area due to high housing costs and taxes. And when it comes to real estate attractiveness, Portland ranked 80th out of 81, second to last in attracting outside investment, in front of only Hartford, Connecticut.
Connecticut, another Democrat hellhole. All right, so been talking about this for years. Democrats got to go bye-bye, right? So I guess people are going to have to feel the pain until they, get active and activate, right? So at some point, there won't be anybody there to feel the pain. Everybody's going to be gone.
Winter months, which is the best.
So it's not just, Republicans do. Right? So Republicans are just as bad, but a Democrat city like Miami, all right? Although there was a Republican there that was running the city, now it's a Democrat, but a Republican was running. But we know that some of these Republicans are rhinos, and it's like a uniparty in a lot of places, guys. So listen to this. This is Miami.
To be in Florida, it's actually better to be in South Florida because the winters are more mild down here, and in northern Florida it can just get downright cold. It snowed like 2 or 3 times in northern Florida this past winter, and a lot of days got down into the 30s and 40s. So that's just
because we're going to the global cooling. Hello.
Too cold for what we want. And a lot of other people are just leaving the state altogether. They're moving to Georgia, they're moving to the Carolinas, they're moving to Tennessee and Texas. They're also moving to Alabama, different southern states where it's more affordable to live. As of November of...
So these are the people that are leaving Florida now because it's becoming too expensive. Property taxes, insurance. Of course, Florida's talking about doing away with property taxes. Yeah, let's see. Well, yeah, we're going to hold our breath for that. No. But a lot of people are leaving Florida, me included, and it's just not what it used to be. Florida is basically, making homes. No more farmland. They're taking farmland away. I heard of one guy. Did you know that one time Florida had more cattle ranches than Texas? Not anymore. All right. So, and that happened over the last several years because everybody flooded into Florida, and now everybody's leaving Florida because it's gotten bad, right? One former rancher has cattle and so forth. Because one of the reasons the Strait of Hormuz is closed, or one of the consequences of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, is fertilizer is not leaving there and going around the world, which all farmers need fertilizer, right? And this one particular farmer rancher doesn't have enough hay to feed his cattle on the level that he used to. It cost him 4 times more for hay than it did last year at the same time. And this was like a month or two ago that I was reading this. So things are getting really bad. And you know what happens when people can't afford their herds. And so there might be a little surge in beef to the markets, but after that, the prices go up. So this is happening across the country right now. And it's not looking so good.
25, nearly half of Floridians who were surveyed said that they have considered leaving the state because of the cost of living. And 90% said they were concerned about inflation, and 80% said they were concerned about housing expenses. And this is leading to a situation where a lot of Florida residents are in big trouble right now, guys. The foreclosures, the debt, and the bankruptcies are absolutely exploding here in the state. If we just look at foreclosure filings, for example, in March, Florida had a foreclosure filing for every 2,124 housing units, which ranked it the 3rd worst in the nation, only behind South Carolina and Indiana. All
right, in the last downturn, it was Vegas and Florida, and of course the Miami area that had condos and so forth, 80% depreciation from their highs, right? 80% from their highs. So that's starting to kick in, and we're starting to see the consequences of and the free money that went out there, and now we're having another similar lockdown that's coming for a lot of countries, maybe not so much the United States unless you're in California, but in pretty much everywhere else. We're going to see these lockdowns, and they're already beginning.
State had one of the highest foreclosure rates and ranked 3rd in bank repossessions. We also seen a lot of people recently go from 60 days late on their mortgage to 90 days late, according to Federal Reserve data. And Florida also has the highest percentage of mortgage debt that's at least 90 days past due right now. So what does that tell you about the financial squeeze that people here are experiencing? A lot of people are just falling behind. They're never going to catch up, guys. That's part of the reason there's so many listings for sale here right now. If we take a look at Reventure app, home prices in Florida are down 4.1% year over year right now, and projected to go down another 3.4% in the next year. And if
some places a lot more. So it's hitting not just in certain states, but around the country, and we're going to see that continue. Unfortunately, and it's going to start to gather speed and decrease. Home prices will decrease very quickly. And then eventually stock prices, because that's the way that works. All right, Al Gore shifts on global warming. Time to watch out for a new ice age. All right. So he's finally flipped. He was like a couple years ago, he was the angry man at the World Economic Forum, screaming that, we're headed for another, for all the ice to melt. Of course, the ice is, ever since he came out with global warming, the ice has been increasing at the poles. So, he said there wouldn't be any snow, there wouldn't be any ice at this point, and now he's flipping. He's seen the real thing, because that's the way it happens for liberals, Democrats. Eventually, they can't lie anymore, and so they flip into another lie. They're like, "Oh, was I saying that? This is the real one now. This is the real truth, right?" And actually, he is going into the real truth now. So we're finally going to look at Al Gore and say he's right. He's right finally. Right. So the mass immigration is happening around the world. The Muslims' mass immigration take over the West.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., born November 20, 1942, in Scranton, Pennsylvania, ceased to exist on January 17, 2020 following his trial and execution at Guantanamo Bay, in accordance with military tribunal procedures. The execution was carried out under executive orders activated by President Trump during the silent phase of the war against the treasonous infrastructure embedded across the U.S. government. Biden crimes included high treason, subversion of the Constitution, collusion with foreign powers and crimes against humanity. Friday, May 1, 2026, boom. The greatest lie ever sold, Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020, Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Another item that hasn't made the mainstream media news, yet it was the largest transfer of wealth in the history of the world. Jerome Powell's final term as chairman of the cabal's privately owned Federal Reserve concluded on Friday, May 15, 2026. A while back President Trump moved the Federal Reserve under the U.S. Treasury. On Friday, May 15, 2026 when Powell's successor Kevin Warsh took over, he was expected to announce the global currency reset of the fiat federal dollar to the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Friday, May 1, 2026 Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. died on January 17, 2020 following his trial and execution at Guantanamo Bay, in accordance with military tribunal procedures. For political reasons he has been played by clones, doubles and actors ever since. We saw the ear shapes changing, the chin morphing, the eye color inconsistencies, the jittering AI glitches during live broadcasts, the CGI hands phasing through microphones. Why would they go to such extremes? Because they had no real plan after he passed away. The deep state stole the election, but they couldn't sell a fully senile man to the world. They needed a puppet to sign orders, a clone to pose for optics, a hologram to deliver pre-written lines, a body double to appear alive for photos, a digital mask to keep up the illusion of governance. The Biden illusion. Trump drops classified proof deep state used actors, clones, and holograms to fake a presidency. Donald Trump's advisor Alina Habba discovered the fake Oval Office where Joe Biden allegedly pretended to be president. Friday, May 1, 2026 Obama exposed as major adrenochrome trafficker by official government documents, Gitmo TV on Telegram. Friday, May 1, 2026 Newly released FBI files have reignited explosive allegations of bribery, money laundering, and pay-to-play schemes tied to the Clinton Foundation. Friday, May 1, 2026 Fox News. The largest naval buildup since the Iraq War is now in motion, 3 carriers, 200 aircraft, 15,000 troops, and more incoming. Shoot to kill. No hesitation. The warning just got real. Deal, or get destroyed. The clock is ticking. As of Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the quantum financial system, QFS, was locked in and irreversible. There were 209 nations that possessed gold-backed currency. The fiat slavery system was dead. The U.S. Incorporated Corporation was officially bankrupt and dissolved. The constitutional republic was fully restored with Trump-era justice in motion. The raids on Thursday, April 30, 2026 evening were biblical. Deep state assets were seized with trillions in stolen wealth redirected to humanity via global trust funds. Debt jubilee was executed, mortgages, credit cards, student loans were erased under NISA protocols. Prosperity packages were preloaded for Tier 4B humanitarians. On Friday, May 1, 2026 the Quantum Financial System, QFS, was sending out Tier 4B notification to set exchange/redemption appointments. The EBS primary signal was live. The Starlink satellite system had total dominance over communications with the cabal backdoors eliminated. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, major deep state strongholds were set to be raided worldwide as Trump's loyal military units executed final warrants. Pharma executives in panic as their crimes against humanity exposed. Stock up and prepare for blackouts. On Sunday, May 3, 2026, Jazara/NISA are fully activated in first-wave nations. Gold-backed QFS goes live, slamming the fiat scam. No more IRS, no more debt slavery. Trump announces sovereignty restored. On Tuesday, May 5, 2026, global financial reset completes. Zim, dinar, Dong skyrocket. Humanitarian projects funded as trillions flood into alliance accounts. Cabal banks collapse under their own corruption. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026, 72-hour lockdown initiates in major cities for mass arrests. Hollywood elites and big pharma heads rounded up. Martial law protects patriots as justice unfolds. On Tuesday, May 12, 2026, Trump addresses the nation from a secure location, unveiling the full MedBed network timeline. Freedom rings as humanity steps into 5D consciousness and perfect health. On Friday, May 15, 2026, when Kevin Warsh took over the Federal Reserve, he was expected to announce the global currency reset of the fiat federal dollar to the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note. On Tuesday, May 19, 2026, CBS activation may bring a brief communication blackout, the MAGA King on Telegram. On Sunday, May 24, 2026, the emergency broadcast system will begin. Donald Trump will post on X, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." On our phones, the 7 trumpet sounds will be heard and we will receive the 7 presidential messages. Martial law and mass arrests will be declared. John F. Kennedy Jr. is confirmed at the White House, standing by for the nationwide blackout before making his full public appearance and address to the nation. Prepare accordingly, secure your location and essentials. See Friday, May 1, 2026, the U.S. Incorporated, or Cabal, was in big trouble on many fronts. 10 days of darkness on Telegram, Black Swan events pending, massive cyber attack, global financial collapse happening now. Banks were closing, markets were down and Bitcoin has stopped trading. BRICS nations were meeting right now in Russia to end the fiat US dollar, though it had already been rejected for international trade. The U.S. Incorporated government was the largest, and the problem was only growing. Now, almost 4 years into Biden-Harris's cabal-planned open border policies, the National Guard had to be deployed across the nation after gangs and drug cartels seized control of major cities. Israel was a nation taken over by fake Jew Zionists of the Khazarian Mafia for their Rothschild dynasty headquarters, that would cut off money from their lucrative child trafficking. According to Nathaniel Rothschild, heir to the Rothschild family fortune, without Ukraine, the global order may not survive. This was a red alert panic call to fellow globalists saying that if the Ukraine were to fall, then so would the New World Order. To make matters worse, Biden, Harris and NATO were pushing for a World War III so they could cancel the November 5 election. Beings as Harris had no chance and their efforts to steal the election were being reported all over social media and weren't working out so well. Rothschild/Zionist/Khazarian Mafia had long controlled Biden/Harris's U.S. Incorporated to create conflicts such as in the Middle East that were designed to cause global instability, as well as manipulate political outcomes and engineer economic crises through control of the Federal Reserve, IRS, Washington, D.C., and mainstream media, all to bring about a new world order where they hold all the power in a plan that could enslave the world. On the other hand, a devolution plan martial law was already in effect for a continuity of government and had been since the 2020 fraudulent election. White hat military arrest wars with JAG, Gitmo and World Court tribunals were also in place. Funding of the cabal was taken away when the new quantum financial system was put into place last week. Expect a blackout soon. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. On Sunday, May 24, 2026, the emergency broadcast system will begin. Donald Trump will post on X, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." On our phones, the 7 trumpet sounds will be heard and we will receive the 7 presidential messages. Martial law and mass arrests will be declared. Friday, May 1, 2026, every cell phone on the planet will be hit with 7 trumpet sounds transmitted from the Starlink satellites, bypassing the elite-controlled media channels. The alliance has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Friday, May 1, 2026, the financial overhaul began with Level 4B notifications sparking RV releases and wealth redistribution. Banks receive new codes from May 8, 2026. NISRA brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. The NISRA announcement is set for May 11th, with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Friday, May 1, 2026, As of Sunday 1st of February 2026, the darkness descended, with the light breaking through. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, was locked in and irreversible, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. There were 209 nations that possessed gold-backed currency. The fiat slavery system was dead. The U.S. Incorporated Corporation was officially bankrupt and dissolved. The constitutional republic was fully restored with Trump-era justice in motion. The raids on Thursday, April 30, 2026 evening were biblical. Deep state assets were seized with trillions in stolen wealth redirected the humanity via global trust funds. Debt jubilee was executed, mortgages, credit cards, student loans were erased under NISA protocols. Prosperity packages were preloaded for Tier 4B humanitarians. On Friday, May 1, 2026, the EBS primary signal was live. The Starlink satellite system had total dominance over communications with the cabal backdoors eliminated. The 10 days of darkness window was opening with a communications blackout to install secure systems. God has spoken. The storm is here to cleanse. Faith is your armor. The people have won. Prepare your spirit and supplies. Trust the divine plan. The greatest awakening in history is unfolding. Global currency reset Thursday, April 30, 2026. Bruce, the Big Call universe. On Friday, May 1, 2026, the QFS system is to be fully integrated with our quantum accounts. A high source said that sometime between Monday 4th of May and Wednesday 6th of May, Tier 4B should receive the 800 numbers to set exchange/redemption appointments. The new currency rates were set to be on the Forex by Sunday, May 3, 2026. On Friday, May 15, 2026, when Kevin Warsh took over the Federal Reserve, he was expected to announce the global currency reset of the fiat federal dollar to the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note. Sunday, May 17, 2026, new gold-backed currency launch, JD Vance on Telegram. Restored Republic, G. Friday, May 1, 2026. Breaking. Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation imminent, U.S. braces for military takeover. Jazara unleashed, NISA's revolutionary impact reshaping the nation, the MAGA King on Telegram. The United States is on the brink of a historic global transformation. This profound shift goes beyond politics and finance to reshape society and governance at its core. The Supreme Court ruling on 2020 election fraud could dissolve the Biden administration and Congress, leading to martial law and new elections to restore constitutional integrity and deliver justice against the deep state. Political changes coincide with a financial revolution. RV liquidity release heralds the global currency reset under Jazara and NISA, overhauling world monetary systems for asset-backed prosperity. The quantum financial system replaces corrupt banks with secure networks protecting public wealth. Worldwide cyber attacks targeting U.S. Incorporated and Israel signal escalating tensions as part of the transition chaos. Pentagon corruption is being cleansed amid power struggles. The Treasury Secretary's presence in Reno advances the final phase of the financial reset. The Epstein Island visitor list exposes elite depravity and control networks. Events in Japan add to global uncertainty. EBS activation around May 19, 2026, may bring a brief communication blackout in this strategic plan. Bitcoin's fall and the Federal Reserve collapse mark the old system's end. The chosen ones prepare to use their blessings for humanity's benefit. Banks receive new codes from May 8, 2026. NISA brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. The NISA Jazara announcement is set for May 11th, with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th. International partners including BRICS shift from the petrodollar to sovereign currencies. Geopolitical realignments and National Guard readiness indicate major changes. Quantum communications enhance security. This movement builds an equitable future impacting all lives for generations. Friday, May 1, 2026. Breaking now. U.S. military units in high gear on EBS training, full control of TV, phones, and internet being prepared now, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Military units at key installations have pushed emergency broadcasting system drills into high gear right now in April 2026. Loyal Pentagon commanders coordinate with Northern Command, Space Force, and National Guard to prepare the override for military control of all phones, TVs, radios, and internet in America. President Trump is central to this effort. Since his January 2025 inauguration, Executive orders have reformed communications, secured Starlink, and eliminated propaganda funding. He signed the Readiness Directive in early 2026. Training now finalizes protocols for perfect activation. Long ago, global elites created a shadow power structure using banks, organizations, and captured agencies to funnel tax dollars into black budgets for bioweapons, election interference, and anti-patriot surveillance. The 2020 steel tied directly to these networks behind open borders and mandates. After Trump's 2024 landslide, deep state sabotage failed against military placements in key nodes and Space Force satellite oversight, exposing the full fraud. 10 days of control are ready. Networks go dark for military broadcasts and text alerts revealing Russia collusion, lawfare on supporters, and child exploitation protections. Starlink hardened signals prevent sabotage as the EBS severs the control grid threatened by Trump. Citizens will see the truth about debt slavery, divisions, and replacement agendas. Trump directs from the White House focusing on sovereignty in April 2026 as drills complete. This arms patriots to defund agencies and rebuild America. April 2026 training is the final step before truths flood the nation unfiltered. The Republic reclaims its soul. Sovereignty returns. Control ends. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, May 1, 2026 treason. Buried FBI files on Clinton Foundation reveal bribery allegations. Grassley pushes long question 2024 case back into the spotlight. 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. Newly released FBI files have reignited explosive allegations of bribery, money laundering, and pay-to-play schemes tied to the Clinton Foundation. Senator Chuck Grassley is pushing the long question 2024 investigation back into the national spotlight, forcing a renewed focus on potential high-level corruption that many believe was shielded from full scrutiny. These previously buried documents are now in public view, shedding light on an FBI investigation into financial misconduct, conflicts of interest, and how the case was managed. This resurgence raises important debates about what information was available and whether the probe was fully advanced or held back. The materials indicate the FBI examined various fronts, including allegations of questionable financial transactions and foreign contributions. They also covered potential pay-to-play dynamics and concerns regarding money laundering. These points were central to an investigation that drew attention but led to no charges initially. Set against the backdrop of 2024, a time of intense political sensitivity, the Clinton Foundation came under significant examination. Federal agencies navigated challenging cases, and the approaches taken then are still questioned today for possible institutional caution. By releasing the files now in 2026, Senator Grassley seeks to reignite public discussion, assess the conduct of federal investigations, and promote transparency in significant matters. His step emphasizes that the case continues to be seen as unresolved by key observers. Several essential questions have returned to the forefront. Were all financial paths fully explored? Did the process reflect unbiased standard practices? Might political considerations have affected the investigation's rigor? This goes beyond a single case or organization. It concerns the transparency of federal institutions, consistent law application, and trust in investigative processes. Such moments test whether accountability holds equally for all, especially the powerful. The documents do not close the book on this story. They reopen it in the court of public opinion. What follows could mean more reviews, inquiries, or vigorous debate. One certainty remains: the questions are back and they are not going away. Friday, May 1, 2026, breaking bombshell: Trump's Trump IRA plan could make millions rich, $1,000 federal match and no congressional approval. Friday, May 1, 2026, breaking: the experience of a retired U.S. Army veteran in a secret base, an unveiling of med beds. Friday, May 1, 2026, boom, Donald Trump's advisor Alina Habba discovered the fake Oval Office where Joe Biden allegedly pretended to be president. Friday, May 1, 2026, the Biden illusion: Trump drops classified proof deep state used actors, clones, and holograms to fake a presidency. Friday, May 1, 2026, the Biden illusion: Trump drops classified proof deep state used actors, clones, and holograms to fake a presidency. Friday, May 1, 2026, bombshell reveal: RFK Jr. exposes the government agency behind America's geoengineering nightmare. We think it's DARPA, military secrets leaked. Friday, May 1, 2026, boom. The greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Friday, May 1, 2026, breaking the silence. Epstein's list exposes global elite, CIA, MI6, Hollywood, and Pentagon's dark web of trafficking and extortion. J.D. Vance on Telegram. The recent release of the Epstein list goes beyond listing names. This major data dump includes thousands of pages from court reports, police files, and witness testimonies. Coverage mentions about 800 pages, but the full extent shows deeper ties. Epstein's activities were part of a vast global network of extortion and minor trafficking. Intelligence agencies including the CIA, MI6, and military forces are allegedly involved. This points to a controlled military coup over the U.S. government and elections. Epstein revelations are just the start, with whistleblowers emerging soon. As summer 2026 arrives, the Epstein saga will escalate. Roles of the CIA, Pentagon, and Israeli intelligence will gain focus. Military intelligence brought this to light for millions of Edens and world patriots. Pentagon and CIA worry about further releases. The case ties to government, Hollywood, and entertainment. Banks like J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Blackstone, and BlackRock may face scandals linked to Pentagon, CIA, and Rockefellers. Trump's judicial criticisms expose deep state control. Mexico will see upheaval exposing CIA cartel control backed by UN and Davos BlackRock funds managing global trafficking. These events begin a larger disclosure story. A military alliance targets dark secrets of the Vatican, Rothschild, EU, United Nations, Israel, and United States. Whistleblowers from CIA, Pentagon, and military intelligence prepare major testimonies. Vivek Ramaswamy advances military-backed efforts for Donald Trump, positioned by Kash Patel. Moves against DeSantis involve Nikki Haley pushes. An Epstein money laundering scandal threatens DeSantis and boosts Trump. Deep state backs Haley with The Rock and Michelle Obama as alternatives. Global intelligence holds Biden laptop data and CIA Epstein evidence ready for release. Major disclosures near to reveal controllers and rewrite history. The storm approaches with cyber and military actions. Friday, May 1, 2026, breaking. Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation imminent. U.S. braces for military takeover. Jazara unleashed. Nizar's revolutionary impact reshaping the nation. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. The United States is on the brink of a historic global transformation. This profound shift goes beyond politics and finance to reshape society and governance at its core. The Supreme Court ruling on 2020 election fraud could dissolve the Biden administration and Congress, leading to martial law and new elections to restore constitutional integrity and deliver justice against the deep state. Political changes coincide with a financial revolution. RV liquidity release heralds the global currency reset under Jazara and Nizar, overhauling world monetary systems for asset-backed prosperity. The quantum financial system replaces corrupt banks with secure networks protecting public wealth. Worldwide cyber attacks targeting U.S. Incorporated and Israel signal escalating tensions as part of the transition chaos. Pentagon corruption is being cleansed amid power struggles. The Treasury Secretary's presence in Reno advances the final phase of the financial reset. The Epstein Island visitor list exposes elite depravity and control networks. Events in Japan add to global uncertainty. EBS activation around May 19, 2026, may bring a brief communication blackout in this strategic plan. Bitcoin's fall and the Federal Reserve collapse mark the old system's end. The chosen ones prepare to use their blessings for humanity's benefit. The financial overhaul begins with Level 4B notifications sparking RV releases and wealth redistribution. Banks receive new codes from May 8, 2026. Nizar brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. The Nizar and Jazara announcement is set for May 11th, with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th. International partners including BRICS shift from the petrodollar to sovereign currencies. Geopolitical realignments and National Guard readiness indicate major changes. Quantum communications enhance security. This movement builds an equitable future impacting all lives for generations. Federal agents entered his laboratory in Rangeley, Maine. They dismantled every orgone accumulator. They seized every document, every notebook, every piece of research. Then they loaded 6 tons of his published books, journals, and scientific papers into an incinerator in New York City and burned them. This was not 1933 Berlin. This was 1956 New York. Reich was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison. He died in his cell at Lewisburg Penitentiary on November 3, 1957. The official cause of death was heart failure. He was 60 years old. His final manuscript was sealed by the court with orders that it not be opened until 2007. 50 years of silence. When it was finally opened, the contents were never widely published. They did not just silence him. They burned his words. They caged him. They killed him. And then they made sure you never heard his name. The only country in the modern world that has burned a scientist's books is the United States of America. Ask yourself why. Oh, government fraud. Friday, May 1, 2026. Stephen Miller drops the single largest robbery in United States history. Stephen, we believe that the GDDM and Ilhan Omar fraud operation in Minnesota is the single greatest theft of taxpayer dollars through welfare fraud in American history. We believe that we have only scratched the very top of the surface of how deep this goes. The total bill, the total tab for this, is going to be far beyond the numbers you've already seen reported. We believe the state government is fully complicit, and we believe that what we are going to uncover is going to shock the American people. Raid them all. Every single official in the tampon administration knew about it, including the bribed Keith Ellison and the damn World War XI herself, Alex Jones on Telegram. P. Friday, May 1, 2026. BQQQM. List of famous people arrested and executed. The movie, Dismantling the Deep State Operatives and Doubles, Kimmel, Oprah, Biden, and more. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. The deep state continues to be dismantled through a meticulously planned operation known as the movie. This strategic approach allows patriots to witness the fall of the cabal as white hat forces, led by President Donald Trump and the military alliance, restore the republic and deliver justice for treason against the nation and humanity. Recent intelligence in late April 2026 reveals many famous figures arrested or executed. Body doubles and advanced technology maintain the public illusion, giving time for the Great Awakening without chaos. Jimmy Kimmel awaits military tribunal for spreading propaganda and harmful activities. Oprah Winfrey was arrested and placed under house arrest, her globalist connections disrupted. Joe Biden has been removed, with body doubles appearing publicly. Barack Obama was arrested and executed after breaching a plea deal. Michelle Obama was executed soon after. In entertainment, Lady Gaga was arrested and executed for occult practices and deep state ties. Ellen DeGeneres remains on house arrest. Alec Baldwin and his brother were arrested and executed. The Kardashian family members, including Kim, Khloe, Kourtney, Kylie, and Kris Jenner, are on house arrest awaiting tribunals. Taylor Swift, Caitlyn Jenner, and Dustin Hoffman are detained. Guantanamo Bay processes high-value targets through tribunals. Many provide intelligence aiding the alliance. Deep state operatives are neutralized or turned to support the plan. As the movie advances in 2026, victory signs abound for attentive patriots. Trump supporters and Q followers confirm the storm is winning. The forces of light prevail, accelerating the Great Awakening. The Republic rebirths free from globalist control. Patriots stay vigilant and trust the plan. Doubles allow the public show to continue, spreading truth further. This final battle ensures victory of light, bringing freedom and prosperity to those upholding the Constitution. The alliance ensures every detail is handled with precision to secure lasting victory. Q Friday, May 1, 2026. Podesta/Clinton emails expose how Soros, a group of over 100 private donors, and shadow foundations bankroll far-left agendas and their election takeover playbook. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Redistricting states has always been top priority and of paramount concern to fulfilling the left's agenda of turning America into a one-party state. It all starts with two low-profile but massive progressive foundations that have poured hundreds of millions into the same ecosystem George Soros and the Clintons operate in. The Sandler Foundation, born from a $2.4 billion bank sale in 2006, the couple dumped $1.3 billion into the Spend-Down Foundation to build progressive infrastructure. Seed-funded and heavily bankrolled the Center for American Progress, CAP, co-founded by John Podesta, major early money behind ProPublica, investigative media that shapes narratives, the ACLU, Human Rights Watch, and consumer/voting justice groups. Herb Sandler was a top donor to Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign and Priorities USA Super PAC, millions funneled directly. Podesta himself was a paid $7,000 per month consultant to the Sandler Foundation while running Clinton's operation. The Stephen M. Silberstein Foundation tech fortune, library software empire, turned into a $70 million-plus grant machine, pumps millions annually into the exact same groups: CAP, Media Matters, ProPublica, ACLU, Tides Foundation, Brennan Center, and more. Silberstein is a card-carrying member of the Democracy Alliance, the secretive Soros-led network of mega-donors that coordinates left-wing funding strategy. These aren't random charities. They are strategic investors in a machine fueling color revolutions and rigging elections. Controlling the dialogue, massive funding for ProPublica and Media Matters to set the media narrative, attack conservatives, and protect the left's brand. Voter registration and turnout, billions channeled through grantees that run expansive registration drives, same-day voting pushes, and get-out-the-vote operations targeting urban and minority areas. Redistricting power grab, direct grants to the National Redistricting Foundation and related outfits. The goal: draw maps after every census to maximize Democratic seats in the House, and fight any Republican attempts at fair maps. Stacking Congress, parallel pushes for D.C. and Puerto Rico statehood, adding 4+ safe Democratic Senate seats and multiple House seats, funded in the same progressive network. Killing the Electoral College, both the Sandler and Silberstein foundations have directly funded. National Popular Vote Incorporated, the group engineering the interstate compact to bypass the Electoral College and install a pure popular vote that would let California plus New York decide every presidential election. George Soros Open Society foundations sit at the center of this web, pouring billions into the identical organizations: CAP, ACLU, Brennan Center, voting rights NGOs, Media Matters, etc. The Clintons provide the political muscle and donor lists. Podesta is the connective tissue, CAP founder, Clinton campaign chairman, Sandler consultant. The Democracy Alliance is the coordinating hub where Soros, Sandler's, Silberstein, and dozens more align their checks. The end game is explicit. Flood the system with new voters and new rules. Control the maps. Dominate the media story. Then structurally rewrite the Constitution's guardrails: more blue seats in Congress, Senate-proof majorities, and the final elimination of the Electoral College so the popular vote machine never loses again. Our Friday, May 1, 2026, the dark money funding America's chaos with Soros, Rockefeller, Obama, Clinton's, USAID, SPLC, and other corrupt NGOs behind it all. White hats on Telegram. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025. $3+ billion combined annual revenues of around 500 left-wing activist groups, including socialist communist organizations coordinating major protests like the No Kings and other protests per year. Around $1.5+ billion annual revenue in spending by Arabella Advisors' dark money network, progressive advocacy, protests, activism per year. Hundreds of millions in cumulative grants from George Soros/Open Society foundations and Swiss billionaire Hans-Jörg Wyss to dozens of U.S. protest-linked groups, $293 M+ from Wyss, $72 M+ from Soros to No Kings-related orgs, multi-year but ongoing annual flow amounts. On top of all of this, one of the most concerning aspects is the amount of money dumped into swaying and fixing elections from these same billionaires and NGOs. This alone is a major part of these regime change operations being conducted on U.S. soil and around the globe. The follow the money trail leads straight to the usual suspects: globalist billionaires and their corrupt NGO empire. This isn't isolated to campus protests. It's a global operation of radical left violence and societal breakdown that runs real operations and agendas to destroy America and any conservative movement globally. Violence mixed with propaganda and psychological operations are being funded by your own taxpayer dollars for your own demise. Domestic extremists/civil unrest advocates, $61 million, Arabella, $7,821,930, Buffett, $8,557,500, Ford, $10,110,825, Rockefeller, $9,819,959, Singham, $610,000, Soros, $5,755,308. Tides, $18,765,690, Pro-Hamas/Radical Islam, $98 million, Arabella, $3,253,604, Buffett, $12,025,074, Ford, $30,757,185, Foreign Influence, $87,040, Rockefeller, $6,535,906, Soros, $33,307,474, Tides, $12,300,750. USAID supported independent media in over 30 countries, but the full harm to global media is hard to assess since organizations hesitate to speak out, fearing loss of funding or political attacks. Per a Now Offline 2023 fact sheet, it aided 6,200 journalists, 707 non-state outlets, and 279 media CSOs. The 2025 budget allocates $268,376,000 for independent media and free information flow. George Soros and his Open Society foundations have poured hundreds of millions more through dark money pipelines into groups like the Open Society, Tides, Indivisible, Jewish Voice for Peace, U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, and Education for Just Peace in the Middle East. These aren't peaceful protesters, they're paid organizers turning student activism into organized disruption, property damage, and chaos. Soros has admitted he wants to remake societies. And America's streets are his latest lab experiment. The Rockefeller Brothers Fund is right there with him, dumping over $500,000 into the same networks fueling these anti-Israel radicals. Old money meets new radicalism, funding the very groups turning college quads into battlegrounds. Obama and the Clintons built the machine and structured the government side of the operations to funnel taxpayer dollars through corrupt NGOs that then get distributed to hundreds of smaller NGOs. Their foundations, allies, and post-White House networks overlap with these funders. Obama-era policies and Clinton-linked orgs funneled influence through the same progressive infrastructure that's now weaponized for division.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have a wonderful guest today, Sean Taylor. Sean and I go way back. He contacted me, my son talked to him, and then we got him on doing shows, and he revealed so much. And then, Sean, you have gone to the top with your information. You were recognized, thank God. But you have been massively attacked, and they tried to take you down, but you're still here. Congratulations.
Brother, it's 16 years now. We've been working on all of this. And you were the first. You and Michelangelo were the first to take notice. And I give thanks to God every day for that. And we've been attacked. And, that's just the evil side. That's Satan who's trying to attack. And you have to pray and God will give you what you need to do, what you need to get through. And that's what's happening. And, we've been going to Maine Justice. We've been meeting with U.S. attorneys. We've been meeting with state attorney generals, and got that start right here with you. So thank you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Because you were the first to start to talk about the fraud. And, it built from there. And now everybody, you got the social media guys are out there talking about the fraud now and exposing. So you laid the foundation for that. So our whole country and the world eventually, I think, will be very happy that you did that. I don't know if you get the recognition you deserve, but we're giving it to you here. At
the end of the day, it's not about recognition. It's about getting the job done, and whoever gets the kudos, so be it, as long as it gets done. And that's the biggest thing is, people have to understand that our country is under attack. And quite frankly, society as a whole throughout the world is under attack. And there's no way around it. Europe, look at Europe and what's happening over there. And look at the Irish and what's happening with Ireland. You have the Irish that are standing up now and trying to fight back and being vocal about it. And it's time for that to happen here. And it's long overdue for it to happen here. And Australia has been hit really hard as well. And so to our Aussies down there, keep fighting the good fight, because that's what it's going to take.
So same thing in New Zealand. because of the fuel crisis. And, you know, it's very fascist what they're doing there. They're going to restrict everybody but the state-sponsored people, the military and government positions. They can continue to use as much oil as they want to.
Right.
And then there's the tiered system with the individual last. And that's fascism. And we have the same, and everybody's like, well, that's overseas. No, you look at Arizona. Arizona is doing the same thing.
Yep.
So they brought in all these AI, you know, buildings and so forth. I think like 22, 23 of them. They use a lot of water. Well, there wasn't a lot of snow that fell in the Rockies, Colorado, so that Colorado River is not flowing as much. So who gets last? Those companies, corporations. That's fascism. They are at the top of the list, and then they're restricting individuals' ability to get water. And if you go over that limit, then you get fined even more. So we're seeing a fascism, you know, across America. New York City, it's exploding, and you know, exposing this like we've been trying to do, especially you, because you've reached those high hall levels, which is very impressive. That's because of your dedication and willingness to take on things that most people would not. You've been shot at your home. You and your wife have had to move constantly to avoid problems. They've tried to assassinate your character in public and the press. It's incredible what, you know, people will go through to expose this stuff, but there's not enough of us that are really doing it. What were your thoughts?
You know, I was really, really happy to see the DOJ take down the Southern Poverty Law Center.
No kidding.
Because that is one of the major operations that's been happening for years to try to discredit people who are bringing the truth. And of course, they're the ones that really came after me with the local news reporter in Nashville. And of course, we've now filed a federal lawsuit against him, his news agency, and their parent company, eScripts. And we're moving forward on that. And, you know, this journalist got an award for the First Amendment. And here he was trying to crush my First Amendment and me speaking out about the truth. I mean, if anybody's watched the show with me on there, they know I bring the receipts. I bring the documentation. I'm not just, you know, blabbing and not backing up what I'm saying. And, you know, so it was a great thing to see the Southern Poverty Law Center get what it had coming. And I don't think it's over for them. I think as this criminal case goes on further, you're going to see more indictments coming. And I think you're going to see more indictments coming on some local reporters that have been reporting stuff that has been paid for by the Southern Poverty Law Center. And it's going to become a RICO case that has been pushing this cabal agenda across the world. And, you know, you have governments like Canada that are bowing down to a lot of it. And, you know, that's not okay. You know, people are free. And that's just a fact. And, you know, especially here in the United States, we are free to say what we want, provided it does not violate the fighting words doctrine. And of course, you know, who violated that? Comey. And what's happening with Comey now? Now he's been indicted for the stuff that he had stated or put the seashells out on President Trump. And then you tie that into
8647.
Yeah, 8647. You know,
I saw Whitmer. I call her Whitmer. Whitmer.
Yeah.
Basically, she did the same thing. She was doing a public announcement, and on her desk is 8647 letters. So she should stand the same.
And you got to look at her. You got to look at her and that whole thing with that whole kidnapping plot. You know, that turned out to be what ended up being false because they were trying to drive basically a psyop. And people need to understand when they're in a psyop and when they're not. Yeah. And you need to question everything that's happening. And people need to understand that. And when you start bringing the truth, what do? They start a psyop. They start an operation to try to discredit you, because the biggest thing you can do is discredit your character so that the information you're bringing is automatically discredited. Well, when you've been documenting this stuff for over 15, 16 years, and you can bring the receipts, you can try to discredit me all you want. But at the end of the day, the evidence stands on its own 2 feet. And guess what? It's being heard. It is being heard. There are cases going forward throughout the United States. And let me tell you, there's more to come.
Yeah, you've been a great proponent lately of the, taking these groups down and outlining them. Your posts on X have been hitting hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah.
So you're getting through. You're getting through to people. People are taking notice. People are interested in this right now. They want to see results, and they want to see people, be held accountable. And I think that Comey, being one of the first, they tried to get him before, and who knows what was happening with Bondi, but now it seems like we got some people that are motivated, and that's one of the things. I've been watching politics since I was a little boy. I've never seen a team like President Trump has. They're so focused and motivated. We've been involved in teams that are highly skilled and motivated, and we're seeing the same thing with the Trump administration. He gives people a chance. He gave Bondi a chance to do the right thing. She didn't, so she's gone, and somebody else is now going to get the chance. But the whole team as a whole is unbelievably focused.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And people need to understand that these investigations, they take a while because you have to impanel an investigative grand jury. Once that's done, then they have to be able to explain that case to the investigative grand jury. Once that's done, then you have to put together the grand jury subpoenas that you want to send out. So those get sent out. Then it takes time for that information to get back, for the investigators to look at that information, present it to that investigative grand jury. And so this is an entire process. And, you of all people know, before you go to battle, you have to prepare the battlefield. Yes. And that's what I believe this past year has been, was a preparation of the battlefield. Mm-hmm. And now you're going to start seeing what's happening. And you have to look at President Trump and the type of person he is and his personality. And what I'm looking at is he's been pushing the 250th anniversary of the United States. Mm-hmm. Very, very hard. When I was at Main Justice, when you're walking into the main foyer out of the library, there's this huge glass display case. And I'm going to say it's probably 50 feet long. And it's probably, 2 to 3 feet wide, about a foot deep. And so as I'm walking out of Main Justice, through the library, and you're seeing all this art that's on the walls showing our history through the legal system. And then you see this glass display case, it's like 50 feet long. And you're seeing everything from the beginning of when our country was basically made, when we fought for our freedom. And you have the signing of the Constitution all the way to current day. You see that they're putting everything into this 250th year anniversary. Mm-hmm. And that's why I believe this month, May and June, you're going to see stuff that you are not going to expect. And, I was talking about it with some people the other day. We haven't seen a firing squad in generations. And all of a sudden, they've brought back the firing squad. That makes you wonder. Everything is always telegraphed. So what are they telegraphing at this point?
Yeah, I think we're going to see some firing squads and hangings. I say don't waste bullets, but maybe that has happened too that way. Now, we were in the Revolutionary War, so 250 years since we got our freedom, and then we had the War of 1812. And we've had the Bar Association here in the United States. I know you're familiar with that, being investigator and all the stuff that you bring in cases for and all that kind of stuff. The British Accredited Registry. So the judicial system, for the most part, is compromised.
Yes.
And you're talking about the process that it takes to get somebody indicted, and then good luck on prosecuting them with this. And get him into jail with this legal system we have right now, unfortunately, right, which is descended from the British Crown, the City of London, which is still controlling us to a great extent. Taxation, property taxes, all that stuff is we're still paying the British Crown. It's ridiculous. What are your thoughts on breaking free from that system and getting to the point where we get the military tribunals, perhaps?
When we look at everything with like USAID and Doge and all of that, we have to disrupt before we can dismantle.
Yeah.
And so what I see Doge as is a disruption. Then we see where the federal government is not going to be funding a lot of these nonprofits and NGOs now, and they're pulling that money back. And so that what that is disruption. So they can't pay the judiciary and the legal system and all of that, the money that they were paying, as well as the other individuals. And as long as they're paying that money, people are going to continue doing what they want them to do. That's going to stop because the money flow is being stopped. And you're going to start seeing more and more of that money flow being stopped. And you're going to start seeing that you're going to have stuff like the young boy who saw the stuff up in Minnesota and California, Nick Shirley. And you're going to start seeing stuff like that, stuff like I've had, and numerous others. There's been so many good patriots that are bringing this stuff forward. And so what that money is going to end up doing is it's going to end up going back into our system. It's going to go back. You know, it's kind of like the Act Blue stuff we're looking at right now. We're seeing where money is going out through smurfing in a individual's name, and then there's a refund. But when the refund comes, it's going back to the Treasury. Well, no, that money's supposed to go back to the individual because it's a refund. Why is it being returned to the Treasury? It's returning to whence it came, which is Treasury, which is our tax money. So I think you're going to start finding a lot of the money that's been flowing through all of these NGOs, nonprofits, and all of these different schemes that these criminals have put together. That's going to be flowing back to us. And I think that's going to give a tax break on a lot of stuff that's happening. That's why you got the state of Virginia right now, who's pushing all of these taxes and all of these different things that are happening. And because they've got to keep the scam going. So they've been hit in Minnesota. They've been hit down in California. So where are we going to go? We're going to go to Virginia, and we got to keep the scam going. And, of course, they're trying to get a stop put on that up in Virginia right now. So, you know, we're going to have to stomp it out as we see it happening. And I think a lot of that money is going to be returned to the Treasury and to the Fed. And I think in the long run, I'm not talking short term, I'm looking at long term, you're going to start seeing some of your taxes going down because it's not being spent on, transsexual salamanders in Brazil.
Right. Crazy,
You know?
right? And, you know, the Southern Poverty Law Center, they funded a lot. They have a 500 million war chest. And they have been funding a lot of this, you know, they call, you know, those of us that are on the right and, you know, patriots and constitutional people, they call us fascists, but they are the fascists, and they have been paying people to play this fascist role, paying them so that they continue to get money, so they can use that money to go to, different people. I'm not going to pick on the Democrats because it's the Republican our problem too. This one party system that we're against right now, which, you know, we have 80% of Americans want the SAVE Act passed, but they can't pass it. It's like, hello, we put you in position of power. We are saying 80% of us are saying pass the SAVE Act, and they can't do it because they know if they do it, it's going to take them out of power. So and who's funding them? So they don't care because they're getting money from, SPLC and all these other Act Blue and all these other organizations, Soros funded, organizations probably we don't know about yet. That is, causing the problems here in America.
Oh yeah. And people have, they've got no idea. And I'm trying to find one of my charts. I love my,
oh my God,
my I2 charts. And because, what I do is I take the data that I can 100% identify, and then I end up putting it into an I2 chart to be able to discern the different connections. And so I'm going to try to pull up one of my charts or a couple of my charts for you. So maybe it'll help give people a visual on, what we're looking at and how all of this stuff comes together. Because unless you understand the history of something, you're not going to know how to disrupt it and dismantle it. And you have to know the totality of everything. You have to know every person. You have to know all the people that they do business with, why they do business with them, and things like that. And that's what we've spent years and years putting together. And, what we're finding is you have these political PACs And one of the ones that I'm going to pull up for you right now is it's called the Best of Tennessee PAC. And people think, oh, okay, you know, that's just one PAC in the state of Tennessee. Well, yeah, it's one PAC in the state of Tennessee. But what people need to understand is when you deal with just this one PAC, it goes into everything in totality. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to share my screen right here with you, and share screen and entire screen. There we go. And let's see. Here we go. And there you go. You should have a thing now. All right. So we see that, and it looks like, you know, a golf ball, whatever. But when we go to unpack this in totality.
Oh my God, look at all that. I know what that's going to bring. Yeah, look at that.
Okay. So what we look at is this started out with a PAC called the Best of Tennessee, which is one of the PACs that attacked us and came after us and all of that. And this is a list of all the people that it's connected to. And what you end up seeing is you have the green lines, which is your money. That's your money lines, okay? The red line is one single line that runs congruently through the entire chart. So when we look at the Best of Tennessee PAC, we look at the individuals that are supplying money to it. We're looking at the people who are on the board, who these people or this PAC is supplying money to.
Wow.
And, you know, one of the people that's on there is Chloe Akers, and she states that they are a bipartisan PAC to bring everybody back together, but she is a huge anti-Trumper, anti-MAGA, basically liberal is who she is. And then one of the other people on the board is Michael McWhorter. Now, you and I have discussed Michael McWhorter in the past because the $1 million load of narcotics that we took down, that we discussed early on when you first brought me on, was part of a trucking company. That trucking company was giving money to Michael McWhorter's campaign to run for governor. We sent that information to Bob Corker, who was still in the Senate. Bob Corker ended up retiring 37 days, I think it was, later after I sent him this information.
Wow.
Okay.
So do you think he retired so he wouldn't have to reveal it?
Well, I don't know. I just find it very
and he was induced to retire.
Yeah, and you know, there he is. Yep. And you know, we find all of that very
Bobby
strange.
Corker, as President Trump called him.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, he's one of the ones that helped pave the way for the Iran deal.
Yeah.
And the reason he did that is because his buddies that he grew up with, the Haslams, who owned Flying J truck stops and Pilot truck stops, they got in trouble for what it was a rebate scheme in 2010. And they grew up with Bob Corker. Bob Corker played the bipartisan game of golf with Obama during the whole Iran stuff. The next thing you know, the U.S. attorney over East Tennessee has changed. And Haslam's brought in a guy by the name of William C. Killians, who was also a fraternity brother of the Corker and the Haslams. And all of a sudden he made the case go away. They brokered a $92 million sale or $92 million deal to pay off the government. And the Haslams got away with it. And of course, Bob Corker was a big part of that. And what people don't realize is he's tied directly to Obama. He's tied to one of the Tennessee Three, which is Gloria Johnson right here. I mean, we've got stuff that goes into voter fraud, election fraud. It goes into the Iran deal. And then it goes into Act Blue. We found all of the connections to Act Blue with all of that. We found the connections to Democracy Forward. We found all the connections with the Soros groups. And of course, where does that lead? That leads you right to this guy, Reed Garrett Hoffman, who helped finance the Russian dossier that they used to try to impeach President Trump.
Yeah.
And he's one of the main people that did it. And the other thing is Reed Garrett Hoffman and Bill Gates right here are in business, are joined with this Bradford L. Smith. And Bradford L. Smith has a nonprofit, if I can find it on the chart here. And the nonprofit is called KIND. which stands for Kids in Need of Defense, where they were taking children that did not have any guardians and flying them around the world. What do we call that? We call that child trafficking.
Yep. How about that? Wow.
So,
I remember back in the day where you were exposing the Maricopa mortgage fraud, and it was being sent all the way to your state, Tennessee, and that funded. You can trace down some of those lines. So that was very revelatory all the way back then. What was happening, and now you've built this out. Wow! Incredible, incredible work.
And I mean, it's got everybody in here. It's got the Open Society Institute, Latinos for Justice, Magente, which is transsexual stuff for the Latino community. You got Kimberly Ann Peeler, who's a part of all of this. And then who does Kimberly Ann Peeler work for? She's part of the Higher Heights for America Fund for Public Health. But she's also an employee of Letitia James.
Wow.
And then that group, Higher Heights for America, are the ones who backed Kamala Harris and Ian Omar.
Amazing.
And, when we start digging into that, we got Jet Mortgage, and we end up finding a mortgage that's $26 million mortgage on a $260,000 house.
Yep. God. They just money launder that stuff so well. And of course, Ilhan Omar, she went from, I don't know, 100,000 to like, what was it, 10 or 30 million or something crazy.
Yeah.
And this is from this money laundering. You do this, we give you that.
Yeah.
And you work for us now. And that's the way these people work.
Yeah. And I mean, we've got people like the guys like Mark Oliger, Lations, all of these guys that are the head guys of Act Blue, who are tied directly to NOI, the New Organization Institute. And the woman who's a founder of that is Rosalind Lemieux. And we have her tied to numerous other nonprofits that they're moving money through. And then she's also got some of those magic mortgages. And then we have people that are tied to that as well, like Professor Colin S. Greer out of New York, who's also over the Center for Social Inclusion and the Angelina Fund, but he's also he's the president of the Opus